Chapter 825. Li Baichao was not the only one. More than 30 disciples from the Li family were sent here to train themselves. At this moment, they were all called over by Nangong Wuji to do some hard work. But most importantly, none of these disciples dared to complain. They never thought that when they were brought to Li Zongjiu's place, it was as if they were caught and sold. They were sold to the Black Mountain Forest and had to do this kind of hard work every day. If not for the fact that the name of the manor was really Li Zongjiu, these people would have already fled back to the Li family. Sister Li Yun. Li Baichao exclaimed in surprise when he saw Li Yun in front of him. He had been working here for nearly half a month. He had not seen anything else, but after doing so much work, Li Baichao felt as if he was strengthening his body. But no one knew what kind of work he would have to do every day. If something happened, he would have to work through the night. In just half a month's time, Li Baichao had already experienced what it meant to be in total darkness. Now that he finally saw an acquaintance, he felt as if his eyes were brimming with tears. Young Lord is here too. When Li Baichao and the others saw Li Zongjiu, they couldn't help but become excited. Everyone is here, right? Since everyone is here, let's listen to Nangong Wuji and build this manor first. Li Zongjiu looked at the people in front of him and said. Li Baichao and the others thought that Li Zongjiu was their savior, but when they heard Li Zongjiu's words, they immediately frowned. Who knew that Li Zongjiu was even more decisive and directly ordered everyone to listen to his orders. Didn't this mean that these people would be sent to do this kind of hard work? However, Li Zongjiu's status in the Li family was like that of a god. Who would dare to disobey him easily? Now that they saw the foundation that Li Zongjiu had established, such strength was not a joke to be able to possess such formidable strength. Obviously, Li Zongjiu must have suffered a lot in the process. Now, they naturally obeyed Li Zongjiu's orders. However, the smile on Nangong Wuji's face became even brighter after he received the command arrow. He immediately ordered everyone to follow him and do something big. If that's the case, then I won't chat with you for now. Little ones, follow me. Although he couldn't defeat Li Zongjiu and was suppressed by Li Zongjiu, Nangong Wuji was already very unhappy. Now that he was here, he naturally wanted to torture all the disciples of Li family under Li Zongjiu's command. He also wanted to let these people know how powerful he was. Immediately, the disciples of the Li family cried out in pain. However, compared to before, they were more confident now. After seeing Li Zongjiu personally appear, there was nothing they couldn't do. After all, these things were made for the Li family. So what if he contributed a little? This was a matter of course. Yinghu, arrange a place for Li Yun to rest first. I will find you a powerful teacher later to teach you the Tao of Arrays. Li Zongjiu said. After hearing this, Li Yun was quite moved. Li Zongjiu had always spared no effort in nurturing the Li family's disciples. He was never stingy in the slightest. He was tired from the long journey, so he naturally needed to rest. Kuan Erashur also said goodbye to Li Zongjiu. As for where he was going, it was very obvious. He was probably going to run directly to the Mirror Moon Villa. How could Li Zongjiu not know this guy's plan? Li Zongjiu saw that Nangong Wuji carried so many building materials from other people's houses. These things must have cost a lot. He guessed that this bill must be on Li Zongjiu. However, since Nangong Wuji didn't ask Li Zongjiu for money, Li Zongjiu naturally wouldn't take the initiative to give it to him. Young master, the stable hasn't been torn down yet. What should we do with the 2 prisoners in the stable? Yinghu looked at Li Zongjiu and said. This matter was very important, so Yinghu naturally had to wait for Li Zongjiu to come back and make a decision. Prisoners? What prisoners? If Yinghu didn't mention it, Li Zongjiu would have almost forgotten about it. The current 9th Prince Xian Ming was still locked up in the stable, and there was also the alchemist Lu Wenshan. However, Lu Wenshan was now living a very comfortable life in the White Deer Villa. Occasionally, he would go out for a breather, but once the time was up, he would automatically come back. Lu Wenshan knew that with the strength of Li Zongjiu and the others, it would be easy for them to catch him. Most importantly, Lu Wenshan also asked people to inquire about the situation of Spirit Valley sect during this period, and it seemed to be very bad. Until now, the Spirit Valley sect had been suppressed by the Longevity Pavilion. After all, the people of the Longevity Pavilion had died in front of the Spirit Valley sect. This matter wasn't something that could be easily resolved. Therefore, Spirit Valley sect's days were very difficult, and it felt like they were about to disintegrate. When he found out that Spirit Valley sect was in such a bad state, Lu Wenshan made up his mind to join Li Zongjiu's faction in the future. Only then would he be able to grasp his own opportunities. Who knows, he might even be able to break through earlier. Therefore, even if Lu Wenshan wanted to chase him away now, he might not necessarily leave. On the other hand, the ninth prince had been locked up in the stable for several months. The ninth prince, who had a bad temper and was extremely unhappy, became well-behaved after being beaten up several times in a row. He did not dare to move recklessly anymore. Every day, he was obedient and did his work in a well-behaved manner. The ninth prince didn't dare to believe that he was in the White Deer Villa, and the people outside didn't know about it and came to save him. Therefore, the ninth prince was very surprised that the emperor deliberately left him here to be tortured by Li Zongjiu. After a long time, he resigned himself to it. Now that I'm here, it might be the only way to save my life. Chapter 8:26. Therefore, the ninth prince had decided to stay here for the time being. This was completely different from his previous attitude and character. However, the ninth prince clearly knew that if he were to go out now, he would be at his weakest and would definitely be killed. His father and the others must know that he was imprisoned here. This was the best way to deal with it. However, if the ninth prince wanted to freeload here, it was obviously impossible. Not to mention Li Zongjiu, even who would not let the ninth prince stay idle. Li Zongjiu directly handed over the matters of the stable to the ninth prince. If he did not do a good job, Li Zongjiu would directly beat him up without any mercy. Even if he was a prince, since he had fallen into Li Zongjiu's hands, he could only accept his fate. Li Zongjiu had no choice but to accept his fate. Now that he was living under someone else's roof, the ninth prince was especially afraid of being chased out. If he was chased out, then the problem would become even bigger. Therefore, the ninth prince had recently developed a well-behaved character. At first, he was a wild wolf, but in the end, he became an obedient dog in front of Li Zongjiu. In the White Deer Manor, Douling did not continue to stay here. A few days ago, she suddenly said that something had happened at home and took the Howling Moon Wolf King away. Li Zongjiu finally knew how shameless the Howling Moon Wolf King was. It actually ran away with this beautiful girl. Li Zongjiu was not worried about Douling departure. With this girl's strength and terrifying background, there was basically no problem. There were probably many experts secretly protecting her even in the Sacred Flame Royal City. This was why Douling could run around so unscrupulously. The reason why she was in such a hurry to go back was probably because something had happened at home. With the Howling Moon Wolf King by Douling's side, he would be able to take care of her. If there was an emergency, he would naturally have a way to inform Li Zongjiu. In addition, with the Howling Moon Wolf King by Douling's side, he would definitely enjoy a good life. This saved Li Zongjiu a lot of trouble. But if that was the case, he would have to find some time to catch something and bring it back. Otherwise, the courtyard would be empty. It would give people a feeling of insecurity. In the afternoon, Li Zongjiu also found Du Liani. These days, the pawn shop that Du Liani was managing seemed to have reached a bottleneck. After all, such a mortgage industry required a huge amount of funds. All the money earned from the casino flowed into Li Zongjiu's pocket, although Li Zongjiu did not know how much money he had earned. Du Liani naturally, she could not use these resources. Therefore, the development had also entered a slow stage. She could only wait for the first batch of things to expire before auctioning them off. This process of recovering funds would take a long time. However, with Duliani's wisdom, she had managed to hold on until now. "Young master, what can I do for you?" Duliani looked at Li Zongjiu and said respectfully. Duliani could be said to have put her life in Li Zongjiu's hands. Her lifelong wish had been fulfilled. However, Duliani did not enter a state of emptiness, because she wanted to repay Li Zongjiu's kindness. It would not be too much even if she used her life to repay Li Zongjiu. She was afraid that her progress could not keep up with Li Zongjiu's pace. In that case, she would become a burden to Li Zongjiu. Duliani did not want to become such a person. Therefore, she was constantly improving her strength, not only in terms of cultivation, but also in terms of ability. Take all of these things and see how far you can get them. Li Zongjiu took out some of the things he had looted from Qingyuan Villa. There were also a lot of things in those big cities. When Duliani saw that there were so many gold, silver and jewels in the storage ring, she was shocked. She was dumbfounded. Even though Duliani had been prepared for this, she did not expect that such a situation would occur. These things, they are. Duliani's mouth was wide open. Even she, the Queen of 9 Victories, who had been in the casino for so many years, had seen all kinds of scenes. However, this was the first time she had seen such a scene. When she saw so much wealth in front of her, it was no less than a disaster for Duliani. These were all looted from Qingyuan Villa. With these things, can the pawnshop become the biggest in the city? Li Zongjiu did not know much about economics, but this matter had to be done to the greatest extent. Otherwise, how could he protect the family in the future? If there were still enemies in this place, how could he hold on? Therefore, he had to do it to the greatest extent. It did not matter what method he used. With the support of such wealth, we will definitely become the biggest in the Sacred Flame Royal City within 2 years. Duliani forcefully suppressed her excitement and said, "I'll give you 1 year." Li Zongjiu knocked on the table and said. Although it was a little difficult, Li Zongjiu knew how important time was to an expert. Now that he had been reborn, everything was uncertain. No one knew what would happen next. Of course, the faster the better. Duliani blinked her eyes a few times, then nodded firmly. "Don't worry, young lord. Lieni will definitely succeed. Go." Li Zongjiu waved his hand. The wealth he had given Duliani was at least equivalent to 10 years of income of a top family in a first-class city. If she could not do it with such generous conditions, Li Zongjiu did not mind replacing her with someone else. At this time, it was time to test one's ability. Duliani took her leave. After that, Taifai came to report the current situation. The income of the casino had been stable recently, and no one dared to cause trouble. After all, Li Zongjiu's businesses were unstoppable in the eyes of ordinary people. As long as he did not lag behind, it would be the same no matter who did it. Since that was the case, why did he have to go through so much trouble to replace her? What's more, it was not easy to replace Li Zongjiu. Currently, Li Zongjiu's account in Baoning Bank. He already had more than 40 billion purple yuan. When those guys arrive, I will get my hands on yuan beasts, yuan stones, and yuan weapons. Li Zongjiu's eyes were filled with unprecedented confidence. This was not something he did not dare to think about. He was already a supreme being in his previous life. What else was there that he did not dare to think about? Even these were just child's play. These fellows that Li Zongjiu was talking about were naturally the 4 major craftsmen that Qingyuan Villa had just incorporated. Of course, this kind of ready-made resource couldn't be wasted so easily. If it was used well, the effect it could bring would be unimaginable. Chapter 8:27. Li Zongjiu took some time to go to the Rain Building. He bought a set of information. It was information about the current array masters. When Li Zongjiu received the information, he skimmed through it. There are 4 array masters in the north, south, east, and west. East Xianqing and West Shenhe are considered the pinnacle array masters in the Origin Emperor realm. However, this Shenhe clan seems to be a crazy clan. A group of people are so weird. As for this Master Xianqing, I should go and take a look if I have the chance. However, the information showed that Master Xianqing seemed to be wandering around recently. God knows where this old man went. It was hard to find him in such a short time. In the south, there was a person in the poison sect of Nanjiang, called Nanchung. He was good at poison arrays, which was not suitable for Li Yun to cultivate. She had to deal with strange insects every day. Moreover, it was not easy to enter the Nanjiang tribe. The north was even more mysterious. Even the information was not complete. Only one name was known: Master Beihan. His only achievement was to freeze a super fortress in the north. He became famous after that battle. It was said that this place was still frozen for thousands of miles all year round. The cold air was bone-piercing, and no one dared to approach it. No one dared to believe that such a place existed. It was said that the people in the fortress were still vivid and lifelike. They are all a bunch of damn people. Li Zongjiu did not expect that there were only a few famous array masters. As for the ones in his previous life, Li Zongjiu did not have much contact in this area. It was impossible for them to be omnipotent. Therefore, he could only rely on the current information. There is one more here. Li Zongjiu saw that there was a piece of paper in the information. It said that the information was not verified. Not verified. Sacred Flame Royal City. King of Fire, Rank 6 Array Master. King of the Underground Black Market. Source of the information: ominous. When Li Zongjiu saw this, he knew that the King of Fire must be a powerful figure. There is one in the Sacred Flame Royal City. Why didn't you say so earlier? What a waste of all the information he had read. Now that he was looking at the information in his hand, Li Zongjiu knew that he should meet the King of Fire first. It sounded powerful. In any case, no matter what kind of temper the Fire Wraith King had, Li Zongjiu was confident that he could take care of him. This was Li Zongjiu's ability. When Li Zongjiu walked out of the Rain Pavilion, he immediately realized that someone was following him. What era was it? Of course, there were people who wanted to follow Li of God? Could it be that they didn't know who Li Zongjiu was? Li Zongjiu walked on the street normally and didn't bother with these people. Luring these people to a remote corner to deal with them was something that only children would do. Li Zongjiu was already mature. If he could avoid fighting, he would try his best not to. He had to stabilize the situation first. However, Li Zongjiu didn't make a move, but that didn't mean that the other party wouldn't. There was a group of people in front of him, all of them wearing strange masks. This was the main street of the Holy Flame Royal City. Were the people nowadays so bold? When Li Zongjiu stopped, he realized that the people on the street were all in disguise. When Li Zongjiu came closer, they stopped what they were doing and stared at Li Zongjiu with all kinds of weapons in their hands. It was broad daylight and the world was clear. To be able to wield weapons like this, they must have a very strong background. A person who seemed to be the leader of the group walked out from the crowd. He was wearing a minotaur mask on his face. It's such a hot day. How can you wear a mask like this? Li Zongjiu looked at the person in front of him and couldn't help but say, this guy was really resistant to the heat. He could even wear such a thick mask. Our master would like to invite you to come over. The Minotaur general came in front of Li Zongjiu and said in a deep voice, if your master wants to invite me, then let him come over himself. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Although the entire street was filled with the other party's men, Li Zongjiu wasn't worried at all. It didn't matter how many people there were. Before taking action, it was best to think clearly. Otherwise, when the fight started, there wouldn't be a chance to leave. The Minotaur general gently held the weapon in his hand. The people around him immediately stared at Li Zongjiu with murderous intent, as if they were ready to attack at any time. Li Zongjiu's Zhang Xian was burning with flames. The black flames were suffused with a cold light. When the people around him saw this, they felt that this power was too terrifying. Their eyes were filled with caution. If Lord King of Fire wants to see someone, then he will see them. The bull-headed general let out a low roar. The muscles on his body instantly bulged, appearing just like a raging bull. He furiously glared at Li Zhongjio, who was in front of him. Even his head was slightly lowered, as though he was prepared to launch a charge at any time. Wait! Just as he was about to make his move, Li Zhongjio heard what the Minotaur general said. King of Fire? Your master is called King of Fire? Li Zhongjio heard the Minotaur general's words. Originally, he didn't care about the other party's name. However, this name was too familiar. This was because he had seen this name a few seconds ago. How could he not be familiar with it? Not bad. Now you know how to be afraid? The Minotaur general sneered. The appearance of these people represented the King of Fire's subordinate. Could it be that this Li Zhongjio in front of him didn't know? In the Holy Flame Royal City, only people from the underground black market would dress up like this. However, Li Zhongjio didn't seem to know at all. He didn't even know where they came from. Just like this, how did Li Zhongjio make a name for himself in the Holy Flame Royal City? It was really curious. Since it's the King of Fire, I'll go with you. Li Zhongjio couldn't help but say. He was just thinking about how to talk to the King of Fire, but these people took the initiative to come knocking on his door. Later on, Li Zhongjio chatted with the Minotaur general for a while. Only then did he know that these people were from the underground black market. It seemed like they were looking for him this time because he had robbed a shop in the underground black market previously. However, he wasn't nervous when he found out. It wasn't like Li Zhongjio hadn't experienced this kind of small matter before. When Li Zhongjio followed these people, most of them also returned to their camouflaged state and gradually retreated. The Minotaur general brought Li Zhongjio to the incense street again. This time, they entered from another entrance. Once again, they returned to the underground black market. It was the same as last time, but this time, he brought Li Zhongjio directly to the Ghost King Palace that belonged to the King of Fire. When Li Zhongjio arrived at the Ghost King Palace, he couldn't help but admit that these people were really amazing. They were actually able to build such a luxurious palace dozens of feet underground. You've even gone so far as to act pretentious. Your family's lord is truly unprecedented. Li Zhongjio couldn't help but say. The Minotaur general didn't say much and brought Li Zhongjio directly to the main hall. Along the way, the things they saw were all monsters and monsters, giving them the feeling that they were real. From some of the carvings, Li Zhongjio felt a trace of extraordinariness. The aura of hell. Chapter 828. The King of Fire had been waiting in the main hall for a long time. The King of Fire seemed to be resting in the main hall when he had nothing to do. But in reality, he was cultivating. The construction of the Ghost King Palace was very particular. After such a long time of accumulation, he needed to lie here every day to strengthen his cultivation. Therefore, the King of Fire would cultivate in the main hall when he had nothing to do. It seemed like he had a lot of free time. Li Zhongjio, you sure have guts. You actually dared to stand me up. The King of Fire was also wearing a very heavy mask and red clothes, as if it was his zodiac year. As a man, he actually wore red clothes. Li Zhongjio felt his scalp go numb. Could this guy be a pervert? If he handed Li Yun over to this guy, would something happen to her? Li Zhongjio began to worry in his heart. He didn't know where Li Zhongjio's confidence came from. It was as if the other party would definitely agree to his request. You are the King of Fire, right? Is it your zodiac year? Why are you wearing such red clothes? Are you a pervert? Li Zhongjio directly asked his question. He didn't even answer the King of Fire's question. Impudent! How dare you ignore the Ghost King's words? A man wearing a horseface mask quickly came forward and roared angrily. Li Zhongjio casually slapped the horseface general and sent him flying. Boom! The horse-faced general flew for more than 10 meters and hit a pillar. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stopped. I'm talking to your boss. Don't interrupt, okay? Li Zhongjiu was still being polite. Normally, when he was speaking, he wouldn't know what these things were. If they dared to interrupt, they would be directly beaten to death. The rest of the people were also ready to fight. They wanted to take down Li Zhongjiu because Li Zhongjiu was too arrogant. They were already in the other party's territory, but he still dared to act so recklessly. He simply didn't put their men in his eyes. The King of Fire gently raised his hand, indicating for these people to step back. You are quite courageous. But this is the Ghost King Palace, not your White Deer Manor. The King of Fire growled. Although he was wearing a mask, his eyes revealed a trace of ferocity. He directly crushed Li Zhongjiu. The enormous spiritual pressure was like a stone pillar that reached the heavens. It was constantly pressing down on Li Zhongjiu. However, Li Zhongjiu stood still and allowed the other party's mental energy pressure to assault him. At this moment, the stone pillar that was formed from mental energy was directly smashed to pieces. Rumble! Li Zhongjiu's spiritual defense was equally strong. The King of Fire's spiritual power was actually unable to pose any threat to Li Zhongjiu. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu seemed to be more adept than the King of Fire in the use of his spiritual power. Your spiritual power is so soft? Spiritual power was naturally the most direct part. Li Zhongjiu could sense some of the characteristics of his opponent's spiritual power. These power attributes were naturally unable to escape Li Zhongjiu's eyes. When the King of Fire heard Li Zhongjiu's words, he also became slightly nervous. He immediately roared, and a sudden force wrapped around Li Zhongjiu in an instant. The terrifying force attacked. The surroundings seemed to be a world of flames that wanted to devour and refine Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu, do you want to die? This was clearly within the opponent's domain. The King of Fire also appeared at this moment. He appeared in front of Li Zhongjiu. However, he did not wear a mask. Instead, he appeared in front of Li Zhongjiu in his real body. Oh, it turns out to be a woman. When Li Zhongjiu saw the King of Fire's real body, he suddenly understood. No wonder this girl was so anxious to block his mouth. It turned out to be a woman. This was interesting. It turned out that this person who had been in the underground world for so many years was actually a woman. If those uncouth people outside knew about this, they would probably be so ashamed that they would want to die. It was really interesting. Cut the crap. The last time I went to find you, I left you a message and asked you to come find me. How dare you be so arrogant? When the King of Fire mentioned Li Zhongjiu, she was very angry. Since he did not give her any face, then don't blame the King of Fire for not being polite. Is there such a thing? Li Zhongjiu could not remember clearly. When the King of Fire saw that Li Zhongjiu did not take her seriously, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She was the dignified King of Fire. How could she lower herself to look for you? Now that she was there, she obviously lowered her status. But this brat actually did not want to give her face. This directly angered the King of Fire. She did not wait for Li Zhongjiu to appear and directly sent people to capture Li Zhongjiu. She wanted to teach this Li Zhongjiu a lesson, but who knew that this Li Zhongjiu's progress was so fast? In such a short time, he actually did not put her in his eyes. Of course, if she used her full strength, it was not impossible to deal with Li Zhongjiu. In comparison, this Li Zhongjiu's strength was still relatively weak. There was no need to be afraid. However, the King of Fire did not look for this Li Zhongjiu for such a trivial matter. What could these trivial matters amount to? Cut the crap. I called you here because I need your help with something. Are you going to help me or not? The Fire Wraith King was very direct and didn't have any intention of beating around the bush. He waved his long sleeves and walked in front of Li Zhongjiu. His eyes stared at Li Zhongjiu as if he was telling him that Li Zhongjiu had to agree even if he didn't want to. If he didn't agree, then he would directly stab Li Zhongjiu in the stomach. It was simply too scary.
Oh? You have something to ask of me?
Sure, sure. When Li Zongjiu heard that the King of Fire had something to ask of him, his mouth almost stretched to the back of his ears. There was actually such a good thing. Now, wouldn't Li Zongjiu change from passive to active? Although he did not care about these things very much. But if you do this, then you will give Li Zongjiu more opportunities and reduce the difficulty for Li Zongjiu. Tell me, what do you need me to help you with? Li Zongjiu stood with his hands behind his back and said, May 15th, Ghost King's Secret Realm.
Do you know?
The King of Fire looked at Li Zongjiu and said indifferently. Since Li Zongjiu did not directly refuse, it meant that it was a good start. He only hoped that Li Zongjiu would not be frightened by what he was going to say next. Chapter 829. May 15th. The Ghost King's Secret Realm. When Li Zongjiu heard these words, he knew that it was not so simple. In addition, the King of Fire had personally come to him, so it was definitely not simple. I've heard of it. Thinking back, he seemed to have seen this thing in his previous life, but at that time, he only heard about it briefly and did not go to see what was going on. Anyway, he did not know who found this Ghost King's secret realm. It was said that there were a lot of unorthodox yuan cultivation methods and some dark yuan weapons. It was like a secret realm, but the difference was that it was also full of danger. The Ghost King's secret realm was also interesting. It required a male and female partner to explore it. Therefore, the King of Fire came to Li Zongjiu. Come with me to this Ghost King's secret realm. Whatever you want, I will satisfy you. The King of Fire was heroic. Even in this holy flame royal city, there were very few things that she could not do and promises that she could not fulfill. Therefore, as long as Li Zongjiu said it, then she would definitely be able to do it. No problem, this is a small matter. Since you said that you will satisfy me, then I happen to have something that I need your help with. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Listening to his tone, this guy seemed to mean that he needed her, the King of Fire. That would be her, the King of Fire's blessing. The King of Fire was naturally very unhappy with this arrogant guy. He even wanted to slap Li Zongjiu a few times. However, considering that Li Zongjiu still had some value, he would endure it for the time being. What is it? Just say it. The King of Fire said indifferently. Since he had already promised Li Zongjiu, he could not be stingy. After all, Li Zongjiu had agreed without hesitation. He didn't even ask what they were going to do in the Ghost King's secret realm. Of course, the King of Fire only needed one person to go in with her. He didn't ask Li Zongjiu to do anything. Of course, during the process there might be some dangers. The King of Fire didn't dare to promise Li Zongjiu anything. As long as his corpse was intact, that was fine. I heard that you are proficient in the Tao of formations. I would like to invite you to be someone's teacher. Li Zongjiu said. Impossible. I, the King of Fire, have never accepted disciples. Don't even think about trying to have anything to do with me. King of Fire refused without hesitation. It seems like this Li Zongjiu wants to follow the vine to the melon, and directly pick a ready-made one. He actually wants to take me as his teacher. He is really unspeakably smelly and shameless. What kind of shameless behavior was that? He simply couldn't stand it anymore. Bah, who wants to have anything to do with you? Do you think I want to take you as my teacher? Then you are not qualified. Li Zongjiu looked at the King of Fire's expression that said he had seen through him, and directly shouted. This little girl was giving him too much face. She actually wanted to take Li Zongjiu as her disciple. And, not for the best. As for teaching the Tao of formations, it is now March. There is still more than a month until May. You just need to bring the person here. I can guide him at most until then. In order to show his cold attitude, the King of Fire certainly had to set a strange principle. For example, the current time limit. Otherwise, if he asked you to help him but in the end, he got a guy who was a burden, it would be a very bad thing for the King of Fire. Okay, it's settled. Li Zongjiu thought for a while. A month's time was almost enough. The master can lead the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. What's more, with the King of Fire's Tao of formations, it might not be a good thing to follow him for a long time. Therefore, he directly agreed. 1.5 months, then 1.5 months. By the way, when you go out later, you have to keep it a secret, the King of Fire suddenly said to Li Zongjiu. Of course, there was no need to talk about this secret. It was just that the fact that the ferocious Fire Ghost King was actually a woman was kept a secret. It wasn't a big deal anyway. Don't worry, I'm not a person who gossips. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. It must be said that these people below were a group of idiots. They couldn't even distinguish between men and women. After repeatedly confirming, the King of Fire withdrew his domain power and let Li Zongjiu out. This time I'll let you go. Send him to me later. The King of Fire's figure appeared in the Ghost King Palace. Li Zongjiu also returned to his original place. At this moment, the people around also gathered around. Obviously, the King of Fire was looking for a way to teach Li Zongjiu a lesson. When the Fire Wraith Monarch was done speaking, his body swayed and he disappeared right before Lin Yun's eyes. Li Zongjiu did not even have a chance to refute. Fuck, this woman actually dared to take advantage of me. Listening to these words, one would really think that the King of Fire had taught Li Zongjiu a lesson. Moreover, this woman ran away after saying that, not giving Li Zongjiu any chance to confront her. Wasn't this move ruthless? Li Zongjiu also had no way to deal with it. In the end, he helplessly waved his hand. What are you looking at? Do you want to enter the clinic? Li Zongjiu glared at the masked Oxhead General. The Oxhead General was so frightened that he could not help but take a step back. After all, the horse-faced general who was sent flying by Li Zongjiu's slap was still unconscious. With Li Zongjiu's skills, he was quite powerful. Therefore, this threat was also very powerful. After that, Li Zongjiu swaggered out of here. However, when he left, Li Zongjiu did not suffer any losses. He randomly found a shop and went in to ransack it. The shop owner did not even have time to react before he was directly knocked down by Li Zongjiu and tied up. It was not until 3 days later that he was discovered. However, he did not even see Li Zongjiu's appearance clearly, so there was nothing he could do. Even if he reported it to the Ghost King Palace, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, Li Zongjiu was now a big shot in front of the Ghost King Palace's boss. No one dared to make a move. Everyone behaved themselves and did not dare to offend Li Zongjiu. Of course, this was a story for later. When Li Zongjiu returned to the White Deer Manor, he called Li Yun over. Li Yun was quite busy recently. On one hand, she had to continue to familiarize herself with the control of the Qilin battleship. On the other hand, she had to thoroughly understand the incomplete Book of Formations. It seemed that she had been immersed in the incomplete Book of Formations and could not extricate herself. Nangong Wuji and Hong Shersan led a group of disciples of the Li family to carry out the construction of the new White Deer Manor. Everything was on the right track. In a short time, Li Zongjiu had already arranged these things properly. Zongjiu, are you looking for me? Li Yun came in front of Li Zongjiu. Originally, Li Yun wanted to call Li Zongjiu young master like the other disciples, but she was rejected by Li Zongjiu. Calling him by his name was more intimate. Li Yun was naturally happy to hear such a request. Chapter 830. I have found a teacher for you who can teach you about array formations. However, you only have a little more than a month's time. Make good use of it, Li Zongjiu said. Li Zongjiu spoke very casually, but Li Yan could feel that Li Zongjiu would never be too casual when he made a move. So, this teacher might have taken a lot of effort to find him. Therefore, Li Yun was very touched. I will definitely study hard. Li Zongjiu then gave Li Yun an identity token given by the King of Fire and asked Tian Fei to send Li Yun over. There were many lunatics in the sacred Flame Royal City. Therefore, it was always right to bring 1 or 2 guards with them when they were outside. Li Yun then stayed in the Ghost King Hall. After all, she only had so much time and had to make good use of it. A few days later, it was time for the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor to start school. Furthermore, a new round of recruitment competition had already begun. From the city to the state capital, one round after another, those who were able to make it to the Sacred Flame Royal City were all very powerful. Yao Lei had also been there a few times. However, when she saw that the manor had changed greatly and saw that Li Zongjiu had actually bought the place where the Imperial Martial Pavilion used to be, she knew that Li Zongjiu was no longer the same as before. Li Zongjiu was now in a state of rapid development. Yao Lei's grandfather would have to address Li Zongjiu as an elder when he saw him again. Furthermore, Wang Ding's strength had also improved by leaps and bounds in the city guards because of Taifai's strong support. In just a few months, his cultivation had already jumped to the level of a grade 3 Yuan monarch. In the military, this kind of strength was not simple. Cultivation was only one aspect. Combat power would be even more powerful. In addition to the fact that Guan Shifei, the deputy commander of the city guards, and his son had died at the hands of Li Zongjiu, Wang Ding naturally had the most room for improvement. After learning that Li Zongjiu had returned, he disguised himself and secretly went to Li Zongjiu's mansion to report the recent situation. There were naturally some problems, but they were not difficult. Li Zongjiu did not ask much about these things. He just wanted Wang Ding to remember how he was able to attain his current status. How glorious was the Tusk Battalion now! Among the 7 camps below, the strength of the Tusk Battalion was already worthy of being called the boss. In this year's spring soldier training competition, he would have the opportunity to be nominated as the deputy battalion commander. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. 10 days later, Living Tomb from the Ghost Doctor Workshop, Lu Yong from the Yuan Beast Workshop, and Su Baichuan from the Thousand Machine Workshop all came to report to Li Zongjiu. Everyone in the Bright Thunder Workshop had been killed by Li Zongjiu. Not a single one was left alive. As for the remaining people in Qingyuan Manor, they were also very useful. The Ghost Doctor Workshop was good at treating illnesses. At the same time, it was also very good at refining poisons. Therefore, Li Zongjiu arranged for Living Tomb and the others to open a private clinic in the Sacred Flame Royal City. It was called the White Deer Clinic. If ordinary brothers had any injuries, they would be sent directly to the Ghost Doctor Workshop. At the same time, the Ghost Doctor Workshop also became a place for refining elixirs. All the alchemists had to refine enough elixirs to cover the expenses and consumption of the White Deer Manor. Most of the main members and offices of the Thousand Machine Workshop were directly moved to the new White Deer Manor. Nangong Wuji also arranged a relatively hidden courtyard for them. This kind of ready-made intelligence organization was, of course, more convenient to use. Su Baichuan was a smart person. If he left this place, he would only become a piece of fresh meat in the mouth of the beast. From the beginning to the end, he would be completely devoured, leaving nothing behind. Now that Li Zongjiu was willing to accept them, it was naturally the best thing. Lu Yong from the Yuan Beast Workshop also brought the baby meta beasts that were carefully cultivated by the Yuan Beast Workshop. These were all rare breeds, and they were all meta beasts with grade 6 bloodline. Obviously, Lu Yong's sincerity could be seen from the fact that he had handed over all these assets. At the same time, Lu Yong was also a smart person. Now, as long as he obeyed Li Zongjiu's orders, he would be able to have the right to be above thousands of people. Wasn't this very worthwhile? Li Zongjiu also let Lu Yong contract with one of the meta beasts. It was a black striped diamond leopard. It was born with sharp diamond claws that could split metal and stone. Now that it had attained the rank 4 realm, its strength could even be comparable to that of a rank 5 meta beast with a little bit of training. The 3 rank 6 meta beast babies were all in Lu Yong's hands. As for the defensive strength of the new White Deer Manor, Wang Zhong had already given the order. Wang Ding, who was born in the army, had also made the appropriate arrangements. He had selected the most loyal guards. These old soldiers were naturally experienced in the field of defense, and would not be like those inexperienced rookies. The defensive work that these old soldiers were proficient in could at least ensure that ordinary people would not be able to harass the new White Deer Manor. The sudden increase in people also made Nangong Wuji extremely busy. Many of the facilities in the subhalls had just been completed, and there were people who wanted to move in immediately. He had no choice but to let them in. Otherwise, so many people would have to sleep on the floor. The huge White Deer Manor was instantly bustling with noise and excitement. The barren mountain was also fenced off. After being irrigated with the blood of the primitive emperor, it gradually regained its vitality and could be used to plant spiritual herbs. Half of it was reserved by the people of the Ghost Doctor Workshop, while the other half was reserved by the people of the Origin Beast Workshop to raise metabeasts. It's considered to be of some scale. It took nearly half a month to arrange everything. However, Li Zhongjiu calculated for a moment and realized that such a large family business seemed to be missing something important. Oh, I still lack a housekeeper. Li Zhongjiu looked at the situation in front of him. It seemed that everything had to go through Li Zhongjiu's hands. Li Zhongjiu did not have so much energy to deal with these matters. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu also needed to find a management talent. Got it! Li Zhongjiu snapped his fingers. Then, he went out directly. As soon as he went out, two people followed behind him. One of them was the previous deputy battalion commander of the Tusk Battalion, Liu Pei. He was arranged by Wang Ding to be in charge of some of the security work in the manor. The other person was an expert of the Origin Beast Workshop, named Yen Quebec. He had a tall and sturdy figure and a fierce gaze. This guy was an expert of the Yuan Beast Workshop. It was said that he was raised by a black bear since he was young. Therefore, his body was more or less filled with a wild aura. He was sent by Liu Yong as a personal bodyguard to protect Li Zhongjiu's safety. Chapter 831. It was better for the two of them to follow him. At least, he didn't have to do some things himself. At the same time, he could save a lot of trouble. Li Zhongjiu was naturally happy for such a situation to happen. After all, he had a lot of things to do now. In his previous life, he didn't have such troublesome things. In fact, it had only been a year since his rebirth, but he had already accomplished many things that he had never done in his previous life. Li Zhongjiu sat in the carriage and came to the 7-Star Fire Room's main store. After all, Li Zhongjiu didn't know where the Song family's mansion was. Not to mention, if he directly went to the mansion, he might not be able to find it. As soon as he entered the 7-Star Fire Room, someone came to greet him. Li Zhongjiu was an important guest of the 7-Star Fire Room. Previously, Song Jiyu had already said that they must look after Li Zhongjiu well. Once Li Zhongjiu came, they must receive him well and must not neglect him. Now, because of the 2 swords sent by Li Zhongjiu, the 7-Star Fire Room's forging technology and level had almost risen to a new level. These were all ready-made advantages that Song Jiyu directly picked up. It was because of Li Zhongjiu that this matter was done so easily. Of course, the 7-Star Fire Room was the same. They had given Li Zhongjiu a generous return. At least in Luoxia City, they had also greatly helped the development of Li Zhongjiu's family. Now, in terms of weapons and equipment, the Li family was at least equivalent to the level of a second-class city's big family. Therefore, the benefits of this cooperation were mutual. You help me, I help you. Elder Li, welcome. We will go and inform the eldest Mississippi. A member of the Song clan came forward and said. Aside from the members of the Song clan, there were also many external sales staff. Otherwise, how could there be so many people from the Song clan who were all here to sell things for you? No matter how big a store was, it still needed someone to help you sell these things. Sometimes, it was one thing to have a good product, but there might be someone whose product was only a little worse than yours. However, if the sales method was good, then there was nothing you could do. You were bound to be suppressed by the other party, and not just in terms of price. Yes. The people from the Song family arranged for Li Zhongjiu to wait in the lounge. Soon, someone went to inform Song Jieyu that Li Zhongjiu had come to visit. No matter what Li Zhongjiu was here for, he needed Song Jieyu to receive him personally. Only by doing so could they show their respect. Yan Kai and Lu Pei stood behind Li Zhongjiu like two blocks of wood. Even if there were stools in front of them, they wouldn't sit down. Li Zhongjiu took a sip of the high-quality osmanthus tea. Soon, Song Jieyu also rushed over in a hurry. Originally, she was in the middle of negotiating a very important deal. However, when she heard that Li Zhongjiu had come in person, she immediately asked this big client to wait at the side. "What brings you here?" When Song Jieyu walked in, she saw Li Zhongjiu in front of her and the two guards behind him. They were emitting a fierce aura. If she didn't know better, she would have thought that they were here to cause trouble. She vaguely remembered that Song Jieyu had said that she would help Li Zhongjiu deal with Qingyuan Villa. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't need her help at all. He had already dealt with Qingyuan Villa. This made Song Jieyu very surprised that he could have such ability. Li Zhongjiu indeed felt like a sleeping dragon rising to the sky. "I'm here to borrow something from you." Xiao Zhao also obediently followed behind Song Jieyu. The moment he entered, he poured tea for the two of them. "Borrow something? What do you want? Just say it." Song Jieyu also sat down generously. Now, Song Jieyu's identity wasn't simple. She was now an elder of the Song family. Such a young elder was simply a rare animal. In addition, Song Jieyu was a girl. The fact that she had become an elder of the Song family was even more shocking to the outside world. The bigger the family, the more patriarchal they would be. Unless you were very strong, you would only be able to persuade others. Song Jieyu was like that. She used her strength to persuade these people. Now that the craftsmanship of the 7-star fire room had improved, most of the forging methods were in the hands of Song Jieyu. Moreover, the performance of the 7-star fire room was constantly improving. It could be said that it had broken the magic barrier that had been stagnant for a long time. Now, it could be said that it was rising step by step and was thriving day by day. In the future, it might not be impossible for it to become the boss of the weapon industry in the Sacred Flame Royal City. Of course, all of this success couldn't be separated from Li Zhongjiu. "Borrow her." Li Zhongjiu pointed with his finger. Looking in the direction that Li Zhongjiu was pointing, Xiao Zhao, who was pouring tea, was so shocked that she accidentally knocked over the teacup in her hand. She never expected that Li Zhongjiu would actually point at her and say such words. Even the expression in Song Jieyu's eyes changed slightly. What did this mean? Could it be that Li Zhongjiu had already taken a liking to Xiao Zhao? What a lecherous man! It seemed that all men were the same. It seemed that Li Zhongjiu had already taken a liking to Xiao Zhao. Now that he had a little foundation, he actually came to her directly to ask for her. However, such a scene made Song Jieyu feel a little awkward. If he liked women, no matter what, he should have come to ask for her. Could it be that she, the eldest daughter of the Song family, couldn't be compared to such a small assistant? Xiao Zhao, on the other hand, was completely unprepared and panicked. She didn't know what was going on. She also didn't understand what Li Zhongjiu meant. Although Xiao Zhao was very grateful to Li Zhongjiu for saving her life many times, and Xiao Zhao naturally had a good impression of Li Zhongjiu, listening to his words, could it be that he only treated her as a commodity? Borrowing her, and after using her, he would exchange her back? If that was the case, then Xiao Zhao's heart would naturally be broken. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Song Jieyu smiled faintly, but the expression on her face had gradually become cold. Although it was all thanks to Li Zhongjiu's help, Song Jieyu hadn't fallen to such an extent. Even without Li Zhongjiu, today's situation would have happened sooner or later. Now Li Zhongjiu's behavior was an insult to Song Jieyu. My manor lacks a housekeeper. After thinking about it, only Miss Xiao Zhao is the most suitable, so I came to you to borrow her," Li Zongjiu said. As for Ying Hu in the manor, she looked more like a family. She probably didn't have the ability to manage so many people and so many organizations. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Song Jiyu's eyes slowly relaxed. So this was what he meant. She almost blamed Li Zongjiu wrongly. Xiao Zhao heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was her honor to be chosen by Li Zongjiu, she was unwilling to sacrifice herself like this. Chapter 832. The atmosphere at the scene eased up. Song Jiyu laughed at herself secretly. What kind of person was Li Zongjiu? If he had any improper thoughts about Xiao Zhao, it would be Xiao Zhao's honor. However, Li Zongjiu was not a nouveau riche, so he still had the standard and quality. She felt that she had misunderstood Li Zongjiu just now. It depends on Xiao Zhao's wishes. After all, Xiao Zhao is not a member of the Song clan. Song Jiyu looked at Xiao Zhao. Obviously, she wanted to let Xiao Zhao make the decision himself. Song Jiyu had kept Xiao Zhao by her side for so long, so she naturally knew Xiao Zhao's ability. Otherwise, she would not have kept Xiao Zhao by her side for so long. Li Zongjiu had borrowed such a talent, which was naturally a great loss for Song Jiyu. However, it was a very good opportunity for Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao was also a little flustered. He did not know what was going on. I won't take it away for free. These are the basic forging scriptures found in the Bright Thunder workshop, Li Zongjiu said, and directly took out 2 books and put them on the table. When Song Jiyu saw the books, her eyes were almost shining. Xiao Zhao did not expect that Li Zongjiu would take out such valuable things. For Li Zongjiu, these books might be useless. However, for the 7 Stars Fire Room, these books could be another step to become a top forging workshop. Obtaining this item would naturally be very important to the 7-Star Flame Room. After exterminating the Bright Thunder Craftsman workshop, Li Zongjiu naturally wanted to get back the previous interest from it. Therefore, he managed to get his hands on all these things. He didn't expect that he would be able to use it now. Looking at Song Jiyu's expression, he couldn't wait to get his hands on it. However, Song Jiyu didn't make the decision for Xiao Zhao. Instead, she let Xiao Zhao make his own choice. Xiao Zhao was also aware of the importance of these 2 scrolls to the 7-Star Fire Room. After taking another glance at Song Jiyu, he knelt down on one knee before Li Zongjiu. Young master thinks highly of me. Xiao Zhao is willing to serve young master faithfully. Xiao Zhao bowed and said, "All right, let's go." Li Zongjiu stood up and said. Song Jiyu didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be so straightforward in negotiating this business deal. It seemed that Li Zongjiu was at a disadvantage. "Young Master Li, if Xiao Zhao doesn't have a good time at your place and is bullied by others, as his elder sister, I won't be polite to you." Li Zongjiu waved his hand and left with Xiao Zhao. Song Jiyu looked at the departing figures and picked up the book on the table. "The lifelong efforts of the Bright Thunder Workshop are actually in my hands. Is Li Zongjiu really omnipotent?" Song Jiyu was unusually excited when she saw the books in her hands. With this item, the Song family's smithing skills would improve even faster. The smithing skills of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop were very famous in the industry. If the 7 Stars Fire Room was in the 3rd echelon, the Bright Thunder Workshop was in the 2nd echelon. The Sky Sword Pavilion was also in the 2nd echelon. However, due to the rapid growth of the 7 Stars Fire Room, the Sky Sword Pavilion was in the 2nd echelon. Moreover, the Sky Sword Pavilion was also showing signs of decline. The items were good, but ordinary people couldn't afford them. What else could they do? The 7-Star Fire Room was more practical. There were all kinds of weapons available, and one could choose freely. How could they give away such precious things to someone else? In fact, the value of Xiao Zhao was far less than the value of the 2 scrolls in his hands. If Xiao Zhao sneaked into Li Zongjiu's territory to do things, it would not be a bad thing for the Song family. At least, if there was any movement like a wind vane, it would not be a bad thing. The Song family could also get some information in advance. In that case, it was naturally the best thing that could happen. Xiao Zhao followed Li Zongjiu all the way. "Young master? What do you want me to do?" Xiao Zhao asked. To be able to work for Li Zongjiu was what Xiao Zhao wanted very much. After all, last time, Li Zongjiu stood up for Xiao Zhao and easily solved such a serious matter. However, he didn't have time to thank Li Zongjiu. "As I said before, my White Deer Manor will be handed over to you in the future," Li Zongjiu said. Previously, Xiao Zhao thought Li Zongjiu was joking. Such a thing was said to reassure the young lady. However, after hearing what Li Zongjiu said, he didn't seem to be joking at all. Instead, he was very serious. Xiao Zhao couldn't help but feel nervous. "Young master, don't joke. I don't have that ability," Xiao Zhao hurriedly said. "Enough of this nonsense. Old Fox, bring Xiao Zhao to familiarize herself with the surroundings. In the future, you'll be in charge of the external affairs, and she'll be in charge of the internal affairs. Everything will be handled by Xiao Zhao." Li Zongjiu directly brought Xiao Zhao to the new White Deer Manor. Previously, Xiao Zhao heard that the White Deer Manor seemed to be under renovation. Moreover, it was built by the famous expert in the city, Nangong Wuji. However, Xiao Zhao didn't come to take a look at it for a long time. Now that he was here and saw the completed White Deer Manor, he was really shocked by the magnificent scene in front of him. It was such a big project, and now, he was actually here to be the housekeeper. If your family needs it, you can arrange a place for yourself. Unless it's something very important, you can report to me. If it's not important, you can do as you see fit," Li Zongjiu directly instructed. He was very satisfied with being a hands-off shopkeeper. After capturing the young lady, he didn't say anything else and handed the entire matter over to the young lady to handle. Until now, the young lady didn't even understand the situation and just assumed the role of the housekeeper of the White Deer Manor. When necessary, even the Shadow Fox had to listen to her. At present, Li Zongjiu naturally had the final say in the White Deer Manor. With this sentence, no one in the huge White Deer Manor dared to disobey. Those who disobeyed basically didn't have long to live. "Lu Pei, for this period of time, you will stay by Xiao Zhao's side." After Li Zongjiu finished his instructions, he went to his training room and prepared to start cultivating. He left behind a dumbfounded Xiao Zhao. I'm here to be the housekeeper?" Xiao Zhao was stunned for a moment and looked at Lu Pei. Lu Pei directly nodded. "Yes, from now on, I will call you Lord Xiao Zhao. I am Lu Pei, young master's guard." Miss Xiao Zhao, this way please. Let me introduce you to the general situation of the manor." Shadow Fox came in front of Xiao Zhao and said. Hu was overjoyed that Xiao Zhao would be in charge of these matters. He could finally take off the heavy burden on his body. In that case, he would have more time to fish. Xiao Zhao followed behind Shadow Fox in a daze and directly went to familiarize himself with the surroundings. This is the stable. In the stable, besides a red-maned horse, there is also Spirit Valley Sex Lu Wenshan, a grade 5 alchemist. He is currently our prisoner and is atoning for his crimes in the manor. Grade 5 alchemist? Living in the stable? Xiao Zhao was almost stunned. This news was a little shocking. There is also one more person. There is also one more person who seems to be the 9th prince. I don't know his name. He usually just chops wood and boils water. Chapter 833. Inside the Azura Cauldron. The medicinal liquid was boiling non-stop. Li Zongjiu also needed to refine some elixirs to assist his cultivation. His current cultivation level seemed to be stuck at the level of a grade 9 Yuan monarch. He was still unable to deal with people with powerful means. For example, the King of Fire. As a supreme being in his previous life, Li Zongjiu naturally knew how terrifying the strength of the King of Fire was. This was not something that could be easily resisted. If the King of Fire had really wanted to deal with Li Zhongjie that day, Li Zhongjie's only option would have been to escape. Even if he escaped, he might not be able to escape. No one knew what would happen if he fought with the King of Fire. Li Zhongjie was also prepared to refine the drunken dream flower in his hand. This exceptional dream spirit elixir is enough to allow my mind power to reach the peak of the Yuan monarch realm. The precision of Li Zhongjie's mind power breakthrough was slightly slower. If he wanted to fight against these top experts, he would still need this power. Only when his mind power was strong could he have enough advantages against these people. The refinement of the exceptional dream spirit elixir took Li Zhongjie nearly half a month. Although this was only a grade 5 advanced elixir. However, too much power was concentrated within it. It's done. Li Zhongjie slapped the azura cauldron with his palm. Immediately, an elixir flew out of the cauldron and landed in Li Zhongjie's hand. He had been refining this elixir for half a month. This showed how powerful this elixir was. Without hesitation, he spent half a day adjusting his state of mind before popping the elixir into his mouth. The effect of this elixir will allow you to experience the tempering of the 3 dream realms. When you come out of the triple dream realm and successfully wake up, you will have a completely different performance. As for the amount of time needed for this deep slumber, that was an even more terrifying unknown. No one knew when you would wake up from the dream realms. Fortunately, Li Zhongjie only spent 3 days to wake up from the 3 dream realms. When Li Zhongjie opened his eyes, a terrifying power spread out. 1. Li Zhongjie took a deep breath. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the bronze wall in front of him. He saw the various situations in the manor at this moment. This was a sign that his mind power was so strong that it had reached a state of overflow. Isn't this Yi Tianshui? Li Zhongjie saw a figure sitting in the living room with an anxious look on his face. He seemed to be waiting. He wanted to get up and leave, but he was unwilling to do so. Yi Chao had a good relationship with the Li family in Luoxia City. Although Li Zhongjie could replace Yi Chao at any time and let anyone from the Li family take the position of the city lord, it would be too overbearing. One should not be like this. Everyone had to have a meal. Of course, the premise was that one could not touch a single grain of rice from the Li family. If one tried to touch the Li family, Li Zhongjie would chop off one's hand. Xiao Zhao was accompanying Yi Tianshui and talking about something. Li Zhongjie withdrew his mind power. Only then did he feel a slight sting in his eyes. It took me a month just to break through. Li Zhongjie could not help but sigh. This was only his current realm. 1 month was considered fast. If his cultivation base was a little higher, then the time needed for this breakthrough might be even longer. However, Li Zhongjie's mind power had already reached the peak of the Yuan monarch realm. Furthermore, it was already in a state of overflow. He only needed a little more external pressure to make Li Zhongjie's mind power breakthrough. Miss Tianshui, don't be anxious. Master Nangong said that the young master would come out of seclusion in 2 days. Xiao Zhao comforted the anxious Yi Tianshui. However, how could Yi Tianshui not be anxious? I can't wait. If the residents can't lend anyone, I can only go by myself, Yi Tianshui said as he stood up. He was about to leave when he saw Li Zhongjie, who had just come out of seclusion. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Li Zhongjie saw the anxious look on Yi Tianshui's face. Young master, you've come out of seclusion? Xiao Zhao exclaimed in surprise when he saw Li Zhongjie. Yi Tianshui saw Li Zhongjie in front of him. It had been more than half a year since he last saw Li Zhongjie. Li Zhongjie had grown a lot taller in this half a year. His face was chiseled and he looked even more outstanding. Li Zhongjie, on the other hand, was dressed in a dark gray robe and had short hair. Li Zhongjie? Yi Tianshui could not believe his eyes as he asked suspiciously. Then, Yi Tianshui swallowed his saliva and forced himself to calm down. Something happened, don't worry. Take your time. Li Zongjiu gestured for Yi Tianshui to sit down first. When Yi Tianshui saw Li Zongjiu, he felt an inexplicable sense of security. He immediately told Li Zongjiu about the incident. Li Zongjiu thought that the sky had fallen and hit his grandpa. After listening to Yi Tianshui, he realized that something had happened to Leng Aofeng, whom he had met before. Not long ago, Yi Tianshui, Leng Aofeng, and a few other disciples of Chao Wu Pavilion were training in a forest of elemental beasts. However, they accidentally bumped into a disciple of Yin Yuan sect. After a conflict, the two sides started fighting. Obviously, except for Yi Tianshui, Leng Aofeng and the others were captured. Yi Tianshui immediately reported the incident to Chao Wu Pavilion. However, the instructors of Chao Wu Pavilion had to go through the normal procedure of negotiating with these people before bringing them back. Of course, Yi Tianshui could not wait that long. It was obvious that Leng Aofeng and the others were going to die. Seems like Chao Wu Pavilion is only SOSO. After listening for a long time, Li Zongjiu squeezed out this sentence. If we had followed Chao Wu Pavilion's procedure, they would have been dead. Therefore, Li Zongjiu, please help me. Yi Tianshui looked at Li Zongjiu and pleaded sincerely. Her eyes seemed to be glistening with tears. Looking at Yi Tianshui's pitiful demeanor, it was obvious that Yi Tianshui was at her wits' end. She had come to find Li Zongjiu, hoping that Li Zongjiu would lend her a hand and rescue them first. All right, Yin Yuan sect. This name sounds familiar. Li Zongjiu felt that he had heard of these people's names before, but he couldn't remember where he had heard them. Sigh, he was getting old, and his memory couldn't keep up. Chapter 834. Yi Tianshui had already spoken. Li Zongjiu was not a stingy person. Seeing that they were from the same city, it wasn't a big deal to lend a hand. Moreover, Li Zongjiu had already agreed to Yi Chao's request, so he could not go back on his word. He had to do it. Where can we find the people from the Yin Yuan sect? Li Zongjiu asked. Yi Tianshui was taken aback when he heard that. She did not know where to find the people from the Yin Yuan sect. Seeing that both of them were in a dilemma, Xiao Zhao quickly signaled to a servant girl. The servant girl left quickly and soon came back with a piece of information. During this period of time, Xiao Zhao had also decorated the Bailu manor a little. Apart from some bonsai, there weren't many women in the manor. How awkward that would look! Therefore, Xiao Zhao had directly recruited some servants. It did not cost much money every month. Li Zongjiu had also given Xiao Zhao a monthly budget. At the same time, Xiao Zhao had also received a decent salary. Li Zongjiu had set a salary of 100,000 purple yuan for Xiao Zhao every year. This price was more than enough to hire a Yuan ancestor-level expert to oversee the operation. Even some Yuan monarchs would be tempted. However, Li Zongjiu did not think that Xiao Zhao was not worth this price. Instead, he thought that Xiao Zhao's potential was far greater than this. After all, Xiao Zhao had to work for him and he needed to subsidize his family. The Yin Yuan sect is hidden in a mountain range in the Yuan Beast Forest. The exact location is unknown, but they have been in constant conflict with the Qi family, one of the 4 major families in Monarch City. If we want to find the location of the Yin Yuan sect, we will need the help of the Qi family. Currently, Thousand Machine Workshop was only at the stage of paving the way. Previously, Thousand Machine Workshop's plans were mainly within Dingquan province. Of course, they also needed to set up a foundation in the vicinity of the royal city. Furthermore, the Yin Yuan sect itself was mysterious. It was already good enough that they were able to obtain so much information. However, the sect master of the Yin Origin School has already been verified. He is a rank 3 Origin Emperor. Xiao Zhao said. 3rd grade Primitive Emperor. Primitive Emperor Realm. When Yi Tianshui heard these words, he understood why the Imperial Martial Pavilion would adopt such a method of negotiation. It was because this person was a level 3 Primitive Emperor. This was a dignified third-stage primitive emperor. How could it be so easy for you to take her away? Even if it was a fight, it wouldn't be a simple matter. Even if it was the Imperial Martial Pavilion, they would have to think carefully before fighting with a third-grade primitive emperor. Let's go to the Qi clan. Li Zongjiu seemed to have automatically ignored this sentence and summoned Yan Ke to go with him. Lu Pei stayed by Xiao Zhao's side. If anything happened, they could take care of each other. This was a small matter. Yan Ke's tall figure appeared behind Li Zongjiu, giving people a strong sense of security. However, Yi Tianshui was already regretting it. That was a level 3 primitive emperor after all. He had originally thought that the Yin Yuan sect wasn't a powerful sect. However, the Imperial Martial Pavilion's attitude towards it was negative. Therefore, there had been no progress until now. This made Yi Tianshui very angry. However, now that he knew that the sect master was such a powerful figure, Yi Tianshui naturally didn't dare to continue asking for too much. Furthermore, if this matter implicated Li Zongjiu, Yi Tianshui wouldn't be able to live with himself. Why don't we just forget it? I didn't expect the other party to be an primitive emperor expert. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have come. I didn't expect. Yi Tianshui was a little flustered because this matter seemed to be quite serious. I didn't even say forget it. What are you afraid of? Li Zongjiu glanced at the flustered Yi Tianshui. He might as well let this guy sober up on the spot while he took the lead and walked out. There were already guards at the door who had prepared the carriage. It was convenient to have someone in the mansion to arrange things. Li Zongjiu got into the carriage directly. In order to show Li Zongjiu's face, Xiao Zhao also chose a carriage with great care. She had considered the comfort and safety of the carriage. The surrounding carriage door frames were made of soft metal, which could withstand the attack of archers. After waiting for a while, Yi Tianshui arrived. When he got into the carriage and saw Li Zongjiu, Yi Tianshui was extremely touched by Li Zongjiu's loyal behavior. He didn't even think too much and agreed, just because of what Yi Tianshui said. This made Yi Tianshui a little flustered. Moreover, after knowing that the other party actually possessed such formidable strength, he did not even have the slightest bit of regret or retreat. It was as if he, Li Zongjiu, would rush forward without hesitation even if he knew that there was a ferocious tiger in front of him. Yi Tianshui didn't say anything else. The Qi family, one of the 4 major families. Yi Tianshui certainly knew. However, the other party was one of the 4 great families in the Holy Flame Royal City. How could such a huge force possibly meet with Li Zongjiu? Even though all Li Zongjiu needed to do was to provide the other party with an address, it wasn't a difficult task. Therefore, Yi Tianshui thought that the other party would at least provide some help. If the other party didn't want to meet him, that would be good too. He would persuade Li Zongjiu not to go first and dispel the idea. An primitive emperor expert. What kind of powerful existence was that? It was like an insurmountable mountain. It was almost impossible to break through such a majestic mountain range. Yi Tianshui was rather melancholy about this. At the same time, he was also not optimistic about Leng Aotian's situation. The more he thought about it, the more Yi Tianshui blamed himself. The carriage sped forward and soon landed in front of the Qi family's gate. The Qi family's guards saw a carriage flying over. Moreover, the carriage's appearance seemed to be quite high class. Therefore, the guards didn't dare to be too arrogant. Instead, they greeted the carriage politely. If it had been an ordinary carriage in front of the gate, it would have been carried away by the guards. May I know which lord is coming? I'll go and inform him. My young master, Li Zongjiu. With Yan Ke's huge physique, it was a little crowded in the carriage. When the guards saw him, he felt a trace of awe. This guy looked very arrogant and powerful. He didn't dare to offend him. A person who could raise such a guard was definitely not simple. Young Master Li. I understand. I'll go and inform him now. Li Zongjiu's name had spread throughout the Qi family at least once. Although the guards at the gate changed frequently, they would know once they heard Li Zhongjio's name. The Qi family had also instructed them to do so. The guard quickly ran away. Yi Tianshui, who was sitting in the carriage, was rather nervous when he heard the conversation. It would be very awkward if the guard came back and informed them that he didn't want to see them. The two of them got off the carriage and waited at the gate for a while. However, Li Zhongjio didn't wait for too long. "Elder Li, quick, please come in, come in." An eager voice came from the other side of the door. Yi Tianshui was very surprised when he heard it. Forget it, today is a big deal. Do you have a ticket? Do you have one?" Chapter 835. It was the 8th elder of the Qi clan, Qi Feiyu. Qi Feiyu and Li Zhongjio had a close relationship. If it wasn't for Li Zhongjio, Qi Feiyu would have died at the hands of Yin Yuan Sect's Yin Laos. It was also because of Li Zhongjio's words that the supreme grade primordial stone could be safely delivered to the Qi clan. Li Zhongjio's character at that time had already shocked many people in the Qi family to be able to remain unmoved in the face of such a great temptation. It could be said that they greatly admired Li Zhongjio, not to mention Elder Qi Feiyu, who had been saved by Li Zhongjio. "You know me." Li Zhongjio looked at Qi Feiyu, who was standing in front of him. Qi Feiyu's face was filled with warmth, which made Li Zhongjio feel a little awkward. Li Zhongjio couldn't remember what was going on with Qi Feiyu and why he was acting so familiar with him. "Elder Li, you're so forgetful. Last time, if Elder Li didn't descend from the sky and kill the people of Yin Yuan sect and save us, I'm afraid that I would have died long ago," Qi Feiyu said with a smile. Yi Tianshui was even more shocked. The clothes that Qi Feiyu was wearing were clothes that only the elders of the Qi family could wear. It was obvious that the person in front of him was an elder of the Qi family. According to this elder, Li Zhongjio had saved him and even dealt with the Yin Essence sect? Oh right. I remember now. The group of people back then seemed to be the Yin Yuan sect's people. Li Zhongjio said to Yi Tianshui. No wonder the 3 words Yin Yuan sect sounded so familiar to me. Yi Tianshui blinked his eyes. Was Li Zhongjio the same age as him? No, Yi Tianshui was a few years older than Li Zhongjio. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like it. Take a seat inside. Why are you standing outside? Go and park Elder Li's carriage. Yes, Elder. Then, Qi Feiyu led the 2 of them inside. The clan head has something to do in the mine recently, so I'm here to receive you. Elder Li, what's the matter? Qi Feiyu asked someone to brew a pot of good tea and personally filled Li Zhongjio's cup. This is my fellow villager, Yi Tianshui. Her friend was kidnapped by the people of the Yin Yuan sect. You guys have a lot of dealings with the Yin Yuan sect. I'm here to ask where the Yin Yuan sect is so that I can go and get her back. Li Zhongjio said directly. Yi Tianshui also looked expectantly at Elder Qi Feiyu. After all, the Qi family and the Yin Yuan sect were in constant conflict. Now that the Qi family seemed to have a good relationship with Li Zhongjio, it was possible that the Qi family would step in. In that case, Ling Ao Tian and the others might return faster. Therefore, Yi Tianshui was also looking forward to the Qi clan's people speaking. There's such a thing? Qi Feiyu was surprised to hear that there was such a coincidence. In recent days, the Yin Yuan sect had eaten some kind of bear's heart and leopard's gut. They actually dared to directly attack the Qi family's Yuan stone vein. This was an initiative to attack. Therefore, even Qi Shaohun had to personally go to the mine to oversee it. Moreover, most of the clan's strength had been transferred away in order to deter the Yin Yuan sect's people. When he heard that Li Zhongjio had a feud with the Yin Yuan sect, and it happened recently, he felt that he had hit the nail on the head. To tell you the truth, Elder Li, we've been fighting with the Yin Yuan sect for many years. However, most of the time, we'll stop while we're ahead. In addition, the Yin Yuan sect's whereabouts are very secretive. Our Qi clan only knows that the sect's headquarters must be in the Tianyuan forest, but we don't know the exact location. However, recently, the The Inyuan sect has been wantonly attacking one of the Qi clan's mineral veins in the Tianyuan forest. Now, I'm sure that most of the Inyuan sect's people are gathered near the Qi clan's mineral veins. Coincidentally, the clan head is also there. If Elder Li is interested, I can lead you to the mine and ask the clan head. Or, you can capture some of his people and ask them. Qi Feiyu said. My friend was captured because she met these people in the Tianyuan forest, Yi Tianshui hurriedly said. It turned out that all of this had something to do with the Tianyuan forest. Turned out that these people had been wandering around the Tianyuan forest recently. Then it's very likely that she met the Inyuan sect's people. Qi Feiyu nodded and said. The Inyuan sect's people were too arrogant. They even dared to kidnap the friend of Elder Li Zongjiu's friend. Then let's go to the Tianyuan forest. Li Zongjiu stood up and said. He did not drink much tea. After all, there was no need to delay this matter. Since he had already found a clue, he would follow the vine to get to the melon. All right, I'll prepare the airboat. The Tianyuan forest was about 500 miles away from the Holy Flame Royal City. If one were to travel by carriage, it would take at least 1 day and 1 night. Even if one were to travel by horse, it would still take more than half a day. However, the flying boat would only take less than 2 hours. Of course, the airboat's grade was naturally not as good as the Qilin battleship. There were not many forces that could build airboat. The Zheng clan of the Azure Wave Giant City was one of them. Although they were not very rich, the airboat they built was quite good. It was not until the moment Yi Tianshui stepped on the airboat that he truly understood. Li Zongjiu's identity was definitely not ordinary. He could get the Qi clan's elder to personally escort him to the Qi clan's primordial stone lode. The location of the Yuan stone mining lode had to be hidden as much as possible. For a clan, it was an extremely secretive facility. If others were to find out about it, it would definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Moreover, outsiders were generally not allowed to be brought to the mine. Who knew what kind of person you brought? You may know a person's face, but not his heart. Therefore, to put an end to such a situation, it was to refuse from the beginning. Since the other party could bring Li Zongjiu to the mine, it showed that Li Zongjiu's status was not simple. Even in the Qi clan, he had a say and was valued by the Qi clan. Boom! Qi Feiyu's boat was a kind of light and portable cloud boat. This kind of airboat was usually used for traveling. It was not a problem to take off from the Sacred Flame Royal City. However, it would be shot down if it tried to fly into the Sacred Flame Royal City. After all, if you took off from the Sacred Flame Royal City, you must have some basis in the Sacred Flame Royal City. It would not be too difficult to catch you or find some other clues. However, you flew in from the outside. Who knew what kind of situation you were in? The soaring cloud flying boat also rose into the sky and continued to break through the layers of clouds. Boom! Yi Tianshui had made some specialized airboats for transportation before. However, he had never taken such a private airboat. It was said that the airboat used Yuan stones as its kinetic energy. She did not have so many Yuan stones to waste on it. The incident happened 3 days ago. After escaping that day, Yi Tianshui rushed back to the Sacred Flame Royal City and reported the incident. After waiting for 2 days, the reply from the higher-ups was still in the process of being received. Therefore, Yi Tianshui and Bai Shi could not wait any longer and came to find Li Zongjiu to settle the matter. At the very least, they had to know whether Li Zongjiu was dead or alive. Chapter 836. 2 hours later. The cloud-soaring airship broke through the clouds. Qi Feiyu seemed to have felt a strong resistance in front of him, so he steered the airship and slowly descended. In the process of descending, the first thing he saw was that there were several watchtowers built on the cliff below. They were nearly 100 meters high. Rows of watchtowers had already occupied the advantage of the terrain, and any movement in the wind and grass could be seen clearly. These sentry towers were also equipped with powerful weapons that could be used to attack the air. In the middle of the sentry tower there was also a valley. From within the valley, one could see a few figures standing guard. When the cloud-soaring airship entered the camp, many archers were already ready, and even some Yuanli cannons were already aimed. Qi Feiyu also walked to the front of the airship. When the people below confirmed that it was Elder Qi Feiyu, they directly waved the flag, indicating that the cloud-soaring airship should land. Boom! The airship landed, and Qi Feiyu led Li Zongjiu and the others down the airship. "Eighth Elder, aren't you staying in the mansion?" As soon as Qi Feiyu landed, he saw a group of Qi family guards walking over. Everyone here was dressed in martial attire, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Moreover, they looked at the group of people behind them and saw that there were some injuries on their bodies. Obviously, there had been a lot of things happening in the mine recently. "Let me introduce you. This is Li Zongjiu, and this is our Qi family's guard leader, Qi Zhen." Qi Zhen saw that there were 3 people behind Qi Feiyu, and 2 of them looked young. He didn't understand what was going on, but it was also an extraordinary period recently, so it was not appropriate to casually bring people here. However, when Qi Zhen heard that the person who came was actually Li Zongjiu, he was shocked. His heart was also slightly startled. Li Zongjiu's name was like thunder to his ears. So it's Elder Li. Li Zongjiu was the Qi family's benefactor, and some time ago, he directly broke through to the 6th grade alchemist and became an honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. This matter had caused a lot of shock among the higher-ups in King City, which meant that they had to pay more attention in the future. Since Li Zongjiu came, and Qi Feiyu personally led the way, there was naturally no problem. If even the words of their own family's elder didn't have any effect, then how chaotic would the camp be? He still had confidence in his family's elder. Li Zongjiu also nodded to Qi Zhen, which could be considered as a greeting. "Take me to see the family's master, Qi Feiyu." Qi Zhen nodded, and then ordered the guards to continue to be strictly on guard, while Qi Zhen led Li Zongjiu and the others into the camp. This was only the outermost layer of protection and concealment measures. If one walked further in, they would arrive at a valley. On the walls of this valley, there were Qi clan elites on guard. If one were to recklessly barge in, one would likely end up in an extremely miserable state. Qi Zhen led Li Zongjiu and the others all the way to a cave, which was temporarily set up as a command center, and all kinds of information were quickly transmitted to this place. Qi Shaohun was also in this tent, and happened to be having a meeting with several family elders. "These bastards are too arrogant. They dare to directly attack. Are they really not afraid of starting a war with our Qi family?" The elders of the Qi clan were obviously very angry. These days, they had been continuously attacked by the people from the Yin Yuan sect. Even the primordial stones that had been mined could not be transported out. Once there was any movement, the primordial stones would definitely be destroyed. These people from the Yin Yuan sect came out like rats that had smelled blood. It was impossible to guard against them. The transport team that was sent out last night has also been attacked by them. Old Fifth suffered serious injuries, but at least he was able to deliver the primordial stones. The continuous accumulation of primordial stones would also pose a great threat to the camp. Therefore, they had to continuously transport the primordial stones. Moreover, they had been hoarding them for a long time before yesterday. If they still did not send them out, the situation would become even more serious. Most importantly, how could the Qi family, one of the 4 great families, be tied down by a small Yin Yuan sect? Could it be that the Yin Yuan sect's petty actions directly affected the Qi family's normal operations? If this matter was spread out, it would be a great loss of face for the Qi family. Therefore, the Qi family naturally would not allow such a thing to happen. However, the price of forcibly killing their way out was also very obvious. These people from the Yin Yuan sect seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, which made them feel deeply troubled. "Family head, The 8th elder has brought Li Zongjio to seek an audience. Just as Qi Shaohun and the others were discussing heatedly, the guard at the door came to report. Li Zongjio? Did I hear wrongly? Quickly invite him in. When Qi Shaohun heard this name, he was stunned for a moment, wondering if his ears were playing tricks on him. Even Qi Shaohun personally got up to welcome him. The rest of the elders were also whispering to each other. What was going on? Even Li Zongjio had come. Wasn't this the genius alchemist in the city? Why did he suddenly come here? Many of the elders present naturally felt a trace of abnormality. TSK, Brother Zongjio, you haven't come to see me for a long time. When Qi Shaohun saw Li Zongjio, he was extremely enthusiastic. When Yi Tianshui, who was beside Li Zongjio, heard how Qi Shaohun addressed Li Zongjio, he opened his eyes wide and looked at Li Zongjio in disbelief. When did Li Zongjio become so capable? He actually addressed the family head of the Qi family as his brother. It's been a while, Li Zongjio said with a smile. Let's not talk about it anymore. Tonight, don't mind. Let's have a few drinks in this mine. Qi Shaohun said. Although there were still a lot of things to do in this mine, and it could even be said to be a mess, he dared not delay in entertaining Li Zongjio. When Qi Shaohun saw Li Zongjio for the first time, he only admired Li Zongjio in his heart and wanted to support Li Zongjio. But who would have thought that Li Zongjio could rely on his own strength to be on equal footing with Qi Shaohun? His strength was not simple to be able to achieve such a breakthrough today. Let's drink next time. I'm here to ask you something, Li Zongjio said. Oh? What's the matter? Qi Shaohun looked at Li Zongjio and asked. At the same time, he led Li Zongjio into the mine. It would be inappropriate to stand at the entrance of the mine. I have a friend who was kidnapped by the Yinyuan sect. I'm here to ask if you know where the Yinyuan sect is so that I can get her back, Li Zongjio said. Hearing Li Zongjio's words, Qi Shaohun's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Li Zongjio to be here for the Yinyuan sect. This matter needs to be discussed at length. Chapter 837. Then, Qi Shaohun let out a long sigh. Then, he told her about the recent happenings in the mine one by one. Apparently, the Qi family had been fighting with the Yinyuan sect recently. However, there was no need for them to attack the headquarters of the Yinyuan sect directly. Although we don't know where these people are at the moment, the Yinyuan sect will definitely send people to deal with us once we make a move. The bigger the commotion we cause, the more experts the other party will send out. Qi Shaohun's eyes flashed. He had come up with an idea in a split second. It all depended on whether Li Zongjio was willing to agree or not. Alright, you guys just need to make a big commotion so that I can find these people from the Yinyuan sect, Li Zongjio said. As long as they could force the other party to show up, Li Zongjio could only give them a taste of their own medicine since they had kidnapped them. Hearing Li Zongjio's approval, Qi Shaohun's eyes flickered. Qi Shaohun rolled his eyes. Since you're confident, we'll beat them at their own game. Tianyuan Forest. The dense areas of the forest were so dense that even the light could not shine in. Some of the death zones were even more dangerous, and one could lose one's life if one was not careful. Moreover, one could often see traces of meta beasts in this area. If one did not have any skills, they would not be able to. If one wasn't skilled enough, one would definitely not dare to come to such a place. Sometimes, there would even be meta-king level meta beasts roaming around. This made the forest even more terrifying. Therefore, Tianyuan Forest was one of the most dangerous meta-beast forests in the vicinity. At that time, Yi Tianshui and the others had the courage to come to such a place. However, they did not expect to encounter the people of Yinyuan sect. Things got out of hand. This was not the situation they wanted to see. Yi Tianshui and the others were very brave to come to such a place. At this moment, Tianyuan Forest seemed to have fallen into silence. Night fell. The road was filled with a cold and desolate breeze. In the forest, A faint flame connected to a long line. The long line of carriages gathered together and moved forward carefully on the road. This time, he seemed to be doing it on purpose. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to want to fight to the death. They had actually mobilized most of the forces in the camp to escort the convoy back to the city. Qi Shaohun's move could be said to be a risky move. If the enemy chose to launch a sneak attack on the camp at this time, the camp would definitely suffer heavy losses. Almost 80% of the force came to transport the primordial stones that had been mined. Twig, twig, twig. The thick and heavy wheel seemed to be enduring an extremely great force as it rolled across the ground. These ores were quite heavy. Even if the people of the Yinyuan sect came to snatch it, they could only snatch a portion of it. They couldn't snatch too much. Will they appear? In one of the carriages, Yi Tianshui and Li Zongjiu sat together. Yan Ke was also driving the carriage outside. They moved forward slowly. Yi Tianshui could not help but ask as the surrounding atmosphere was too oppressive. What if there were too many experts on the other side and they couldn't hold them off? Then wouldn't they be in trouble? If they weren't careful, they would all be wiped out. This move was indeed too dangerous and the risk factor was too high. Therefore, when they decided to implement this plan, the elders of the Qi family all expressed their disapproval. After all, there was really no need to use such a method. However, Qi Shaohun was relying on his own strength to overcome all difficulties and make a prompt decision. He used such a method to meet force with force. It's not a problem whether they will come or not. It depends on how many of them come. Li Zongjiu's mental strength had been covering a radius of 500 meters. However, there were no movements until now. It was possible that they had already appeared. However, they still hadn't decided to take action. This also meant that these people were quite patient. They might even be investigating the situation. How many of them come? This was the first time Yi Tianshui had encountered such a situation. The other side was a vicious sect from the underworld. Previously, Yi Tianshui had only killed a few meta-beasts. The opponents he faced were only the disciples of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. They exchanged pointers with each other. Even so, he had very little experience in life and death situations. The most serious incident was probably the last time when he fought with Li Zongjiu. That time, he could be considered to have fought with the evil forces of Jianghu. However, this time, the people on the other side would not be patient at all. If they attacked, they would either die or be injured. How terrifying! This naturally gave Yi Tianshui a lot of pressure. They're coming. Just as Yi Tianshui was still in a daze, Li Zongjiu took the lead and rushed out of the carriage. What's coming? When Yi Tianshui opened his mouth to ask, the sound of darts being released from all directions could be heard. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless darts and sharp arrows flew over from afar and rained down like iron rain. Haha, Yin-gu from Yinyuan sect is here. A sinister and wild laughter came from the horizon. Yin-gu. He was a top expert who ranked second among the 10 great protectors of Yinyuan sect. The Yinlaos that Li Zongjiu had crippled previously was ranked third among the 10 great protectors. However, he was still crippled by Li Zongjiu. This time, Yin-gu came. His strength was already at the half-step Origin Emperor realm. When he moved, there was a thunderous sound. As he appeared, the people of the Qi family below could clearly feel it. The power in their bodies seemed to be drawn, and they were about to explode. They forcefully operated their origin energy and temporarily suppressed the power in their bodies. They controlled their bodies that were about to explode. After stabilizing themselves, it's Yin-gu who led the team. Qi Shaohun and the others were actually disguised as ordinary guards by me. That was why I was able to block all the darts and poisoned arrows that were thrown at me. Guards of the Qi family, listen to my order. Kill anyone you see. The members of the Qi family were already extremely sullen. The dignified Qi family had actually been suppressed by these rascals for such a long time. Naturally, they could not continue to endure. Once they had the opportunity, they would definitely kill these people to their heart's content and let them know the power of their Qi family's blade. And the disciples of the Yin Yuan sect also rushed out from the surroundings. Qi Shaohun was about to leave and deal with Yin Gu. However, they soon saw a figure rushing towards the Yin bone. His hands formed seals rapidly. Mountain-flipping golden seal. Buzz. An earth-shattering power surged out, followed by golden light. In the pitch-black night sky, it became a dazzling light. A move landed. As violent as thunder. Bang! The mighty Yin Gu was directly hit by Li Zongjiu's palm, causing him to spit out blood and several of his bones to shatter. It directly fell from the sky and smashed into the ground with a bang. Chapter 838. When Li Zongjiu sent Yin Gu crashing to the ground with a single strike, everyone was stunned. No one was able to react in time. Even the disciples of the Yin Yuan sect couldn't believe their eyes. Apart from Yin Gu, there were a few other protector-level experts who had accompanied him. However, when they saw Yin Gu crashing to the ground, all of them were stunned. All of the guardians exchanged glances with one another, not understanding what was going on. Oh my God, he defeated Yin Gu with a single strike? When Qi Shaohun and the others saw this scene, their eyes widened in shock. Yin Gu was the second protector-level expert in the Yin Yuan sect. With his strength, he was already at the half-step Yuan Emperor realm. Even if Qi Shaohun fought him, it would take at least 3,000 moves to determine the victor. However, he couldn't even last a single strike from Li Zongjiu. It was shocking. Those who had previously said that Li Zongjiu would cause great trouble for the Qi family shut their mouths at this moment. This was because they thought that Li Zongjiu's appearance was to make the Qi family take such a huge risk. If Li Zongjiu had received benefits from the Yin Yuan sect, wouldn't the situation be terrible? However, after seeing Li Zongjiu's ferocious attack, their previous doubts were dispelled. Cripple that brat! There were a total of 4 protector-level experts. When the 4 of them saw Li Zongjiu's situation, they immediately surrounded Li Zongjiu. They wanted to join forces and take down Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu saw the 4 of them surrounding him. The desolate heaven essence in his hand slashed towards the 4 of them. Bang! 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 3 of them were struck by Li Zongjiu's attack. Their bodies flew out and smashed into the forest. As for the last person, he had retreated a little further. When he saw this scene, he actually turned around and fled. Seeing this, Qi Shaohun immediately ordered his men to capture those who had fallen to the ground. This was also what Li Zongjiu had told him before. In order to force them to hand over their people, or to directly find the location of the Yin Yuan sect, they had to use this method to capture all of them. The other members of the Qi family and the Yin Essence sect were also fighting. However, Li Zongjiu had taken care of the 5 strongest protectors. The Yin bone on the ground didn't know what happened, it only felt that its body was about to be crippled. Li Zongjiu's figure landed beside the Yin bone and squatted down to look at it. Where is your sect? Li Zongjiu woke up the Yin bone and made it realize its current situation. When Yin Gu saw Li Zongjiu, he was naturally displeased. A mere child wanted to interrogate him? Only death awaits those who make an enemy of the Yin Yuan sect. Yin Gu roared at Li Zongjiu. It just so happened that the other 3 protectors were captured by the Qi family. Li Zongjiu shook his head. Then, he directly twisted the head of the 3 captive protectors off the Yin bone's body. Gotcha! Li Zongjiu held the bloody head in his hand. With a light flick of his hand, the head was flung away. It rolled a few times and landed at the feet of one of the protectors. That protector was also ranked outside the top 10. The reason why he was able to reach his current position was because of Yin Gu's support. However, in the blink of an eye, he saw Yin Gu's head rolling on the ground. This caused the protector to feel an earth-shattering shock in his heart, which was equivalent to a perilous situation. The firm belief that he had built up in his life had also collapsed at this moment. The battle ended very quickly. When the 4 protectors were captured, especially when they saw the second protector Yin Gu's head being cut off, the other Yin Yuan sect members no longer had the will to continue fighting. They all turned around and fled into the distance. In the process of fleeing, they were also killed by the Qi family's experts. Haha, refreshing. The blade in Qi Zhen's hand vibrated and directly cut down a disciple of the Yin Yuan sect. These scoundrels actually dared to make an enemy out of experts like them. This was simply a huge joke. The Qi family's reputation did not fall from Tiantian's hands. It was earned by slashing these enemies with a blade and a sword. Yan Ke also tore apart several disciples of the Yin Yuan sect because he realized that he could not keep up with Li Zongjiu's footwork. This was somewhat awkward, so he also tore apart the enemies in front of him. Yi Tianshui also wanted to help a little. However, before he could do anything, these people had already started to retreat frantically. The Yin Yuan sect had dispatched over 100 disciples, but in the blink of an eye, nearly 40 of them were left behind. The rest had all fled in panic. The Yin Yuan sect would never have imagined that they would suffer such a heavy loss before the battle began. 5 protectors came, but only 1 managed to escape in the end. Tell me, where is your sect hiding? Li Zongjiu came in front of the protector and said indifferently. He was still stepping on Yin Gu's head. You're courting death. The protector was also frightened by Li Zongjiu's behavior. However, on the surface, he was still quite calm and did not directly confess everything. One had to know that in such a terrible situation, he had to restrain himself. As a member of the Yin Yuan sect, he had to be careful. The Yin Essence sect's trump card was to ensure the concealment of their sect. No matter what, they could not reveal the location of their sect. Otherwise, wouldn't they appear to be in an even more passive position? It was very normal for the Yin Yuan sect to have such a setup. After all, the Yin Yuan sect was involved in this kind of shady business. Who would dare reveal their location? Not going to tell me? Li Zongjiu struck again and directly plucked off the head of the protector in the middle with a cracking sound. Blood splattered everywhere. There was no room for negotiation at all. Since he had asked, he had to give an answer. If he couldn't give an answer, then sorry, his head would be removed. It was just that straightforward. Li Zongjiu didn't believe that he could kill 2 people in a row. Could these people be so unyielding? Don't kill me. I'll tell you, one of them saw Li Zongjiu's calm expression and knew that a person with such an expression was capable of doing anything. Good boy. Li Zongjiu patted the shoulder of the young protector. Yan Ke, who was at the side, handed over the map. Just as the protector's trembling finger was about to point at it, another protector spat out a poisonous arrow from his mouth and directly penetrated the protector's head. This is the consequence of betraying the sect. Obviously, this protector was extremely supportive of the Yin Yuan sect. Damn, you really have a temper. Li Zongjiu looked at the last person. It had been a long time since anyone had seen such an arrogant person. Chapter 839. Li Zongjiu's 2 fingers directly pierced into the guardian's eyes. Immediately, one could feel the eyeball shattering. Pieces of flesh were embedded in the eye socket and a trace of blood flowed out from the eye. Anyone would feel their scalp tingling at the sight of such a ruthless scene. And this was only the action of such a young man. Qi Shaohun and the others saw Li Zongjiu doing all this without any change in expression. They could not help but think more highly of Li Zongjiu. At first, they thought that Li Zongjiu might have been lucky and had enough talent to grow so fast. However, after witnessing Li Zongjiu's decisiveness, there was no doubt that he would be an indomitable overlord in the future. Yi Tianshui shivered when he saw Li Zongjiu's ferocious aura. Was this still the Li Zongjiu she knew? However, Yi Tianshui was clear in her heart. She did not seem to know much about Li Zongjiu. She did not even know what level of strength Li Zongjiu had, and what kind of character he had. The only thing she knew was that Li Zongjiu was from Luoxia City like her. That was all. To be honest, this was the first time Yi Tianxue had seen so many corpses. She had lived in a relatively peaceful and well-defended environment before. Now, looking at the corpses on the ground and the scattered blood and black organs, Yi Tianxue deeply understood that these things were not a joke. These battles of life and death were happening right beside her. Every living person would fall under these swords and sabers. Ah! The guardian who was pierced by Li Zongjiu's 2 fingers screamed in pain. He was prepared to commit suicide by biting his tongue. Otherwise, he did not know what method Li Zongjiu would use to force him to do so. If that was the case, he might as well die a quick death. However, the pain caused by Li Zongjiu's piercing made the guardian forget to commit suicide. "Why don't we bring him back and torture him?" Qi Feiyu stepped forward and said. Since these people were so resolute, ordinary tricks would not be able to make them speak. The people of the Yin Yuan sect were probably on their guard now that so many people had died in this battle. They would not dare to act rashly in the short term. No one would be able to bear the loss of 4 Yuan monarch-level powerhouses while remaining unscathed. Even if it was the Yin Yuan sect, they would most likely feel extremely pained and would not dare to provoke the Qi clan for the time being. Therefore, he had to make good use of this guy. As for those Yin Yuan sect disciples who had fled earlier, the Qi clan had also sent quite a number of experts to chase after them. However, these people were extremely proficient in concealing their track. Their speed of escape was also extremely fast. Therefore, all attempts to track him down were futile. No need. Li Zongjiu placed his hand on the top of the guy's head. At first, these people did not understand what Li Zongjiu was trying to do. Then, the body of the Yin origin sect protector started to tremble uncontrollably. It seemed as though he was in great pain. At the same time, a wave of energy started to spread in all directions. Although it could not be seen with the naked eye, the experts in front of them could clearly sense it. This was the flow of mental energy. Li Zongjiu had directly absorbed the mental energy of the Yin Yuan sect protector. This, Qi Shaohun and the others were extremely shocked by Li Zongjiu's method. He had directly taken away the protector's mental energy. Although they weren't overly righteous people, this kind of behavior deeply provoked them. No one had expected Li Zongjiu to have such a method. With strength, one could really do whatever one wanted. The Yin Yuan sect was the Qi clan's enemy. Therefore, no one felt any sympathy for the Yin Yuan sect protector when Li Zongjiu used such a method on him. Li Zongjiu directly took away the protector's mental energy and quickly entered the protector's mental memory. He found the location of the Yin Yuan sect. When Li Zongjiu released his hand, the Yin Yuan sect protector's body fell to the ground. Before his death, Li Zongjiu had also instilled all the terrifying experiences into the protector's memory. Therefore, the protector was scared to death. Found it. Li Zongjiu wiped the blood off his body. Then, he asked Yan Ke to bring Yi Tianxue over. If Yi Tianxue did not go, Li Zongjiu would not be able to recognize her friend even if they broke into the headquarters of the Yin Yuan sect. Found it? Qi Shaohun did not expect to find the Yin Yuan sect's territory so easily. Then, Qi Shaohun gave a few instructions and walked in front of Li Zongjiu. Brother Zongjiu, since we are here, I naturally can't sit idly by when you are in trouble. I will go with you, Qi Shaohun said. It just so happens that these Yin Yuan sect people are haunting us. Today we will go and get rid of these ghosts. Li Zongjiu did not stop Qi Shaohun. After all, it was not bad to have these guys to recognize the terrain. Qi Shaohun only brought Qi Zhen and an elder of the Qi family called Qi Yin. Both of them were Yuan King experts who had experienced hundreds of battles. In such a situation, they did not need too many people. If too many people went, they would only end up dying in vain. Immediately, the 6 of them set off. Under Qi Feiyu's arrangement, the Qi family's fleet continued to move towards the Sacred Flame Royal City. After leaving behind corpses all over the place, the group of people left without a trace. In the depths of the Tianyuan forest, the surroundings were filled with dense black energy. It was already late at night, and in addition to rushing into a strange area filled with black energy, it immediately made people vigilant. There are formations set up by the Inyuan sect. Be careful. Li Zongjiu reminded them. Qi Shaohun and the rest had already sensed the unusual movements in the surroundings. As the few of them went deeper, it could be said that there were no signs of life in the surroundings. When Li Zongjiu stepped into this area, it was obvious that he had no intention of keeping a low profile. A swamp appeared in front of them. With a flick of his finger, Li Zongjiu flicked a flame into the swamp. The power of the flame instantly dried up the swamp. These people from the Inyuan school had added some highly toxic substances into the swamp. Therefore, the black qi from the swamp would fill this area. We are already in your territory. Why are you still so sneaky? Speaking of which, you are really a bunch of trash. Li Zongjiu shouted at the surroundings. Chapter 840. Just as Li Zongjiu's voice faded, a ray of light appeared in front of him. A stone pillar appeared in the light. Behind the stone pillar was a stone door. At this moment, a large number of black-clothed men walked out from behind the stone door, confronting Li Zongjiu and the others. "Ha, you have guts, you have guts. Qi Shaohun, you have found a good helper." A figure walked out from the crowd. The figure was close to 2 meters tall, and his body was thin and weak, as if he was pieced together by 2 bamboo poles. After that person walked out, a pair of sinister eyes swept back and forth across Li Zongjiu's body. The location of his Inyuan sect could be said to be extremely hidden. Without a sect disciple leading the way, it would be impossible to find it. In addition, the sect was also covered by a formation. Even if an ordinary person stood in front of it, it would be difficult to find the entrance. If one did not know the method, it would be impossible to open the passage. This person is the great protector of the Inyuan sect, Yin Shi. Qi Shaohun said in a deep voice. The second protector was already dead, so the person who came forward was at least at the level of the great protector. Therefore, when they saw Yin Shi, they were not surprised at all. It was better for Yin Shi to come forward than for the old monster of the Inyuan sect to come forward. At this moment, Yin Shi had just received the news from his subordinate. This time, their people had fallen into an ambush. Moreover, this Qi Shaohun had invited a peerless expert from who knows where. In just 3 moves, the second guardian was crippled. Then, in just a few seconds, the 3 great guardians were all defeated. Some of the disciples who were slower to escape even saw the second guardian's head being twisted off his body. It was really too shocking. When Yin Shi heard the news, he already realized that the situation was not good. It seemed that the Qi family was really desperate. He did not know where they had invited such a powerful person from. Before he had time to investigate this person's background, he found that someone had already arrived at his door. When they looked again, they saw that it was Qi Shaohun and the others. From the looks of it, these people were planning to follow up their victory with a hot pursuit. They were planning to engage in a battle of complete annihilation. They had even killed their way to the Yin Essence sect's territory. This made Yin Shi very angry and unhappy. But more than that, he was still vigilant. He had to be vigilant. What kind of ability did this young man in front of him have? "It's you." One of the people beside Yin Shi suddenly saw Li Zongjiu. He immediately pointed at Li Zongjiu and stared at him with eyes as wide as copper bells. He could not wait to rush forward and strangle Li Zongjiu to death. The one who spoke was the pubic louse, who was almost crippled by Li Zongjiu. He had never expected to meet Li Zongjiu here. He was simply walking right into a trap. "Great Guardian, this man is Li Zongjiu. He was the one who ruined our plans last time." The pubic louse hated Li Zongjiu to the core. If it were not for Li Zongjiu, the pubic louse would not have ended up like this. He would still be an awe-inspiring existence. The pubic louse had spent a lot of resources to heal his injuries. However, He had only recovered less than 50% of his strength. He reckoned that he would soon lose his position as the Great Guardian. It was obvious that the pubic louse was absolutely irreconcilable with Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu? Insure once again looked at Li Zhongjiu, who was in front of him. Previously, when such a person had appeared, he had specially investigated Li Zhongjiu. He discovered that this person had only met by accident and was not deliberately targeting their Yin Yuan sect. After all, Li Zhongjiu's strength was not simple. When there was no certainty of victory, it was not appropriate to send people to deal with him. Therefore, they temporarily put the matter of Li Zhongjiu aside. Who would have thought? They did not look for Li Zhongjiu, but Li Zhongjiu came to them instead. Great Guardian Insure, I trust you have been well since we last met. It turns out that your group of people is hiding in such a place. It is quite suitable for you. Qi Shaohun also spoke. He mocked Protector Insure with a single sentence. He mocked these people for being worthy of staying in such a place. Li Zhongjiu, the Yin Essence sect has no enmity with you. Last time, you killed 2 of our great guardians, but we did not pursue the matter. What do you mean by this? Do you want to become enemies with the Yin Essence sect? Insure said coldly. They did not know the depth of Li Zhongjiu's strength. Moreover, if they could incite him to rebel in the face of a great enemy, it would naturally be a wonderful thing. If you want to become enemies with me, you are not worthy. A few days ago, your people captured my friend. Release her, and this matter will be over. In the future, we will mind our own business. Li Zhongjiu took a few steps forward and said. The surrounding experts of the Yin Essence sect became even more nervous. They seemed to be very worried that Li Zhongjiu would start to attack. However, Li Zhongjiu stopped after taking 2 steps, which made them heave a sigh of relief. Yi Tianxue also hurried forward. Hurry up and release my friend. Yi Tianxue said loudly. He finally saw these despicable people. However, Insure was very confused about Li Zhongjiu's request. This was because if it was such a small matter, it would be very difficult for Insure to handle it. Immediately, one of his subordinates came in front of Insure. He said a few words in a low voice. At this time, Insure finally understood the situation. So you are here for this matter. A few days ago, my sect's disciples discovered that there were people loitering outside my sect's territory. They went forward to interrogate them, who knew that a conflict would occur and they would be captured. Then, Insure made a gesture. Soon, a few disciples of the Yin Essence sect brought the few people out. When they found out that Leng Ao Tian and the others were disciples of the Imperial Martial Pavilion, they did not do anything too excessive to them. After all, the people of the Imperial Martial Pavilion were not to be trifled with. However, since they were captured, and they did not know the purpose of these people, in addition to the recent tense period of the war with the Qi family, they would not let them go so easily. Therefore, it was impossible for them to release him so easily. Instead, they continued to imprison him in the Yin Yuan sect's dungeon. Now that Li Zhongjiu and the others had come to ask for them, it was fortunate that these people were still alive. Are you all okay? Yi Tianxue saw the 3 people in front of him. One of them was Ling Ao Feng. As for the other 2, Li Zhongjiu had not seen them before. They were also a man and a woman. However, when they saw Yi Tianxue and the others, they were very agitated. We are fine, bastard. Hurry up and release us, the girl who was chained up said angrily. Her red phoenix eyes were filled with killing intent. How dare they capture her? When she returned, she would definitely ask her grandfather to flatten this godforsaken place. The girl's name was Lan Xian. She was also the eldest daughter of the Lan family in the city. She was also a member of the Imperial Martial Pavilion's elite alliance. They allowed Lan Xian to shout and scream. However, the people of the Yin Essence sect did not release them. Ling Ao Feng saw Yi Tianxue and Li Zhongjiu at the same time. Previously, he had been calmly analyzing the situation in the dungeon. Given the influence of the Imperial Martial Pavilion, it would not be a problem for them to influence some of the forces in the city. However, their influence would be very limited if they were to influence these forces in the wilderness. It would be impossible for them to leave in a short time. However, they had not expected that Yi Tianxue would actually invite Li Zongjiu over. Li Zongjiu had directly invited the head of the Qi family. Li Zongjiu could not help but smile when he saw the people in front of him not moving for a long time. Let them go and this matter is over. If you continue to cause trouble, I will destroy the Yin demon sect today. Li Zongjiu's tone was extremely cold. Of course, he was very clear about the tricks these people wanted to play. They thought that they could act arrogantly with a few hostages in their hands. But in Li Zongjiu's case, this trick didn't work. What he despised the most were threats to him. If anyone tried to threaten Li Zongjiu, they would usually end up in a very miserable state. Qi Shaohun came over to Li Zongjiu and whispered in his ear. Cough cough. They are called the Yin Essence sect. Chapter 841. Yin Shi was not angry at all when he heard this. Since the other party had the guts to come, it meant that they were prepared. It did not matter if they spoke arrogantly. The person is here. Our Yin Yuan sect is not unreasonable. If we release the person just because of a few words from you, Li Zongjiu, how are we going to show our faces in the future if this matter spreads out? Yin Shi said nonchalantly. At the same time, this hand pressed on the shoulder of another man. This man was called Jin Shikai. When Yin Shi's hand fell, Jin Shikai could clearly feel the Yuan power in his body being activated involuntarily. The power in his body was instantly controlled by Yin Shi. With just a little bit of force, Jin Shikai's body would explode and he would die. The strength of these people was not even at the Yuan King realm. They were only at grade 6 or grade 7 Yuan ancestor realm. Among the many experts present, there were at least 10 Yuan monarch-level powerhouses. For example, Yin Shi's strength was even more powerful. He had even reached the level of a half-step Yuan emperor. Although they were both half-step Yuan emperors, Yin Shi's strength was above Yin Gu's. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit on the throne of the Great Protector. Naturally, there was no way to deal with Yin Shi's control. His life was already in the hands of others. With just a little bit of force, Jin Shikai would die. However, Jin Shikai raised his head and puffed out his chest. There was no fear in his eyes. It's not impossible to take these 3 people away. Let's use the 3 of them in exchange. Yin Shi stretched out his hand. He pointed at Qi Shaohun and the other 2. They were merely 3 disciples of the Imperial Martial Pavilion, yet they wanted to use the head of the Qi family and the elders of the Qi family to exchange for them. This was simply wishful thinking. However, it was naturally impossible to actually carry out an exchange. Yin Shi had only said this so that he could see the difference between the 2 groups of people. It would be best if there was internal strife and mutual suspicion. This was the result he wanted. Although they knew that this was a trap set by the enemy, Qi Zhen and Qi Zhen were very cautious. However, both Qi Zhen and Qi Yan were on high alert. Not only did they have to be wary of the Yin Yuan sect, but they also had to be wary of Li Zongjiu. They had seen Li Zongjiu's terrifying strength before. If they fought, at least 2 of the 3 would be left here. The one who survived would have to turn around and run. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would fall into Li Zongjiu's hands. Qi Shaohun waved his hand. He indicated that the 2 of them did not need to be nervous. Based on Qi Shaohun's understanding of Li Zongjiu, it was almost impossible for him to do such a thing. If Li Zongjiu really attacked them, then he wouldn't be Li Zongjiu. Because of Yi Tianxue's words, Li Zongjiu did not hesitate to rush over from thousands of miles away and plunge into the Tianyuan forest. After being busy for half a day, how could he possibly attack his own people? Yin Shi, you don't have to bother with this kind of trick to trick children. My brother is just here to ask for the people. If you want to stir up trouble, my Qi family will accompany you. Let the people go first, Qi Shaohun said. Ensure still did not seem to understand the situation in front of him. He thought that he could pose a threat to Li Zongjiu just because he had a few children in his hands. Little did he know that this was a very wrong and foolish idea. If they really angered Li Zongjiu in a while, then these people really wouldn't have a good ending. Qi Shaohun remembered it clearly. Just what kind of fate did the Qingyuan villa that caught fire end up in? Therefore, Qi Shaohun's words were also for the sake of the people of the Yinyuan sect. He Li Zongjiu, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. You have to think carefully. If you don't want to exchange, then I can only kill one of you first. After saying that, Inshi's strength suddenly increased. Jin Shirkai's face suddenly revealed a painful expression, but he did not make a sound and straightened his back even more. Yi Tianxue saw that the situation of his companions was not optimistic. He was also very anxious. If they were really killed, then they would really die. You're courting death. Li Zongjiu's eyes suddenly surged with a terrifying force that directly crushed Inshi. Inshi could feel the terrifying force that erupted from Li Zongjiu's eyes. It could easily crush his mental strength. He had to give up the people in his hands first. Otherwise, he would definitely be hit by Li Zongjiu. How was this possible? He was able to release an attack from so far away. When Li Zongjiu's attack came, Inshi immediately threw Jin Shirkai out of his hand and used it to block in front of him. At the same time, he slapped Jin Shirkai's back. It seemed to have triggered the Yuan power in Jin Shirkai's body. Instantly, Jin Shirkai's face turned ashen. The Yuan power in his body was actually operating on its own, wanting to directly burst his body. If it directly burst, then, not only would he die, but the people in front of him would also be affected by the power of his self-explosion. However, Jin Shirkai could not control his own strength. Just as his body was about to explode, he suddenly felt a gentle force enter his body. Whoosh! Jin Shirkai's body directly rolled on the ground. Originally, he was still rolling, but he was stepped on by Yen Quebec. Only then did he stop rolling. As for Inshi, under the impact of Li Zongjiu's mental strength, he was instantly forced back a few steps. What? Inshi looked at Li Zongjiu in disbelief. He did not expect Li Zongjiu's strength to be so strong. Then, there seemed to be a force in the void that directly grabbed Ling Aofeng and Lan Xian and flew them back. Stop them! Inshi roared. Immediately, more than 10 people flew out from the side, wanting to capture Ling Aofeng and Lan Xian. Stop them! Qi Shaohun also roared. Qi Zhen and Qi Yan, who were behind him, also flew out. The power in their hands surged forward. Boom! However, before the two of them could come into contact with the Yinyuan sect experts, they already found that the Yinyuan sect people's bodies were immediately covered by the terrifying flames. Bang! Bang! More than 10 people instantly exploded into countless ashes in midair. Plop! Ling Aofeng and Lan Xian also directly fell to the ground. Lan Xian also fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Yi Tianxue hurriedly went forward and helped the two of them up. Are you all okay? In this way, he rescued the 3 of them and killed the Yinyuan sect people at the same time. SSS, it hurts so much, Lan Xian said as she clutched her shoulder and looked at Li Zongjiu with resentment. Why don't you know how to be gentle with a woman? Li Zongjiu only glanced at Lan Xian with disdain. His disdainful gaze seemed to be saying that she did not have the qualifications to be gentle with a woman. In Lan Xian's eyes, that disdainful gaze was a complete provocation. Fortunately, Yi Tianxue held Lan Xian back and gestured for her to not lose her temper. After all, if it had not been for Li Zongjiu, they would not have been able to escape today. Qi Shaohun took action and broke the chains that bound the 3 of them. Those chains could not be broken unless they were Yuan monarchs. Once they were bound by the chains, their strength would also be restrained. This would make it impossible for them to use their own Yuan power. Now that the chains had been broken, their Yuan power had recovered. Thank you, family head Qi. Thank you, brother Li, for saving our lives. Leng Ao Feng cupped his fists and thanked the two of them. Jin Shikai also thanked Li Zongjiu. Only Lan Xian rubbed her injured arm. She was still brooding over the fact that Li Zongjiu had thrown her to the ground. It's all thanks to Li Zongjiu, Yi Tianxue said happily from the bottom of his heart. If Li Zongjiu had not been here today, it would have been extremely difficult to find this place. Not only had they been rescued, more than 10 of them had also been killed by Li Zongjiu. Furthermore, Inshur had clearly been at a disadvantage in the previous exchange. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided that it was impossible to let these people leave so easily. Otherwise, he would lose face as the great guardian of the Yin Yuan sect. Very well. Li Zongjiu, don't even think about leaving today after offending the Yin Yuan sect. Chapter 842. After Inshur finished speaking, he waved his hand. The disciples of the Yin Yuan sect also drew their weapons and glared ahead. Some of them waved strange flags in their hands, as though they were summoning spirits. Inshur, do you think you can keep us here with just the few of you? Qi Shaohun said coldly. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. He was mocking the people in front of him for overestimating themselves. How could they keep them here with just a few people? They must be dreaming. We'll know if we can keep them here. Raise the ghost banner. Inshur shouted in a low voice. Immediately, he saw the disciples waving the black flags in their hands towards the ground. Then, a terrifying aura rose from the ground. Brother Zongjiu, let's not delay any longer. Let's cover them and retreat. Now that they had rescued them, there was no need to continue fighting with the people in front of them. Therefore, it was better to leave first. After all, this was their territory. They did not know what kind of trump cards they had. Even if they were strong, it was inevitable that they would fall into some trap. No need. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and the desolate heaven essence flew into his hand. The black gas that was constantly rising from the ground was obviously Yin energy. There was nothing to be afraid of. He gently stepped forward. After his foot landed on the ground, he released many flames on the ground. As the flames spread over the ground, they directly burned the black gas until nothing was left. All of the Yin energy. In front of Li Zongjiu's black day's fire, there was nowhere to hide. As soon as it appeared, it was burned to ashes. Following that, Li Zongjiu also rushed out with the desolate heaven essence in his hand, leaving a trail of energy behind him. He left a trail of energy behind him, allowing the energy to linger around them. Boom! The black day's fire on the ground formed a circle of fire, protecting Qi Shaohun and the others. Yi Tianxue and the others could not rush out. Obviously, Li Zongjiu did not need them to intervene. He indicated for Qi Shaohun and the others to stay and watch over Yi Tianxue and the others. What is he doing? Blue Heart watched as Li Zongjiu charged out of the ring of fire. She didn't understand what Li Zongjiu was trying to do. Suddenly, he rushed out. The other party had the advantage in numbers. If they rushed out now, wouldn't they be seeking their own deaths? They would be walking right into a trap. Originally, the situation was good. They could just leave and gather more people to come back for revenge. Why did they have to rush out at this time? What a bold but foolish man. Blueheart seemed to be very disappointed with Li Zongjiu's performance. Even if you want to act like a hero in front of her, you are too much of a hero. You might even lose your life in the process. I think he's going to destroy the Yin Yuan sect. Qi Shaohun looked at the confused gazes of the others. After all, he was the head of the Qi family. In front of these young people, he was definitely a person of virtue and prestige. He was extremely powerful and had great foresight. Even Qi Shaohun didn't dare to believe what he had just said. However, Qi Shaohun still said it. In his heart, he had a similar feeling. If he guessed wrong, he would definitely go to destroy the Yin Yuan sect. Since Qi Shaohun had known Li Zongjiu for so long, He had never encountered anything that Li Zhongjiu couldn't do. The ring of fire spread out, but the flames wouldn't burn anyone. As long as one stayed still, nothing would happen. As for the surrounding Yin energy, it would collapse upon contact. Obviously, it would not be an easy task to break through this defensive perimeter. However, Qi Shaohun and the others could hear the rising and falling sounds outside. The sound of fighting. The sound of explosions. There was also the sound of ashes falling to the ground. Boom! All of a sudden, a loud sound rang out. The entire ground began to tremble violently, and the ring of fire also gradually subsided at this moment. The flames disappeared. The battle is over? How long has it been? It hasn't even been 5 minutes. Qi Zhen and the others were also very cautious. They were not only curious about the situation, but also very vigilant. If the one who was killed was Li Zhongjiu, it meant that an even more powerful enemy would appear. Therefore, Qi Zhen and the others were very careful. When the fire in front of them dissipated, it was a complete mess. Everything was in sight. There were charred corpses lying everywhere. There was very little blood on the scene. Most of it had been burned clean. Some people only had half of their bodies burned. However, with only half of their bodies, how could they survive? There was also a ruin in front of them. The stone door that represented the entrance was also directly shattered. The Yinyuan sect didn't have many buildings, and most of its people lived in the underground cavern. Previously, there were many corpses buried in this area, which became the place where the Yin energy gathered. Therefore, the sect master of the Yinyuan sect chose this place as the location of the sect. Just now, there was a sudden violent tremor. It was because Li Zhongjiu had destroyed the underground palace. Boom! A huge landslide appeared in front of them. Then, Li Zhongjiu's figure climbed out of the landslide. There was no sign of life in the surroundings. In just a few minutes, did Li Zhongjiu kill all the members of the Yinyuan sect? Even Qi Shaohun and the others widened their eyes. In the pile of corpses not far away, they saw Yin Shi's head. His body was already at a loss. All that was left was his head. From the eyes on his head, which were still in a state of shock, one could see that Yin Shi was also very surprised by the situation. He didn't even have time to react before he was killed by Li Zhongjiu. "All right, let's go." Li Zhongjiu shook off the dust on his sleeve. Blue Heart and the others widened their eyes as they looked at the destruction around them. How much power was contained in such a small body? How much power did he have to destroy everything so easily? Ling Ao Feng and Jin Kaishan looked at each other and finally swallowed their saliva. Li Zhongjiu was a man of his words. If he said not to cause any trouble, he would destroy your sect. In the end, he really did destroy the other party's sect. It was too cruel. However, no one felt that it was inappropriate. After all, Li Zhongjiu had already made it clear to these people before. Don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble. Qi Shaohun and the other two smiled bitterly. It should be known that the Yinyuan sect had been pestering them for a long time. It had even brought a lot of trouble to the Qi family. It could be considered an old rival. However, this old rival of his had accidentally offended someone because of this. In the end, it ended up like this. It was really unexpected. Li Zhongjiu had only taken action for a few minutes, but he had already helped the Qi family eliminate a powerful enemy. Let's go. This guy is too scary. Other than using the word scary to describe Li Zhongjiu, there was no other word to describe Li Zhongjiu. Even Qi Shaohun was unwilling to believe that this kid could be so powerful. It seemed that if Yanran wanted to take down Li Zhongjiu, it wouldn't be an easy task. However, just as Li Zhongjiu and the others were about to leave, suddenly, a huge amount of Yin energy gathered in the sky above the Tianyuan forest. At the same time, an extremely oppressive aura enveloped them. You killed my people and destroyed my sect. Do you think you can just leave like this? You don't put me, Yin Juetian, in your eyes. An illusory voice sounded. It fell from the sky. A terrifying power came crashing down, and everyone immediately felt an enormous pressure on their shoulders. Not good. It's the sect master of the Yin Yuan sect, Yin Juetian. When Qi Shaohun heard this name, his face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. The strongest person in the Yin Yuan sect was naturally the sect master, Yin Juetian. It was because of the existence of this primitive emperor that the Yin Yuan sect could survive until now. Chapter 843. Primitive Emperor Powerhouse. Yi Tianxue looked at the rolling black clouds in the sky and the terrifying aura coming from all directions. This aura was undoubtedly from an primitive emperor powerhouse. Jin Kaishan and Ling Aofeng's faces changed drastically. Primitive emperor powerhouse. Wouldn't that be the dean of the ancient martial pavilion? There were only a few deans in the entire ancient martial pavilion. Now, such a person had appeared in the Tianyuan forest. It was really terrifying. It's over, it's over. Why is there an primitive emperor here? We're dead for sure. It's all his fault. He should have just left. Why did he have to kill these people and even destroy their sect? Lan Xian was extremely critical of Li Zongjiu's actions. He didn't even think about who had saved her. Instead, he blamed Li Zongjiu for going overboard. Shut up. Yi Tianxue glared at her. Lan Xian was startled by Yi Tianxue's glare. She had never seen such a ferocious Yi Tianxue. However, on second thought, what right did Yi Tianxue have to glare at her? Yi Tianxue, what do you mean? Am I wrong? Or do you have to side with this outsider? Lan Xian pointed at Li Zongjiu and wanted to curse Li Zongjiu. Yan Ke couldn't stand it any longer. He rushed in front of Lan Xian. What are you doing, big guy? Are you going to hit me? Lan Xian shouted at Yan Ke when she saw him rushing over aggressively. Yan Ke didn't disappoint Lan Xian. He punched Lan Xian's nose. Bang. You. How dare you? Lan Xian's fair face was instantly dyed red by the nosebleed. She pointed at Yan Ke and wanted to say something. However, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. The strength of the punch wasn't small at all. It's so noisy. After speaking, Yan Ke turned around and stood behind Li Zongjiu. Ling Aofeng and the rest didn't say anything. After all, Lan Xian had gone overboard. After being beaten up, the surroundings finally quieted down. Li Zongjiu naturally didn't care about the commotion behind him. He only looked at the front. Qi Shaohun stood beside Li Zongjiu. Qi Shaohun didn't cower even though he knew that his opponent was a strong opponent. That was a rare quality. If it was Yin Shi from before, Qi Shaohun would have been able to hold him back for a while if he had unleashed his primordial spirit. However, Yin Juetian was in primitive emperor powerhouse. In the Qi family, the ancestor was the only one who had such strength. Right now, they could only pray that Li Zongjiu would tear the other party apart. Otherwise, they would not be able to leave so easily today. The rules of the primitive emperors didn't seem to be applicable at this moment. It would be fine if they were in the city, as primitive emperors were not allowed to make a move unless they were threatened or provoked. However, this was the Tianyuan forest. What was so strange about an primitive emperor powerhouse making a move? Black clouds gathered in front of them. Qi Shaohun didn't know if Li Zongjiu could deal with an primitive emperor powerhouse. However, it was best to talk before making a move. The black clouds circled to the ground. A man in a black robe appeared in front of everyone. Yin Juetian looked like a 25 or 26-year-old young man. When they saw Yin Juetian's appearance, everyone was shocked as well. How can he be so young? Even Qi Shaohun couldn't help but exclaim. However, Li Zongjiu had already seen these tricks before, so he was not surprised at all. What was the big deal about maintaining a bit of youth? It was just a flashy thing. Could becoming younger make you stronger? You would still be beaten to death in the end. When Yin Juetian saw Li Zongjiu, he was also surprised. That was because he was already very old, and his appearance was just an act. However, Li Zhongjiu was really young. To have such strength at such a young age, he must have some kind of peerless secret technique. Hand over your cultivation technique and I'll give you a chance to kill yourself, Yin Juetian said indifferently. Although his appearance had become younger, the old look in his eyes couldn't be concealed. As for you Qi family trash, leave your hands behind and leave. I don't intend to kill you now. Yin Juetian naturally knew how powerful Qi family was. Qi family had an old monster whose strength wasn't bad. If he got entangled with that old monster, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. However, he couldn't lose face. Cut off your own arms and you can live. This was probably the most generous opportunity that Yin Juetian had ever given him. In fact, Yin Juetian didn't want to face the other primitive emperors so quickly. Recently, it was a critical period for him to break through. Therefore, he ordered his subordinates to rob the primitive stone mine. However, he didn't expect that such a thing would happen. All the disciples of Yin Yuan's sect were killed. However, due to a freak combination of factors, Yin Juetian was able to absorb a large amount of Yin's soul power, which allowed him to break through. It was a blessing in disguise. However, the sect that he had painstakingly built was destroyed. How could Yin Juetian bear this? As for the Qi family's debt, he would naturally look for them to settle when the time was right. However, he had just broken through. Therefore, he still needed some time to consolidate his own realm. He would definitely settle all the debts that he had to settle, not leaving a single one behind. I will also give you a chance. If you put your head in your ass, I will let you live. Li Zhongjiu flicked his sleeves and said indifferently. Yin Juetian's face suddenly became gloomy. Daring to talk to an primitive emperor like him, this brat must have never died before. Qi Shaohun and the others didn't expect that Li Zhongjiu's reply would be so strong. It could be said that he was courting death. If he didn't have a chance to live, then he might as well act tough to the extreme. It seems that you don't know what it means to live a life worse than death. Yin Juetian looked at Li Zhongjiu. All of a sudden, his hand shot out towards Li Zhongjiu. Boom! A tyrannical power surged out in an instant. It was as if thousands of Yin souls were sweeping towards Li Zhongjiu. The terrifying Yin Qi shrouded Li Zhongjiu, making Li Zhongjiu unable to hide. Li Zhongjiu stood motionless. Suddenly, a terrifying power burst out from behind him. A blood-red figure appeared, and with a swipe of its claw, it shattered the power that had gathered into powder. Roar! A huge blood dragon was hovering in the sky above. The huge figure, coupled with the terrifying aura, was like a strange beast that had descended to the mortal world. The blood-red scales on its body were murderous. Good guy, it's actually the blood dragon original spirit. After refining the power of this original spirit, my realm will be as stable as a mountain. Yin Juetian saw the blood dragon original spirit released by Li Zhongjiu. The surrounding blood qi and murderous aura also made the people behind him feel deeply shocked. They were completely stunned by the power in front of them. Was this Li Zhongjiu's strength? Previously, Li Zhongjiu had also displayed his primordial spirit. However, very few people knew about it. In the past, Li Zhongjiu's strength was not enough, so he temporarily suppressed the power of his original spirit and tried not to be too ostentatious. However, it was different now. So what if he released the power of his original spirit? Li Zhongjiu did not dare to say anything too arrogant. As long as a sovereign realm powerhouse did not appear, then there was no one below the sovereign realm. If Li Zhongjiu wanted to leave, there would always be a way. Once Li Zhongjiu escaped, the following things would be good for you. With Li Zhongjiu's character, he would never stop until he killed your entire family. Underworld insect, go! In the palm of Yin Juetian, there was a dark and shining body of light. This was obviously the power of Yin Juetian's original spirit. The faint light spread its wings and rushed in the direction of Li Zhongjiu. The main target was Li Zhongjiu's original spirit. Blood Dragon. Chapter 844. The Yin Realm insect flew over. The blood dragon was not afraid at all. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the Realm insect. However, the blood dragon seemed to have suffered a great deal of pain. The Realm insect followed the blood dragon's power and poured into Li Zhongjio's yuan bead. The Realm insect's special effect was to attach itself to your yuan bead and refine all the aura in your yuan spirit. It was a very vicious yuan beast. If the people from the poison sect of the southern region came and encountered such a Realm insect, they would definitely be very happy. After all, the Realm insect was an extremely rare and special insect. For ordinary people, the Realm insect was like a nightmare. It would make it impossible to escape. It was impossible to escape from its power. It went in. Haha, wait for your death, kid. Juetian sneered as he stood motionless in his place. When the yuan spirit was completely absorbed, Li Zhongjio's strength would definitely decrease by more than half. The blood dragon's condition seemed to be very bad. In the midst of this rapid twisting, in the end it seemed to be in great pain and disappeared, returning to Li Zhongjio's body. Li Zhongjio frowned. He had a rough idea of the situation in front of him. The contest between these primordial spirits should be left to them to resolve themselves. The desolate heaven essence appeared in his hand. With a leap, he directly rushed towards Juetian. Qi Shaohun let out a low growl. A power surged out from his body. Long life tree. Boom! Qi Xiaohuan's body seemed to have turned into an evergreen long life tree. Suddenly, a power swept toward Juetian. At the same time, a strengthening power was added to Li Zhongjio's body. It could at least restrict Juetian for a moment. You don't know the meaning of death. Juetian's body was wrapped by the branches of the long life tree. However, Juetian was not nervous at all. A mere Yuan king dared to go against him. The aura on his body shook slightly and shattered the long life tree. Bang! Qi Shaohun took a few steps back and was severely injured. As for Li Zhongjio, he was descending from the sky with the desolate heaven essence in hand. The weapon in his hand seemed to be condensed with the power of 10,000 mountains. Boom! A terrifying power spread out. Juetian used his hands to block in front of his body, thinking about how Li Zhongjio would be able to break through his Yuan Emperor defense. No matter how strong Li Zhongjio's aura was, he was still just a Yuan monarch clown. But when Li Zhongjio's stick fell, it could be said that he thoroughly regretted it. Boom! Juetian's entire body was sent flying. A mouthful of blood sprayed into the air. Then, the figure fell heavily to the ground. The state of his body was a mess. It was obvious that he was almost crippled by Li Zhongjio's strike. Seeing this, Juetian quickly stood up. But Li Zhongjio had already launched another attack. The stick directly hit Juetian's leg. A cracking sound was heard as Juetian's leg was directly smashed apart. There wasn't even the slightest bit of hesitation. It was so direct. Ah! Juetian looked up to the sky and roared. The sound of his leg breaking was quite simple and thorough. You're courting death. Yuan's soul-breaking claw. Juetian directly stretched out a pair of claws and clawed at Li Zhongjio's body. However, before his hand could reach Li Zhongjio, it was caught by Li Zhongjio. The desolate heaven essence easily blocked the opponent's power. A small amount of energy blasted on Li Zhongjio's body, but it couldn't even break through Li Zhongjio's most superficial defense. It could be said that it was simply negligible. Your hand has exposed your age. Your cultivation is not up to par. Li Zhongjio grabbed the opponent's hand, and then with a slight force, broke Juetian's hand. This was the advantage of being powerful. With the increase of his cultivation, the advantage of the ancient tyrant golden body art was directly reflected. With the tyrannical state of Li Zhongjio's body, Juetian couldn't compare at all. Under the suppression of Li Zhongjio's desolate heaven essence, Juetian's Yuan Qi couldn't move at all. Therefore, he was completely in a state of being beaten up. When Li Zhongjio broke through to the Origin Emperor realm with just the power of his body, He wouldn't even need the desolate heaven essence. He could easily cripple an Origin Emperor expert with just his fists. "I'm going to kill you," Injuetian roared, his eyes red. He wanted to explode and directly kill Li Zongjiu, but he couldn't feel the movement of the Yin worm in his body. Suddenly, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. Injuetian's whole body stiffened on the spot. My Yuan spirit, Injuetian's Yin worm, was directly smashed into pieces. He didn't know where this worm got the courage to deal with the Yuan spirits of the 4 great dragon clans alone. Li Zongjiu's Yuan bead contained the Yuan spirits of the 4 great dragon clans. Even if this Yin worm rashly charged in, it would only end up dead. Naturally, it was brutally tortured in the Yuan bead. When the Yin worm was trampled to death, Injuetian also suffered a backlash. Instantly, the situation became worse. It was hard to believe. "You? How did you do it?" Injuetian looked at Li Zongjiu. The Li Zongjiu in front of him was simply an invincible existence. Injuetian couldn't find any way to break through. No matter how he attacked, there was no way to defeat Li Zongjiu. This made Injuetian feel a deep sense of despair. Li Zongjiu didn't answer Injuetian's question. There was no need to say so much to a dead person. The desolate heaven essence fell once again. At this moment, Injuetian suddenly slammed his head into the desolate heaven essence. Such courage surprised Li Zongjiu, but he also knew that this kid had some tricks up his sleeve. Sure enough, just as he was about to touch the desolate heaven essence, Injuetian's body turned into a black fog, wrapping Li Zongjiu and the desolate heaven essence in it. At the same time, Injuetian quickly fled into the distance. Since he couldn't beat Li Zongjiu, he could only escape first. Later, he would come back to settle the score with Li Zongjiu. However, the black fog couldn't trap Li Zongjiu for too long. The blood dragon Yuan spirit tore through the air again. All of the black fog was cut apart. Suddenly, a towering tree appeared in front of Injuetian. It was Qi Xiaohuan's longevity tree. Damn it! Injuetian couldn't turn back at this moment. He had to crash into it. The longevity tree instantly shot out thousands of branches and tied Injuetian up. As for Injuetian, he only had one hand left that he could use. Using one hand as a blade, he cut through the power in front of him. Walala! Then, he slapped the longevity tree with his palm. Qi Xiaohun spat out a mouthful of blood. The longevity tree disappeared, but it had successfully delayed Injuetian's footstep. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Injuetian felt danger approaching. When he turned around, he saw Li Zongjiu flying over on the blood dragon Yuan spirit. He grabbed Injuetian with his claw. Li Zongjiu gently waved the desolate heaven essence in his hand, and a powerful qi burst out. It exploded on Injuetian's body, cutting him in half. Pung! His internal organs fell from the sky and scattered on the ground. Injuetian's upper body fell to the ground with a bang. However, the lower half of his body was extremely accurate as it smashed into Injuetian's head. A primitive emperor of a generation actually died in such a shameful state in the end. Injuetian's eyes were wide open until he died. Such a strange posture was definitely unprecedented and would never be seen again. Everyone looked at Li Zongjiu. At this moment, Li Zongjiu waved the blood dragon Yuan spirit and landed in front of everyone. He also put away the desolate heaven essence. "Are you okay?" Li Zongjiu glanced at Qi Xiaohun. If it wasn't for Qi Xiaohun holding that kid back, that kid would probably have escaped today. "I can withstand it." Qi Xiaohun patted his chest and said. However, he couldn't help but cough. "I refined it some time ago. Eat it." Li Zongjiu handed Qi Xiaohun a porcelain bottle. Inside the bottle was a 5th-grade high-grade elixir. Chapter 845. Qi Xiaohun did not stand on ceremony with Li Zongjiu. With an alchemist, there was no need to be courteous when it came to pills. After pouring it out, Qi Xiaohun swallowed the elixir that was worth hundreds of thousands of purple yuan into his mouth. As soon as the elixir entered his mouth, a domineering energy quickly healed Qi Shaohun's injuries. The injuries he received earlier were considered serious, but in the blink of an eye, he could no longer feel any pain. The elixir refined by Brother Zhongjiu is amazing. Qi Shaohun could not help but exclaim. The group returned to the ore mine. However, Li Zhongjiu and the rest did not stay for long. Qi Shaohun asked Qi Yan to pilot a flying boat to bring Li Zhongjiu and the rest back to the city. On the flying boat, Yi Tianxue and the rest came to Li Zhongjiu and bowed deeply. It was a very big bow. If it weren't for Li Zhongjiu, he wouldn't have had a chance to survive. "Thank you, Brother Li, for saving our lives," Leng Ao Feng said respectfully. "Don't call me Brother Li. You guys are not fit to be my brothers. Call me by my name," Li Zhongjiu said coldly. Leng Ao Feng seemed to have a good relationship with Yi Tianxue. Since Li Zhongjiu had promised Yi Chao to keep an eye on Yi Tianxue, he naturally would not allow other guys to get close to Yi Tianxue so easily. After being glared at by Li Zhongjiu, Leng Ao Feng felt awkward. Leng Ao Feng's expression was also very awkward. However, what Li Zhongjiu said was indeed the truth. He really wasn't qualified to call Li Zhongjiu a brother. This is the first and last time. Think twice before you go out. Don't think that you guys are the best in the world, Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Yi Tianxue nodded meekly like an obedient child after being scolded. This caused Jin Kaishan, who was standing at the side, to widen his eyes. She was usually a strong woman, but at this moment, in front of a man, she was nodding her head like a chick pecking at rice, listening to him scolding. He couldn't believe that something like this could happen. Jin Kaishan and Yi Tianxue were originally from the same club. Yi Tianxue was usually very strong. Needless to say, he was so fierce. Today was really an eye-opener for him. However, Jin Kaishan didn't dare to say anything. Even Leng Ao Feng was humiliated so badly. His words were even less qualified. "You brat, you were quite brave just now. I think highly of you." Li Zhongjiu patted Jin Kaishan's shoulder. Because Jin Kaishan was taller than Li Zhongjiu also raised his hand and patted him. It looked a little awkward, but fortunately, he wasn't short. After all, most of the people in the East had the same physique. Jin Kaishan didn't expect Li Zhongjiu to praise him. He felt flattered. Facing Li Zhongjiu, he stuttered for a long time, not knowing what to say. In the end, he just nodded his head fiercely. "I will work hard." "Okay." Li Zhongjiu nodded his head. He then walked to the side, sat down, and adjusted his breathing. Other than the fact that his spiritual world needed to be harshly tempered, his hell world also needed to be continuously condensed. Now that it was in Li Zhongjiu's blood-soul hell, it could be considered a force that was growing very quickly. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu would occasionally take out the memories of the previous Sage Realm expert and constantly read them, tempering them. Although the memories would become fainter and fainter. More often than not, he would be able to dig out some deeper memories. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu also wanted to give it a try and see if he could find something more valuable. This old thing had been hiding in the Azura cauldron all this time. If Li Zhongjiu's alchemy skills hadn't awakened this damned old man, who knew what kind of sins this old man would have committed in the future? Yi Tianxue took care of the unconscious Blue Heart. Poor Blue Heart. Half of her face had been slapped swollen by Yen Kei, who didn't know how to flirt. She didn't know how long it would take for her face to recover. For a beautiful woman, this kind of behavior was indeed very excessive. However, based on the situation at that time, it was all Blue Heart's fault. Therefore, when he threw out this punch, there was nothing wrong with it. The flying boat finally arrived at the Sacred Flame Royal City when the sky was just starting to brighten. There was a special open space near the Sacred Flame Royal City that was used for docking airship. If one flew past this limit, they would be attacked by the city guards. "Elder Qi Yan, please help yourself." Li Zhongjiu cupped his hands and said to Qi Yan. Although the hidden danger of the Inyuan sect had been dealt with, there were still many things to deal with in the mine. Qi Yan hadn't rested for the entire night. Upon hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Qi Yan cupped his hands and bowed to Li Zongjiu. "See you later. I'll take my leave first." Qi Yan then steered the airship and left. Li Zongjiu, Yi Tianshui, and the others also walked into the city. After entering the city, Li Zongjiu didn't stand on ceremony with Yi Tianshui and the others. He immediately asked them to leave and called for a carriage. Yi Tianshui once again expressed his gratitude to Li Zongjiu for his help today. However, Li Zongjiu's carriage whistled and rushed out. Yi Tianshui came to look for Li Zongjiu in the morning. Although he had been waiting until noon, Yi Tianshui didn't hesitate. However, Li Zongjiu did not delay at all. In less than a day, he had rescued someone from the hands of an exceptionally vicious sect. The 3 hostages were unscathed, except for Blueheart, who had been knocked unconscious by Yen Quebec. Even Jin Kaishan's injuries had been easily healed by Li Zongjiu. Such a powerful ability. Yi Tianshui was very glad that he had found the right person. If it had been someone else, how could they have done it? Even the instructors of the Imperial Martial Pavilion had taken 3 to 4 days to deal with the hostages, but there had been no movement at all. In Li Zongjiu's hands, the hostages had been quickly dealt with. Such speed was simply unimaginable. This time, it's all thanks to Li Zongjiu. Ling Ao sighed. Ling Ao Feng let out a long sigh. The past few days had been like a dream. He didn't even know if he would be able to make it out alive. However, at this moment of incomparable despair, Li Zongjiu, Qi Shaohun, and the others had appeared and rescued them from the Inyuan sect. In the end, they had even wiped out the sect. Thinking about it carefully, it was a little scary. However, the outside world is really cruel. Yi Tianshui turned around and looked at the tall walls of the sacred flame royal city. Such a city wall had blocked many bloodthirsty and cold-blooded people. If this high wall was pushed down, who knew how many ferocious forces would commit crimes? In the future, I must become an expert who can destroy these ferocious forces with a flip of my hand. Yi Tianshui's eyes were immediately filled with fighting spirit. This experience did not frighten Yi Tianshui. Instead, she saw a new direction in Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's strength and Li Zongjiu's carefree attitude were what Yi Tianshui had hoped for. This was the direction that Yi Tianshui would work towards in the future. However, Yi Tianshui also knew that it would be very difficult to keep up with Li Zongjiu's footstep. She had to prove it with her own actions. Ling Ao Feng felt the changes in Yi Tianshui's body and secretly clenched his fists. In the future, I don't want to be ignored by others. Ling Ao Feng was extremely talented. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, he was just like a child. This made Ling Ao Feng completely speechless. It was true that he was not strong enough. It was no wonder that Li Zongjiu was so arrogant. I don't have that many thoughts. It's fine as long as I improve my strength. Jin Kaishan scratched his head. Listening to the conversation between the two of them, it seemed like they were going to do something earth-shattering. Chapter 846. After returning to the White Deer Manor, Li Zongjiu was still living in the same place as before. Xiao Zhao had been staying in the White Deer Manor for the past few days. However, when he received his first month's salary, he bought a better house for his family. This way, he could live closer to home and it would be more convenient for him to return home every day. However, when Li Zongjiu found out about this, he immediately bought the house that Xiao Zhao rented. Because of this, Xiao Zhao was even more touched. However, Li Zongjiu directly handed over the huge family business to Xiao Zhao to manage. This was something that many people couldn't understand. If Xiao Zhao was the slightest bit disloyal, then everything in the White Deer Manor would very likely fall into the hands of others. Everything would have to be handed over. Therefore, this was an extremely risky matter, but Li Zongjiu still chose to do it. Now, because of this, Xiao Zhao had become an influential figure in the city. At least, everyone was guessing what kind of background Xiao Zhao had to be able to gain Li Zongjiu's trust and become the housekeeper of a famous manor in the Sacred Flame Royal City. Therefore, Xiao Zhao worked even harder for Li Zongjiu. This kind of trust was very precious. When Li Zongjiu returned home, Xiao Zhao was the first to know. She personally welcomed him at the door. "You woke up so early." Li Zongjiu looked at Xiao Zhao at the door. Lu Pei was also beside her. However, looking at Lu Pei's appearance, he seemed to be very tired. Xiao Zhao also had a trace of fatigue on her face. However, she still persisted in standing at the door, waiting for Li Zongjiu to return. "Miss Xiao Zhao didn't sleep the entire night," Lu Pei said. He glanced at the little girl. She was so thin and weak, but she was carrying such a heavy workload. Looking at her made his heart ache. "No, it's just that I'm not done yet." Xiao Zhao shook his head, indicating that he should do so. "I'll refine some pills for you later to improve your physique," Li Zongjiu said as he walked in without exchanging any pleasantries. "Young master, someone came looking for you tonight. They said they were from the Spring River Flower Moon House." "Spring River Floral Moon Tower? They're from Zishuan Pavilion, right? What could they possibly want from me?" Li Zongjiu thought and said. Li Zongjiu wasn't too interested in the Spring River Floral Moon House. Originally, he only wanted these people to keep an eye on the poison sect of the southern region. However, the poison sect of the southern region had already been destroyed by Li Zongjiu. Therefore, the Spring River Floral Moon House was of no use to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also didn't take it seriously. In the next few days, Li Zongjiu first refined some pills to strengthen Xiao Zhao's physique and help Xiao Zhao improve her physique. After Xiao Zhao took the pills, she clearly felt that her physical condition was different. These days she was full of energy. Moreover, it seemed that it was easy for her to organize some things. This was also because of the pills. In the beginning, this organization and that organization made Xiao Zhao badly battered. Things were also quite chaotic and complicated. However, in the next few days, she finally sorted out the clues and everything became simpler. Everything was sorted out clearly. It was no longer as messy as before. During this period, Song Jiyu also came to visit Xiao Zhao a few times. After all, this kind of thing was relatively rare. Song Jiyu didn't come to inquire about any information. She just came to show her concern for Xiao Zhao. When Li Zongjiu took Xiao Zhao away from her, it was also a little sudden. It was normal for her to show her concern. Since Xiao Zhao wasn't bullied here, it was good. On this day, Li Zongjiu stopped cultivating. In the courtyard, he suddenly felt that the yuan qi in the sky seemed to have become stronger. He couldn't help but frown and look at the changes in the surroundings. Formation. Li Zongjiu was surprised. The power of the yuan gathering formation was not simple. Moreover, the range of its radiation was also very wide. The entire new White Deer Manor was filled with the same effect. From this, one could see the power of the yuan gathering formation. When Li Zongjiu followed the density of the center of the formation and wanted to explore it, he stepped into a thick white fog. At the same time, a sense of danger came over him. It was as if a few sharp arrows were flying towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu instinctively sent out a wave of yuan qi to block in front of him. But after he made his move, he realized that something was wrong. The arrows were just illusions. A few drops of water gently fell on Li Zongjiu's palm. Li Zongjiu grabbed his wet hand. "You've learned well, but you're too impatient." Li Zongjiu immediately flicked his finger. A flame directly shot into a water tank not far away. Immediately, the flame completely melted the water in the water tank. The mist in the surroundings was also dispelled at this moment. "I can't believe you found out." Li Yun walked out from under a big tree. The illusory array just now was condensed with the help of the water in the water tank. If the water tank was burned to ashes, the array would naturally be broken. "You've only learned this much?" Li Zongjiu looked at Li Yun, who had just finished learning, with an unconcealable arrogance on his face. But when she heard Li Zongjiu's words, Li Yun was so angry that she stomped her feet. Li Zongjiu actually dared to talk to her like that. To be able to cultivate to such a level in a short 1.5 months was already very impressive. Even her master praised her. Now, in a month and a half, Li Yun had already mastered 3 sets of formations. Although the power now could only be considered average, one could not underestimate Li Yun's ability to master formations. To be able to achieve this was already very impressive. I'm already very impressive. Even my master praised me as a genius. Li Yun said, unconvinced. What's so impressive about this? Even I can't be trapped. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. You! Li Yun was flustered and exasperated. With Li Zongjiu's strength, it was easier said than done to trap Li Zongjiu. Back then, when she was cultivating under the King of Fire, Li Yun also found an opportunity to ask the King of Fire if he knew Li Zongjiu's true strength. However, even the Fire Wraith King shook his head and said, "Don't worry. That kid's strength, at least in the sacred Fire Royal City, there are not many opponents who can match him." Even the King of Fire gave such a direct evaluation. This also let Li Yun know how powerful Li Zongjiu was. But from Li Yun's point of view, Li Zongjiu had been cultivating all this time, as if he was worried about something. He had been cultivating with all his might and had never seen Li Zongjiu relax. Now that Li Yun felt that she had learned something, she actually went to show off in front of Li Zongjiu. Thinking back, Li Zongjiu seemed to have never been proud of his strength. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Li Yun felt very ashamed. The enemies of our Li family will only get stronger in the future. Li Zongjiu said. There would always be some enemies who would take advantage of the loopholes. If the other party took advantage of the loopholes, after all, Li Zongjiu couldn't protect the Li family all day long. Therefore, the Li family needed to become stronger. This was the way for the family head to win. Okay, I got it. Li Yun nodded. She was so hot-blooded, but Li Zongjiu had beaten her to such a state. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But your energy-gathering array is not bad. Li Zongjiu praised Li Yun after he finished. After all, the energy-gathering array was really good. After hearing Li Zongjiu's encouragement, Li Yun's depressed mood instantly became enlightened. Chapter 847. Li Yun's return meant that it was almost time to head to the Ghost King's secret realm. You should stay here during this period of time. See if there's anything you need help with. Don't cause trouble. Li Zongjiu said. And, don't worry. With so many experts in the White Deer Manor, it wouldn't be easy for anything to happen. What's more, Li Zongjiu had a good relationship with the Song family of the 7-star Firehouse and the Qi family of the 4 great families. Even if they were thinking about the forces of these 2 families, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. When it was necessary, these people naturally knew what to do. There was also the Shi family in the city. If it weren't for Li Zongjiu, the Shi family would probably have ceased to exist. It could be said that Li Zongjiu's position in the White Deer Manor had been consolidated. Not many people dared to act recklessly. In the sacred Flame Royal City, it was absolutely safe. The Heavenly Pill Pavilion was also in the city. With the Heavenly Pill Pavilion taking care of this place, it wouldn't be a problem. This honorary elder wasn't for nothing. If the Heavenly Pill Pavilion didn't tie up Li Zongjiu in the early stages, then this Li Zongjiu could be poached away at any time. So now, even if it was unconditional, they were willing to do it. As long as the people of the Li family didn't go out and cause trouble, there wouldn't be a problem. In the afternoon of the same day, the King of Fire came to Li Zongjiu's residence alone. Xiao Zhao received him. The King of Fire was wearing a red robe and didn't wear a mask on his face. This time, he didn't even wear a veil. After all, the last time he saw Li Zongjiu, he directly used his real face to show his face. Although Xiao Zhao didn't know who the red-clothed woman in front of him was, the faint majesty between her eyebrows couldn't be imitated by ordinary people. At a glance, it was obvious that she wasn't an ordinary person. Xiao Zhao sent someone to inform Li Zongjiu. When Li Zongjiu arrived, he saw the red-clothed King of Fire. "Big brother, do you usually dress like this when you go out?" Li Zongjiu looked at the Fire Wraith King, who was covered in bright red and dressed up. No matter where he went, he would definitely be the center of attention. "This is a canary tail skirt sewn with the feathers of a heavenly flame canary. What do you mean dress like this?" When the Fire Wraith King heard Li Zongjiu's words, he couldn't sit still. What kind of words were these? It made him feel very uncomfortable. "Don't you look good?" In the end, the King of Fire asked Xiao Zhao, who was beside him. She rarely went out and usually only cultivated in the Ghost King Palace. Therefore, even if she went out, she would not care about her image. If anyone dared to offend her, they would be killed by her directly. Such a simple solution. Only Li Zongjiu dared to say such words in front of the King of Fire. Xiao Zhao didn't dare to answer directly. Instead, he said, "It's quite stylish." The King of Fire suddenly pursed his lips. Then, with a shake of his body, he transformed in front of Li Zongjiu and the others. The clothes on his body suddenly changed. Moreover, it was exactly the same as Xiao Zhao's clothes. Xiao Zhao's clothes looked very ordinary and didn't stand out. At this moment, it was almost equivalent to two Xiao Zhaos standing together. However, the King of Fire's figure was obviously more voluptuous, causing Xiao Zhao to bend his waist a little. "Is this okay?" The King of Fire spread his hands. "It's up to you." Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said, "I'm going out for a few days. If there's anything, you can do as you see fit." Li Zongjiu said to Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao nodded. Even when Li Zongjiu was at home, he didn't seem to be of any use. Everything was handled by Xiao Zhao. The current matter was to arrange the matters of the Ghost Doctor Workshop and the Elemental Beast Workshop. The most important thing was to put them into production. White Deer Manor couldn't afford to raise so many idle people for nothing. Naturally, Li Zongjiu didn't need to worry about these things. Subsequently, Li Zongjiu and the King of Fire walked into the courtyard. After standing in the courtyard for a few seconds, they didn't see any movement from the other party. "Where's your airboat?" the King of Fire asked Li Zongjiu. "What do you mean by my airboat? Where's your airboat?" Li Zongjiu naturally stared at the King of Fire with his eyes wide open. "Now that I'm going with you, of course, I'm using your airboat." And the King of Fire rarely went out. How could he prepare an airboat? Could it be that he needed to prepare his own airboat for this trip to the Ghost King's secret realm? Therefore, the King of Fire also stared at Li Zongjiu with his eyes wide open. However, neither of them had an airboat with them. Although Li Zongjiu had a Qilin battleship, it was kept by Li Yun. The level of this trip was different. Naturally, he couldn't bring Li Yun with him. Subsequently, Li Zongjiu and the King of Fire discussed and went directly to the airboat plaza to rent an airboat. The two sat in the carriage and came to the airboat plaza. There were many shops here that could provide airboat services. Usually, when some sects went out to play in groups or to participate in some large-scale competitions, they would need to use the airboat. This way they would have more face. Therefore, this kind of business was still more popular. Everlasting Joy Airboat Rental, private airboat rental, the best choice for vacation and travel. Do you two want to take a look? Spring travel is 20% off. As soon as the two of them stepped into the square of the flying boat, someone handed them the leaflet. Everlasting Splendor Airboat Rental, various models of airboat rental, welcome to choose. Comfortable couple cabins, even more discounted if you travel in a group. Please understand, when the two young men and women, Li Zongjiu and the King of Fire, walked in at the same time, the surrounding people surrounded them. One of them wanted to take the opportunity to pull the King of Fire's hand and walk towards him. On the spot, the King of Fire turned his hand and broke the other party's arm. His temper was even worse than Li Zongjiu's. "Oh my God, you're too direct. She just pulled you a little and you broke her hand." I thought he was going to sneak attack me. The King of Fire said seriously. The two of them pushed the surrounding people away with great difficulty. Only then did they walk in front of a shop. Soaring Dragon Airboat Rental. Li Zongjiu casually pointed at the shop. Let's take them. The King of Fire naturally didn't have any objections. Any shop was fine as long as they could board the airboat and leave. Good afternoon, both of you. Do you want to book an airboat service? I want the fastest airboat. To where? Li Zongjiu asked the King of Fire. Yongzhou's mysterious ghost mountain. The King of Fire opened his mouth and said. This was the area where the Ghost King mystic realm opened. Let me see, Yongzhou. Mysterious Ghost Mountain. It's near Xianyong City, right? If we fly here, it's 13,000 gold coins per person. We just happened to have a trip to Xianyong City. Pay now and we'll set off in an hour. The man behind the counter glanced at the two of them and then scribbled something on the paper. All right, let's take this trip, Li Zongjiu said. The King of Fire didn't have any objections either. After all, this kind of thing was usually handled by others. This time, they were going on a long journey, so they didn't think too much about it. In any case, Li Zongjiu would take care of these things. If it wasn't for the fact that the King of Fire was a woman, Li Zongjiu wouldn't have bothered with so many things. Wasn't this just causing trouble? Actually, the great Li Zongjiu had to take care of these things. Li Zongjiu generously gave the man 3 purple coins. When the purple yuan coins entered his hand, he immediately felt a heavy feeling. The man quickly stamped the 2 pieces of paper with his seal. Take this and wait in your seat. I'll call you later. Li Zongjiu and the King of Fire also sat in the waiting area. However, an hour had passed, and the man didn't seem to have any intention of calling Li Zongjiu or the King of Fire. Hey, it's been an hour. When are we leaving? Li Zongjiu looked at the man and asked. Oh, I'm sorry. The last flight is full. You'll have to wait for the next one. The next one will be the morning of the day after tomorrow. If you can't wait, each of you can pay another 5,000 gold coins as a seat fee. I'll have the ship add 2 more seats for the 2 of you. Chapter 848. This was obviously a trick of the shop. Relying on their strong backing, they wanted to cheat these weak tourists. Anyway, they were so straightforward when they paid the money, but if they wanted to board the airship, they had to keep paying. Otherwise, they would have to keep waiting. Even if they reported it to the regulatory department, it would be useless, because they didn't stop you from boarding the airboat. Instead, they just told you that the airboat was full. Generally, in the end, if you couldn't get your money back or you were in a hurry, you would be allowed to board the airboat after paying more money. Of course, you would be allowed to board the airboat. Therefore, many people chose to swallow their grievances in silence and let it go. But it was a pity. This reckless soaring dragon flying boat was really unlucky. He dared to trick Li Zongjiu. The naive King of Fire really thought that it was full, and they had to wait for the next flying boat. Li Zongjiu smiled faintly at the man behind the counter. 5,000 gold coins, right? Li Zongjiu took out 5 purple yuan from his pocket. He placed them on the table in a row. Is this enough? Li Zongjiu said. The man saw the 5 purple yuan that Li Zongjiu took out. It was a total of 50,000 gold coins. His eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that this time, he met a rich guy who deliberately wanted to show off in front of this girl. His intention was quite obvious. It was like a fat pig waiting for them to kill him. Hee, no problem. You're smart. I'll arrange a better seat for you. The man stretched out his hand to pick up the purple yuan. Whoosh! When this hand reached out, a sharp aura instantly attacked, but before it could even touch the purple yuan coin, a sharp aura suddenly appeared. The man's 5 fingers were neatly cut off. Ah! The man looked at his cut-off fingers and shouted in pain. At the same time, he covered his fingers. Why don't you want the money? Li Zongjiu looked at the man and frowned. You little thing, how dare you play with me? Kill them all! The man roared loudly. Immediately, a few burly men rushed out from the house. When these burly men rushed out, some of the people who were waiting in their seats also became nervous. Some of them directly went forward and closed the door, causing the entire room to become dark. Half a minute later, the 5 burly men were lying on the ground and wailing. One of them wanted to crawl to the door and open it to ask for help. However, Li Zongjiu kicked him and he fainted. Are you courting death? Our soaring dragon flying boat is backed by the Pan family. When the man with the severed finger saw Li Zongjiu's invincible might, he knew that Li Zongjiu's strength was not simple. Therefore, he directly reported his background. It turned out that the Pan family was behind this. If it weren't for the Pan family's support, the soaring dragon flying boat would not have dared to be so arrogant. She thought that Li Zongjiu would be afraid after listening to it, but on the contrary, Li Zongjiu nodded very seriously after listening. So it's the Pan family. TSK, it seems like you guys have done a lot of such shady business. Li Zongjiu nodded. The man with the severed finger did not understand what Li Zongjiu meant. Then, he saw Li Zongjiu directly grab the man with the severed finger. With a cracking sound, the man's head was twisted off. When the other burly men saw that their leader's head was twisted off, they immediately fainted. They pretended to be unconscious and fell to the ground, trying to fool Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu did not care about these people who were pretending to be dead on the ground. He directly set the place on fire and set it ablaze. Help! It's on fire! The soaring dragon flying boat was instantly engulfed in raging flames. A few people who managed to escape glanced in Li Zongjiu's direction and quickly fled. They went to the Pan family to report the situation. Today, these people actually dared to set fire to the Pan family's flying boat shop. It was an obvious provocation. It's over. These 2 young men are dead meat today. They actually dared to burn down the Pan family's shop. Those people from the Pan family are not to be trifled with. Some people looked in the direction of Li Zongjiu and King of Fire. After burning down the shop, the 2 of them actually did not run away. Is it okay to leave a little later? Li Zongjiu asked King of Fire. No problem. Anyway, there's still time. You have the nerve to say that I have a bad temper. They didn't do anything, but you directly burned down their shop. King of Fire ridiculed Li Zongjiu, as if he was still holding a grudge against Li Zongjiu for calling him fierce. You don't understand. Li Zongjiu glanced at King of Fire and said enigmatically. When King of Fire saw Li Zongjiu's mischievous behavior, he felt very angry. This kid was young, but he liked to pretend to be very mature. When people looked at him, they really wanted to grab Li Zongjiu and beat him up. However, as King of Fire said, there were not many people who could beat Li Zongjiu. The Pan family's reaction was very fast. After all, they were nearby. The person who came was an elder of the Pan family. He rushed over with the hired thugs of the Pan family. When they heard that someone had actually set fire to their flying boat shop, they were furious. Could it be that they did not care about the Pan family's reputation anymore in the future? Elder, that guy is definitely coming for us. Brother who didn't even say a few words before he was beaten to death. There was a burly man who was weeping all the way here. He seemed to be complaining to the Pan family elder. When the Pan family elder heard this big man crying, he immediately became annoyed and slapped him. Get lost, useless thing. You can't even guard a shop. This Pan family elder's name was Pan Hongliang. He was definitely one of the most hot-tempered people in the Pan family, so there was no room for negotiation. He raised his blade and rushed into the flying boat shop with his men. Li Zongjiu wasn't the only one who saw this. The surrounding people were also waiting for a good show to unfold. TSK, the Pan family is here. This is going to be a good show. King of Fire and Li Zongjiu were extremely calm as they watched the situation unfold in front of them. The surrounding people were even more eager to watch the show, so they also stuck their heads out. Even the person in charge of the shop didn't dare to stick his head out. Whoever dared to block the Pan family's path at this time would probably be trampled on like a pile of shit. Who dares to block me? Watch how I cripple him today. Pan Hongliang's voice was like a large bell that echoed throughout the entire shop. The target of these people was very clear. They were coming directly for Li Zongjiu and King of Fire. However, after Pan Hongliang's shout, a similar clamor rang out. Pan Hongliang, you've got a lot of guts. I think you're tired of living. When this voice rang out, everyone present, including Pan Hongliang himself, was stunned. There was actually someone who dared to do this. Now everyone was excited. When they looked over, they saw an even larger group of people charging out from the other side of the entrance of the shop. Pan Hongliang was even more shocked when he saw the person leading this group. Tai-Fi. Chapter 849. Tai-Fi. Who in the underworld didn't know Tai-Fi's name? In today's underworld, no one else's name could be heard. Tai-Fi's reputation had skyrocketed. Moreover, he had accurately grasped the scale, neither too much nor too little. Therefore, he was doing quite well in the underworld. In addition, he had the support of a mysterious boss behind him. He had almost endless money to invest in manpower. With so many people and so much money, who could beat Tai-Fi? Tai-Fi was accompanied by Du Liani. When Pan Hongliang saw Tai-Fi suddenly appear, he didn't quite understand. He was here beating people up. Why the fuck did you come out for no reason? Tai-Fi, this has nothing to do with you. There were only 30 to 40 people behind Pan Hongliang. However, there were hundreds of experts behind Tai-Fi. Moreover, when these people stared at the hired thugs behind Pan Hongliang, they were all in a playful state. They didn't put these people in their eyes at all. The people behind Pan Hongliang couldn't help but shrink their neck. They were just some thugs who lived like princes. Normally, they would just stand in formation and set up a formation. How could they be compared to these people who licked blood from their blades and killed people all day long? In terms of momentum, they couldn't be compared at all. Stop them! Tai-Fi ordered. Over 100 people immediately surrounded Pan Hongliang and the others. They didn't give Pan Hongliang or the Pan family any face. They came straight at them. Tai-Fi and Du Liani quickly walked in front of Li Zongjiu. They knelt down on one knee and saluted. Young master, we're late. Please forgive us, young master. At this moment, the surrounding onlookers were simply stunned. The dignified Tai-Fi, the king of the underworld, was actually kneeling in front of a young man. TSK, the Pan family has kicked an iron plate this time. I've long said that this kid must have a great background. Otherwise, how could he be so fierce? It's just that I didn't expect him to have such a great background. Seeing Tai-Fi kneeling in front of Li Zongjiu, the person who said that Li Zongjiu would be beaten to death immediately changed his tune. This kind of ability to steer according to the wind was really not ordinary. Get up. How did you know? Li Zongjiu looked at Tai-Fi and Du Liani in front of him. It had only been a few minutes, but he already knew that it was him. There are people who are keeping watch nearby. This is our territory, so when someone saw young master, he immediately informed me. Tai-Fi hurriedly said. I also received the news and met Big Brother Tai on the way. Du Liani also said. All right, it's good that you're here. You can deal with the Pan family as you see fit. Also, help me arrange a flying boat. We're going to Yongzhou. Since Tai-Fi and the others were here, Li Zongjiu didn't need to deal with this matter. It would save him the trouble of dirtying his hands. Young master, please rest assured. We'll definitely deal with it well. Tai-Fi immediately said solemnly. This matter wasn't small. These people were actually so arrogant and dared to scheme against the young master. There was nothing more to say. However, Tai-Fi still arranged a flying boat for Li Zongjiu first. This flying boat was actually under Li Zongjiu's name. Even Li Zongjiu himself didn't know that it was in there. You don't even know that you have a flying boat under your name? King of Fire looked at Li Zongjiu with a face full of disdain. He didn't think that Li Zongjiu would have such a brain. How could he be in charge of so many people under him? Why should I know this? Do you know how many hairs you have? Li Zongjiu retorted, King of Fire. King of Fire heard this and felt that this brat's courage wasn't small. He dared to directly rebuke him. This made the Fire Wraith King feel very embarrassed. Looking at the arrogant look on this kid's face, he had the urge to beat him up. Alright, I'll bear with you for now. After using Li Zongjiu, he would teach him a good lesson. At that time, he would see how Li Zongjiu's expression would be. King of Fire couldn't help but imagine Li Zongjiu's expression at that time. The flying boat slowly rose into the air. Tai-Fi had also specially arranged for a pilot. The flying boat flew directly towards Yongzhou. Although Tai-Feihe had taken out the best flying boat among all the flying boats, Lin Mingya and Lin Mingyao were all shocked. However, its performance could only be considered average among the many flying boats. It would take at least a day and a half to fly to Yongzhou. On the flying boat, Li Zongjiu and King of Fire didn't have much interaction. Li Zongjiu also seemed to be very busy. He had been in a state of cultivation all this time. King of Fire stared at Li Zongjiu for a long time. This brat was really able to sit still. He looked like a rock. After the Fire Wraith King got bored, he stretched and walked to the deck. He looked at the scenery outside the ship and took in the panoramic view. I haven't been out for a long time. Li Zongjiu and the others had left. However, the Pan family in the flying boat plaza was unlucky. Who was Tai-Fi? Since he had personally made a move today, he naturally had to make the Pan family remember this. The people of the Great Joy Casino were not to be trifled with. Tai-Fi, what do you want? Pan Hongliang stared at Tai-Fi and the others as he spoke. With hundreds of people staring at them, they couldn't escape at all. Now that they were in the flying boat plaza, who knew how many eyes were staring at them? If they were the slightest bit careless, the city guards would come and suppress them. This kind of thing would never happen in Royal City. When Pan Hongliang saw that Tai-Fi and the others weren't going to give up, he became slightly nervous. He even felt a little weak. How do we deal with it? Of course we deal with it impartially. We aren't some gangster organization. Tai-Fi looked at Pan Hongliang and smiled faintly. Just when Pan Hongliang didn't understand what Tai-Fi meant, he suddenly heard the sound of the heavy infantry moving together. The city guards are here. A large number of soldiers rushed in. The flying boat plaza wasn't far from the city gate. After all, there were hundreds of flying boats taking off and landing all day long. Therefore, they had to control the situation in a more remote area. When Pan Hongliang heard that the city guards were here, he heaved a sigh of relief. The main thing was that it was better for the government to intervene than to deal with it privately. At least there would be a certain amount of protection. In addition, the Pan family had connections in the city guard. Therefore, Pan Hongliang's heart calmed down a little. Who's causing trouble here? Wang Ding led his men and surrounded the two groups of people. First, he glanced at Tai-Fi and greeted Tai-Fi. Then, he circled in front of Pan Hongliang. My lord, they were the ones who started this. Oh, so it's you, the grandson, causing trouble in my territory. Take them all away. With a wave of Wang Ding's hand, the city guards under him rushed forward and pinned the Pan family members to the ground. None of them could move at all. Damn it! Let me go. Sir, what do you mean by this? Our family head and battalion commander Shui are very close. Wang Ding glanced at Pan Hongliang, who was still unconvinced. Are you threatening me? Take them away and let them have a taste of our feast. As the battalion commander of the Tusk Battalion, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with these people. It didn't matter if he had a high status in the clan. When facing these soldiers, he just had to capture them first. After that, no matter who came, it wouldn't be of any use. This time, it's all thanks to Battalion Commander Wang. Tai-Fi said to Wang Ding. Wang Ding mounted his horse and cupped his hands at Tai-Fi. At the same time, he said loudly to the people around him, If anyone dares to cause trouble in my territory in the future, they will end up like these people. After this incident, everyone knew that Tai Fai and Wang Ding had a good relationship. Even the city guards came out to support Tai Fai. In that case, Tai Fai's power was a bit too great. Chapter 850. Yong Province, Black Ghost Mountain. Among the 13 prefectures in the Saint Flame Empire, Yong Prefecture was the prefecture with the most mountain cities. Yong Prefecture was also famous for its strange mountains and rocks. Black Ghost Mountain was located near Black Ghost City. The Mystic Ghost Mountain range was 100 times larger than Mystic Ghost City. To the entire Mystic Ghost Mountain, Mystic Ghost City was just a tiny speck. The entire city relied on the resources of the Mystic Ghost Mountain to survive. The Black Ghost Mountain was rich in a type of ore. This ore was called ghost ink. One of the obvious effects of this ore was that it was easy to ignite. It could be used as fuel in many places, and could also be used for lubrication. Even on this flying boat, ghost ink was often used. Therefore, ghost ink was a relatively important product. The few great families that controlled the ghost ink mine were also quite ruthless in Black Ghost City. Black Ghost City. Liang family. Of the 4 great families in the city, the Liang family controlled almost a fifth of the ghost ink mine in Black Ghost Mountain. Therefore, the Liang family was very domineering in the city. Today, most of the important people in the Liang family were sitting there. At the highest position, there were 2 seats. One of them was occupied by the Liang family's patriarch, but the other seat was empty. Everyone was sitting there with solemn expressions on their faces. It was as if they were waiting for something. As the head of the Liang family, Liang Qinggong was used to seeing big scenes. But in the face of such a situation, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He picked up the teacup on the table and was about to take a sip when he suddenly felt a dark cloud appear in front of him. It was only early in the morning, but such a large dark cloud had appeared. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura enveloped the entire Liang family. Boom! The teacup in Liang Qinggong's hand trembled, and he almost spilled the tea on himself. At the same time, 2 figures appeared in the courtyard of the Liang family. One old and one young. The old man looked skinny and bony. Most importantly, there were dark circles around his eyes, as if they could absorb the souls of many people. One wouldn't even dare to look at him. The young one was a young lady of no more than 21 years old. Although her figure was shrouded by the black robe, one could still vaguely see her slender legs. When the 2 appeared, the people of the Liang family stood up one after another. "Welcome, Lord Mountain Ghost." "Welcome, Lord Mountain Ghost." "Lord Mountain Ghost, please come in." Liang Qinggong hurriedly came out to welcome them. The old man waved his sleeves lightly, holding a pitch-black cane in his hand, and walked directly into the Liang family's guest hall. Then, he sat down on the highest seat. Mountain Ghosts, he tapped the cane in his hand, indicating that the people in front of him should sit down. "Sit down." The Mountain Ghost's gaze swept across the crowd before finally landing on the Black Ghost Mountain in the distance. "Keep a close eye on those who have come to this city recently, especially those airboats and fleets from other places." Mountain Ghost's family head. "Don't worry, Lord Mountain Ghost. Everything has been arranged. We will control the information of any flying boat that lands." Liang Qinggong said respectfully to the old man, Mountain Ghost. "Very good. The Ghost King's secret realm will open in 2 days. This time, I'd like to see how many reckless fools there are." Mountain Ghost's eyes were filled with murderous intent. After tasting the sweetness of the Ghost King's secret realm, he had always wanted to create glory in the Ghost King's secret realm. Therefore, he made arrangements in advance. Mountain Ghost wasn't the only one who made arrangements. He made arrangements for the rest of the people as well. Li Zongjiu and the others arrived at Mystic Ghost City. "Why does this Mystic Ghost City look so dark?" When Li Zongjiu got off the flying boat, he called for it to return. As for how he would return, he didn't need the flying boat to wait here. There would be a way. Since the flying boat was under his family's name, he naturally had to send it back to make money. Ghost City is like this. You have to be careful here. Some old guys will come out of seclusion. If you provoke someone you can't afford to provoke, I won't save you. The Fire Wraith King felt as if he was in his own territory. He stretched lazily and greedily absorbed the air around him. After sitting on the flying boat for so long, he could finally move around properly. Li Zongjiu glanced at King of Fire, who seemed like a tiger that had been released into the forest. Li Zongjiu couldn't believe his ears. You don't have to go out and stir up trouble. No matter how you look at it, you're the one who's more likely to cause trouble. Li Zongjiu thought to himself, but he didn't say anything. He would just wait and see. However, Li Zongjiu looked around. As soon as they landed, there were already 4 or 5 groups of people who had noticed them. Of course, Li Zongjiu didn't care about these things. If they wanted to cause trouble for Li Zongjiu, then don't blame Li Zongjiu for being rude. Although this place was extremely far from the sacred Flame Royal City or Luoxia City, Li Zongjiu had always been alone when he roamed the underworld in his previous life. Wherever he went, that place was his home ground. I rarely came to Yongzhou in the past. I wonder if there are any special herbs here. Li Zongjiu was slightly curious about Yongzhou. After all, the range of his activities in his previous life wasn't so wide. Since he came to Yongzhou with King of Fire, he might as well stroll around the area. Li Zongjiu didn't ask about the King of Fire's identity. Although the King of Fire was curious about Li Zongjiu's strength, he also didn't probe. Everyone had their own secrets and stories. That was why the two of them got along so well. In Profound Ghost City, ghost ink ores were the most commonly sold. At the same time, gunpowder and explosives were also made from ghost ink ores. There were many people selling these ores on the streets, and they were very convenient to use. All one needed to do was to light the fuse and ignite it. Li Zongjiu thought that these things were fun and bought two for self-defense. With this kind of power, even if it exploded under Li Zongjiu's feet, it wouldn't be able to reach Li Zongjiu. Hence, to Li Zongjiu, this thing was just a small toy. Come, freshly baked Ghost King Night Patrol grass. Do you want to take a look? Ghost King Night Patrol grass? When Li Zongjiu heard this, his heart was slightly moved. But when he saw the thing in the man's hand, he lost interest. How could this be the Demon Ghost King Nightwalker grass? It was clearly a ghost cut grass. If this Ghost King Nightwalker grass was so easy to find, then it wouldn't be so precious. Why would it be sold on the streets? This was really bullying those who didn't know anything. Young Masterling, how is that young lady? Are you going to mess with her tonight? A man in a dark red robe, who looked like a rich man, walked in front. Another servant, who looked extremely pale, pointed at the King of Fire and asked in a low voice. Li Zongjiu happened to be at the side. He followed the gaze of these people and saw that their target was actually the King of Fire. Li Zongjiu glanced at the man who was dressed like a rich man beside him and couldn't help but find it funny. With such a look, he still wanted to mess with the King of Fire. Although he knew that these people were up to no good, Li Zongjiu didn't care too much about it. Anyway, they weren't targeting him. He didn't have to solve these problems for the King of Fire. Hey Li Zongjiu, come over quickly. I found this. Suddenly, the King of Fire in front turned around and waved at Li Zongjiu. The man in red immediately turned around and looked at Li Zongjiu. His eyes were full of murderous intent. At the same time, he wondered if this kid had heard something just now. Chapter 851. He looked at Li Zongjiu's back as he walked away. The red-clothed young man made a simple gesture of slitting his throat at the white-faced servant beside him. This brat must have heard what we said just now. We'll find a chance to kill these two people on the spot. The red-clothed young man said coldly. The white-faced servant behind him also licked his teeth. It could be seen that his teeth were sharper than ordinary people's teeth. If these teeth were to bite someone's body, it would be unimaginable pain. What's that? Li Zongjiu took a closer look. It turned out that the King of Fire was holding a meta beast egg in his hand. This meta beast egg seemed to have been sealed for many years, and was now placed on the counter selling accessories. However, this meta beast egg still had a trace of vitality inside. It was obviously a very tenacious egg. The life inside is not simple. Boss, how much is it? The stall owner rubbed his palms when he saw that the King of Fire liked it so much. Miss, you really have good eyesight. This little toy only costs 5 gold coins to take away. 5 gold coins. In the eyes of an outsider, this was just a slightly rounder stone. However, the stall owner actually wanted to sell it for 5 gold coins. This was clearly a scam. However, the King of Fire did not feel that it was expensive at all. Instead, he widened his eyes and looked at Li Zhongjiu.
Why are you looking at me?
I'm not buying this thing. Li Zhongjiu did not know what was inside the egg. He guessed that it was just some small worms and lizards. After all, the egg was only so big. If the King of Fire liked it, then Li Zhongjiu could not stop him. If he liked it, then he could buy it himself. Although Li Zhongjiu said that he had a lot of money, it was all for the Li family. It did not matter if the Li family spent the money. However, why should he pay for the King of Fire, who was not related to him in any way? I don't usually carry money. The Fire Wraith King spread his hands, turned around and walked away arrogantly. His figure flashed and disappeared into the crowd. Li Zhongjiu could not stop him even if he wanted to. On the other hand, the stall owner smiled at Li Zhongjiu. Young master, since your wife likes it so much, why don't you pay the bill? When Li Zhongjiu heard this, he immediately glared at the stall owner. Stop, I've only just met her. Why don't you accept her money? You're such a strange boss. Then, in order to show that he didn't know the Fire Wraith King, Li Zhongjiu turned around and walked in another direction. It seemed that he didn't know the Fire Wraith King. The stall owner was in a daze. He was confused by the situation in front of him. Were the two of them singing a duet? Was he being played by the two of them? When the stall owner came back to his senses, he wanted to chase after them. No matter which one he chased, they had all disappeared without a trace.
Oh my God, can't you even afford 5 gold coins?
You want to escape the bill? Li Zhongjiu was not a person who would suffer losses. The King of Fire was dreaming if he wanted to take advantage of him. Now Li Zhongjiu was walking on another street. He sensed that 2 people were quickly approaching him. It seemed like they were really coming for him. The strength of these 2 people was not bad in this small county. They had both reached the origin ancestor realm. However, in front of Li Zhongjiu, they were simply 2 piles of trash. Are the 2 of you looking for me? Li Zhongjiu's figure appeared directly behind the 2 of them. The 2 of them had been following Li Zhongjiu when they suddenly realized that Li Zhongjiu had disappeared. Now that they heard the voice behind them, they were shocked. Kid, our young master has taken a fancy to that girl. If you know what's good for you, you'll pretend that you don't know. The white-masked man turned around and glared at Li Zhongjiu as he spoke. This sentence made Li Zhongjiu let go of his killing intent. You want to deal with her? All right, I won't interfere in this matter. You can go ahead. Li Zhongjiu hurriedly raised his hand to show that he wouldn't interfere in this matter. Even the 2 people who had come to threaten Li Zhongjiu hadn't expected Li Zhongjiu to be so cowardly. Kid, at least you know what's good for you. Don't let us see you in the city again. The 2 of them directly waved their hands and scolded, sending Li Zhongjiu away. Li Zhongjiu also wanted to kindly remind these people that if they wanted to find trouble with the King of Fire, they had to bring more people with them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a challenge at all. After sending the 2 of them away, Li Zhongjiu found a relatively good inn in the city. After booking a room, Li Zhongjiu began to cultivate in the room. Recently, I found another Yuan skill from that old thing's memories. Buddha's palm? Li Zhongjiu realized that the things that the old thing had learned were not simple. Whether it was the mountain-toppling golden seal or the Buddha's palm, he had a strong feeling that they were extremely high-level Yuan skills. Even if it was in the hands of an absolute saint expert, it would definitely be a very powerful existence. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu was also very interested in this thing. At least, among the Yuan skills that Li Zhongjiu had encountered before, he had never seen such a high-level Yuan skill. My heavenly void divine image record has not been wasted. Although the Dragon Clan's Yuan skills can increase certain powers, in order to achieve the true effect of fusion, I still need this heavenly void divine image record to mediate. Although the 3 Yuan skills of the Dragon Clan were very powerful, it was only external. However, relatively speaking, this was only an external boost. It was more like an additional boost to one's strength, which was why Li Zhongjiu needed to maintain his cultivation of the heavenly void divine form. White God Fu, ancient golden body art, hell technique. In addition, there was the blood soul world, which was the current blood soul hell. The blood dragon race didn't need any cultivation techniques to cultivate. They only needed to kill non-stop. As Li Zhongjiu flipped through the white God Fu, he was also constantly learning the pagoda palm in his hand. As he started, it seemed to contain a lot of pagoda power. What is pagoda? Why does my body contain so much pagoda power? When Li Zhongjiu started cultivating the pagoda palm, it was almost as if he had the help of God. At the same time, he could easily control the power of the pagoda palm as if he had the help of God. Regarding this, Li Zhongjiu only thought of himself as a genius. In any case, when he cultivated these things in the past, it was very easy. Therefore, he attributed this to his own talent. As night fell, Li Zhongjiu's mind sensed a figure approaching. Then, with a bang, the window in the room that Li Zhongjiu was in turned into ashes. Damn, what's going on? King of Fire jumped in through the window and landed on the ground with a whoosh. Why are you back so early? I have been looking for you for a long time. When the Fire Wraith King saw Li Zhongjiu sitting cross-legged on the practice futon, he flipped his body and landed on the bed. When Li Zhongjiu saw this scene, he almost frowned. This was because the Fire Wraith King was lying on his bed. Although Li Zhongjiu rarely slept, he would take an hour out every day to completely relax and rest. This is my bed, Li Zhongjiu said in a calm tone. The King of Fire in front of him should also realize that his behavior was getting more and more out of line. Could it be that you want me to sleep on the floor? The Fire Wraith King said arrogantly. Not only did he snatch Li Zhongjiu's bed, but he also acted as if it was a matter of course. Then Li Zhongjiu should have a good talk with him. You can open a room for yourself. Thinking of how King of Fire wanted to cheat him of 5 gold coins, Li Zhongjiu would not be nice to the King of Fire. No one had ever taken advantage of Li Zhongjiu. I have no money. King of Fire was not embarrassed at all. On the contrary, he was very self-righteous. Li Zhongjiu immediately stood up. Those people from Ghost King Palace served King of Fire every day, but Li Zhongjiu would not serve him like that. It's that room. Just now, that bitch killed young master. Young master died so miserably. Chapter 852. Before Li Zhongjiu could lecture the King of Fire, who was lying on the bed, he heard a voice coming from outside the window. Furthermore, there was a large number of footsteps coming from the staircase. Li Zhongjiu immediately looked at the King of Fire, who was lying on the bed. Just now, there was someone who didn't know what was good for him. Therefore, I killed him. I guess he must have some influence in the area. The King of Fire moved his fingers. He seemed to be checking if there were any problems with his fingernails. It seemed like his liver had been too hot recently, and he needed to trim his fingernails. Boom! Li Zhongjiu's door was directly smashed open. At the same time, there were many people with long swords rushing in. These people all looked malnourished. Their faces were pale and their bodies were thin. When they rushed in, they saw Li Zhongjiu and the King of Fire on the bed. It's this bitch, the leader of the group said. The crowd separated, and a figure quickly walked out. Family head, this is the woman who killed the young master. A middle-aged man wearing a blood-red robe walked in. Stinking bitch, how dare you kill my Shui Yaoyang's son? Today I will suck your blood dry. The person who came called himself Shui Yaoyang. If he was in the city, he should know that Li Zongjiu and the others had offended someone they couldn't afford to offend. Shui Yaoyang, family head of the Shui family. The Shui family was one of the 4 great families in Mystic Ghost City. Although their strength wasn't as strong as the Liang family, they were definitely one of the top families in the city. Now, the son of the Shui family's family head was dead. As the head of the Shui clan, he naturally had to find the King of Fire and have a good talk with him. The Yuan formula practiced by the Xie clan was a kind of Yuan formula that allowed one to directly absorb blood and cultivate. It was very similar to Li Zongjiu's previous cultivation method. However, the difference was that Li Zongjiu could freely control and absorb the energy within the blood. However, the Xie clan members had a kind of dependent nature. If they couldn't escape from it, they could only continue to sink into it. He immersed himself in the blood. He had to absorb blood to cultivate almost every day. Originally, the young master of the Shui clan had taken a liking to the King of Fire. The young master of the Shui clan's hobby every day was to choose a woman on the street and suck her blood dry to maintain his cultivation. Unfortunately, he was very unlucky to meet the King of Fire tonight. Naturally, he was killed by the King of Fire without saying a word. However, he didn't kill all the little ones. However, whoever got close, opened their mouths, or spoke were all easily killed by the King of Fire. Now that Shui Yaoyang had brought people over, he was determined to capture the King of Fire. When he saw that there was actually another person in the room, Shui Yaoyang immediately gave the order. Cut this brat into pieces. Cut him into pieces. My son is already dead. Why are you still alive and well? You must be in cahoots with that chick. I'm in a bad mood now. Get out of here and pay the compensation to the Shui clan. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Shui Yaoyang felt as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He had never heard of anyone who dared to say such things to him. You're courting death. How dare you speak to the head of the Shui clan like that? Immediately, 2 people holding long swords rushed towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu went forward and crushed their heads. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Before the head of the Shui clan could react, he saw Li Zongjiu appear in front of him. Bang! Without saying a word, he smashed Shui Yaoyang's head with a punch. The dignified Shui clan's patriarch was killed just like that. This was really unexpected. The blood that splashed out from his neck was already starting to turn green. It was even more shocking. When the subordinates of the Shui clan saw this scene, their eyes widened in disbelief. Clan head is dead. However, it wasn't just the head of the Shui clan. Everyone who wore the uniform of the Shui clan was killed by Li Zongjiu. Dozens of headless corpses fell down in the inn. Such a tragic situation was really unprecedented. The owner of the inn was scared silly. He had never seen such a horrifying scene. A bunch of trash. After Li Zongjiu crippled these people, he took a bath very directly. It was inevitable that his body was stained with a trace of blood. When Li Zongjiu walked out of the bathroom, he realized that the King of Fire was already asleep on the bed. Faced with such a situation, Li Zongjiu had nowhere to vent his anger. Furthermore, this little girl was actually able to sleep peacefully in such a situation. With such a cultivation level, she still needed to sleep? Li Zongjiu naturally didn't know. However, when he saw the King of Fire sleeping, Li Zongjiu didn't wake him up. Fuck! After cursing, Li Zongjiu sat down and meditated all the way until dawn. There was still a whole day before the opening of the Ghost King's secret realm. However, they had to go to the vicinity of the Ghost King's secret realm tonight. Otherwise, they would not be able to get a good position. Moreover, the entrance to the Ghost King's secret realm was not easy to find. The clan head of the Shui clan was killed by someone. In the huge Xian Ghost City, it wouldn't take long for the whole city to know about this. The rest of the people didn't care. However, there was one person who couldn't sit still when this matter appeared. In the Shui clan's mansion, an old man in a white robe was there. His face was pale as if he was smeared with flour. He looked like he was about to shed his ashes. However, his hair was black and shiny. It was full of vitality. However, his face looked like it was about to dry up. Two extremes were displayed on this person's face. Patriarch, someone must be behind this. They want to take advantage of the chaos to suppress the Shui clan. The Shui clan's century-old foundation is actually being provoked today. We definitely can't ignore it. An elder of the Shui clan said angrily as he stood up. Although he seemed to be filled with righteous indignation, he was actually overjoyed. The clan head and the young clan head had been killed. Wasn't he the most powerful person to take over the position of the clan head? Therefore, now that he had taken the lead to stir up trouble, he had to bring the culprit to justice. As long as he caught the culprit, he would be considered to have made a great contribution. Then, he would be able to take over the position of the clan head. Whoever dares to provoke the blood demon patriarch, I will make him pay a painful price. Bring him to Egypt and search for the culprit with all your might. The old man with black hair and a white face was actually called the blood demon patriarch. It was unknown where he had obtained the yuan cultivation technique. He had actually used it to cultivate to his current level. Although the blood demon patriarch was powerful, he was actually only a yuan monarch elite. However, a yuan monarch elite was already considered a pinnacle existence in the mysterious ghost city. Patriarch, there is no need to search. The culprit has been staying in the inn all night. He hasn't left at all. The elder said straightforwardly. The blood demon patriarch glared at the elder. Couldn't you investigate the culprit's identity? Couldn't you investigate the culprit's background? However, there were so many elders present at the clan meeting. Since he had already said that, he naturally couldn't take it back. Thus, he could only bite the bullet and continue. All right, gather the men for me. I want to meet these people personally. The blood demon patriarch of the Shui clan suddenly made a big move and mobilized the majority of the experts in the clan. Clearly, he wanted to intimidate them with his strength. The people of the Liang family also heard about this and hurriedly reported it to Shan Gui. Ever since Shan Gui had left the mountain, he had been cultivating with the female disciple in the room every day. He was never tired of it. Now that he had been disturbed because of this matter, he didn't look too good. However, when he heard that it was the blood demon patriarch who had made a move, his eyes narrowed slightly. That little blood demon has also become the patriarch of the Shui clan? Alright, I want to see who actually dares to provoke the Shui clan. Shan Gui was also very curious about this matter. Thus, he immediately put on some clothes and rushed out. Chapter 853. The Fire Wraith King got up lazily, stretched and yawned. He looked around and saw Li Zongju resting on a chair opposite him. He suddenly screamed, "Ah, you stinky hooligan, why did you sleep in my room?" Li Zongju opened his eyes helplessly. Although he was resting, he was still able to detect any movements around him very quickly. "Big sister, you slept in my room." King of Fire bit his finger and tried to recall. It did seem to be the case. He slept in Li Zongju's room. King of Fire immediately got up. The quality of the clothes was indeed not exaggerated. Last night, the King of Fire's actions did not even leave a trace of damage on the clothes. However, Li Zongjiu did not pay attention to himself before. On the other hand, Xiao Zhao prepared 10 sets of clothes for Li Zongjiu to change into daily. Moreover, the material of these clothes was warm in winter and cool in summer. Not only was it very comfortable to wear, but it was also very effective for the cultivation of Yuan Li and protection of some of the vital parts. It could be said that he was very competent as a housekeeper. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's current situation did not look bad. Let's go. We will enter the mountain today. King of Fire was already dressed up. However, Li Zongjiu looked at King of Fire. He did not seem to need any decorations. He already had such a beautiful appearance. What was the origin of the egg you took yesterday? Li Zhongjiu couldn't help but ask. If it was something that even a powerhouse like the Fire Wraith King was interested in, it must be something powerful. However, the Fire Wraith King seemed to like it yesterday, but he didn't see it again today. No origin. It's just a small thing. King of Fire said calmly. What about the eggs? I was hungry last night, so I ate it. Li Zhongjiu was speechless. This guy was really interesting. Fortunately, he didn't pay the money at that time. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. Li Zhongjiu didn't dare to agree with the King of Fire's interests. Since he was ready to leave, he might as well go out. The innkeeper and the waiter had already fled. There weren't even any guests in the inn. After all, there were so many corpses lying in the corridor. Not many people would dare to sleep in such an inn. Li Zhongjiu and King of Fire had just walked onto the street. Then, he saw someone galloping over from afar. Moreover, this was a huge commotion. A group of people rushed out. The surrounding streets had already been sealed off. The people of the Xie family had cleared the surrounding area. The person leading the charge was the blood demon ancestor of the Xie family. In this operation, the blood demon ancestor had used a lot of power to create such a huge effect. The surrounding 3 streets were completely emptied. On the roofs, on the eaves, and on the streets there were close to 300 experts. No matter where Li Zhongjiu and King of Fire went, they wouldn't be able to escape. Even the blood devil ancestor was very satisfied with his masterpiece. At the same time, he could also show the people of Mystic Ghost City whether or not the Xue family could succeed in Mystic Ghost City, whether or not the Xue family was an extremely arrogant existence, and how many people would dare to mess with the Xue family and disrespect them. The person in front, quickly report your name. The blood demon ancestor held a blood-red longsword in his hand and pointed it at Li Zhongjiu. These 2 young people had just walked out, and they immediately encountered such a thing. If they were ordinary people, they would probably have been scared witless. However, the blood demon ancestor's existence was indeed unable to threaten Li Zhongjiu or King of Fire. Boom! King of Fire's figure instantly soared into the sky. Li Zhongjiu's figure also chased after him. Boom! There was clearly an inescapable encirclement around them, but Li Zhongjiu and the Fire Wraith King simply disappeared and soared into the sky. The sword in the blood demon ancestor's hand was pointed at the empty space. The people around him were already prepared to start a massacre. These experts from the Blood Clan would never have thought that they had painstakingly set this up for the entire morning. Furthermore, they had been waiting here for a long time. Who would have thought that the enemy would appear for only a few seconds and disappear while chatting? Only about 300 experts of the Xie family were left here, feeling the cold wind. Now, even the blood demon ancestor did not know how to end this situation. They stayed in the same spot for a long time, feeling awkward. Ancestor, should we chase after them? The great elder from before could not help but ask. There had to be an explanation for such a situation. Otherwise, many people would continue to stay here in a daze. Chase after your head. The ancestor directly slapped the great elder in front of so many people. If he did not vent his anger, he would not know how to end today's matter. After slapping the great elder, the blood demon ancestor's mood became slightly better. Let's go back first. The blood demon ancestor waved his hand and said. Then, the blood demon ancestor took the lead and turned his horse around, heading back in the direction of his family. The rest of the Xie family members also followed behind the horse. Fortunately, there were no other people around. Otherwise, the Xie family would have lost a lot of face today. They had painstakingly set up an inescapable trap, but the other party did not even look at it and just disappeared with a leap. There was nothing they could do about it. Even if they wanted to chase after them, their speed was not something that ordinary people could catch up with. It seemed like Shui Yaoyang and his son had really offended some people that they could not afford to offend. That was why they ended up like this. It was really a pity. In short, when the blood demon ancestor saw such a situation, he finally calmed down. If he chased after them, only death would await him. Before leaving, he directly moved all the corpses in the inn back one by one. He realized that the people who were beaten to death in the inn seemed to have died a very painful death. Some of them even had their hands and legs broken, and their blood flowed out until they died. Looking at the Xie family members who left in shame and anger. In the distance, Shan Gui also frowned. The origins of the two people just now had not been revealed. Even the people from the Liang family did not know the identity of the two people. However, they were still in the process of investigating. He believed that there would be a result soon. Those two people are really not weak. We have to be careful when the time comes. A man and a woman. They are clearly here for the Ghost King's secret realm. Shan Gui was secretly on guard. He naturally had to be vigilant against such nameless expert. This was because these nameless people usually had this last resort. The reason why Shan Gui was able to survive until now and possess the strength and status he had today was because he knew how to be careful. He would never underestimate anyone. Even if the person looked really weak, he would never let his guard down before chopping off his head. Li Zongjiu and the King of Fire rushed into the mysterious ghost mountain without eating. My mental power is greatly affected here. With a boom, the two of them landed on the ground. The powerful aura also set off a huge wave of dust, causing the surrounding vegetation to sway violently. There are a lot of ghost ink ores at the bottom of the mysterious ghost mountain. Therefore, the restriction on mental energy is greater. The King of Fire said. Li Zongjiu did not expect that the King of Fire would actually study these things. In that case, it would be even more difficult to find the entrance to the Ghost King's secret realm. However, Li Zongjiu's main goal was not to find the Ghost King's secret realm. If he could find some precious herbs, it would be a very profitable thing for Li Zongjiu. Just now, he wanted to use his mental energy to search for rare herbs. However, he realized that his mental energy was affected. Although it was affected, it was still difficult to resist Li Zongjiu's mental energy. Everything within 100 meters was clearly captured by Li Zongjiu. The 500-year-old Ghost King's tear leaf is actually here? Chapter 854. The 500-year-old tear leaf of the Ghost King contained an extremely dense dark aura. If one touched the tear leaf of the Ghost King and accidentally pricked one's finger, it would be equivalent to losing one's life. The poison on the tear leaf could send one to hell in a matter of minutes. It was no joke at all. Li Zongjiu skillfully took out a set of tools, then walked forward, wanting to transplant the tear leaf of the Ghost King. As an alchemist, there were times when he encountered precious medicinal herbs in the wild, but they had not yet matured. What could he do? Naturally, he could only transplant them. Otherwise, when the medicinal herbs matured, they would have been taken away by others. Or they would have been destroyed by others. Anything could happen. Therefore, the smartest way was to transplant the tear leaf of the Ghost King. Just as Li Zongjiu was about to transplant the tear leaf of the Ghost King, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly appeared above his head, as if it was going to swallow Li Zongjiu's entire head. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu retreated. The figure that descended from the sky directly landed in front of Li Zongjiu and the King of Fire. Its powerful claws scratched towards Li Zongjiu's head. It was a tiger python beast. It had a python head and a tiger body. It killed people like flies. It was extremely ferocious and cunning. Its claws almost brushed past Li Zongjiu's hair. When the King of Fire saw the tiger python beast, he also took a small step back. It was not that he was afraid of the tiger python beast, but he wanted to put some distance between himself and Li Zongjiu. He wanted to let the tiger python beast know that he was not with Li Zongjiu, so he could go directly to him. Yes, a virtuous lady, the Fire Wraith King often warned herself not to fight outside if she could. Otherwise, others would think that she was very rude. Therefore, the King of Fire also took a small step back and put some distance between himself and Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu did not care about the King of Fire's actions. The tiger python beast in front of him was already an adult and its strength was comparable to a peak Yuan monarch. The King of Fire also wanted to see how strong Li Zhongjiu was. If an ordinary Yuan monarch encountered the tiger python beast, they would be somewhat restrained and it would not be easy to get rid of it. It was also a good opportunity to see Li Zhongjiu's skills. Tisk! The tiger python beast flicked its snake tongue at Li Zhongjiu. It tried its best to protect the Ghost King's tear leaf behind it, as if to say, "The Ghost King's tear leaf is mine. If you dare to mess around, I'll fight you to the death." Obviously, the tiger python beast also felt that the strength of Li Zhongjiu and the King of Fire was not to be trifled with. Therefore, the tiger python beast only threatened Li Zhongjiu and did not do anything too extreme. "Either you leave by yourself or I'll kill you." Li Zhongjiu took out his Desolate Heaven Essence. The Desolate Heaven Essence immediately emitted an extremely terrifying light. The light was clearly threatening the tiger python beast in front of it. The tiger python beast's eyes narrowed as it looked at the Desolate Heaven Essence in front of it. Then it looked at Li Zhongjiu and the King of Fire. It scratched the ground with its claws as if it was extremely reluctant to part with the Desolate Heaven Essence, but it was also afraid of Li Zhongjiu's strength. In the end, it looked at the Ghost King's tear leaf behind it and leaped into the depths of the forest. So, its figure disappeared. Li Zhongjiu weighed the Desolate Heaven Essence in his hand. Li Zhongjiu was very satisfied with this fellow's wise choice. At the very least, this fellow still had some brains. If it had charged forward just now, Li Zhongjiu would have been able to cripple this little thing with a single blow. The King of Fire was like a deflated balloon. It was really boring. He thought that there would be a fierce battle. At the very least, he wanted to see Li Zhongjiu rolling on the ground. However, things had developed in this way and the tiger python beast was still very smart. Li Zhongjiu stepped forward and moved the 500-year-old Ghost King's tear leaf into a basin. He placed some vitality stones in the basin to help the Ghost King's tear leaf stabilize its aura. At the same time, it also ensured that the Ghost King's tear leaf could continue to live. "Let's go," Li Zhongjiu said after doing all this. The most important thing now was to find the entrance to the Ghost King mystic realm. However, the King of Fire didn't seem to have a map and could only walk around randomly. Li Zhongjiu asked the King of Fire, "Since you don't even have a map, how are you going to find this place?" The King of Fire only said that there would be a lot of people coming. Hence, there was no need to worry about not finding it. Of course, it would be even better if they could find it by accident. Hence, Li Zhongjiu was constantly looking for herbs along the way. Originally, these medicinal herbs were guarded by extremely ferocious Yuan beasts. However, after encountering the combination of Li Zhongjiu and the King of Fire, these Yuan beasts obediently left. These meta beasts walked away obediently, as if they were enduring the humiliation. They turned around and left, allowing Li Zhongjiu to take advantage of them. It seemed like these Yuan beasts had learned to be smart. "You don't say. These dark-attributed Yuan beasts are smarter than ordinary Yuan beasts," Li Zhongjiu said. The Fire Wraith King also nodded seriously. However, the King of Fire knew that the reason why the Yuan beasts chose to leave wasn't because they felt threatened by the two of them. In fact, it was because of the aura released from the Desolate Heaven Essence in Li Zhongjiu's hand. It was the aura that came from the vast wilderness. "Can I take a look at your weapon?" After Li Zhongjiu took out the Desolate Heaven Essence for the umpteenth time, the King of Fire finally couldn't help but ask, "Are you talking about this? Take it." Li Zhongjiu directly threw the Desolate Heaven Essence to the King of Fire in front of him. The Desolate Heaven Essence was obtained from the Genius Tower. Although it was very bearable to use at the moment, it didn't have much of a deterrent effect after reaching the sovereign stage. Even when facing the Fire Ghost King, who was at the peak of the primitive Emperor realm, its power was just like an ordinary kitchen knife. Such a precious weapon was actually thrown to the King of Fire without any warning. Following that, Li Zhongjiu continued to fiddle with his plant. In the eyes of the King of Fire, Li Zhongjiu was purely here to fiddle with these plants. After all, the King of Fire didn't know how to refine pills. Seeing a man like Li Zhongjiu digging up these plants, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. However, as Li Zhongjiu was an alchemist, there was nothing difficult to explain. The King of Fire was focused on studying the desolate heaven essence in his hand. When he held it in his hand, he could clearly feel its weight. When he swung it around, he felt as if his hands were holding 2 mountains. What a powerful force! The King of Fire tried smashing it on his hand. Sure enough, he could feel a powerful force surging into his body. However, the King of Fire's body was very strong. The force that entered his body was easily neutralized by the King of Fire. "I'll return it to you." After studying it for a while, the King of Fire didn't have much interest in it, although he felt that it was powerful. He immediately threw the desolate heaven essence to Li Zhongjiu. So, when the desolate heaven essence left his hand, immediately there was a slight movement from afar. The King of Fire's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw a scarlet-red figure rushing towards him. A part of the figure suddenly stretched out and grabbed the desolate heaven essence, taking it away. Seeing this scene, Li Zhongjiu was still squatting on the ground, holding a small hoe in his hand. When he saw that his desolate heaven essence had been stolen by someone else, he was also stunned. Who dares to find trouble with this king? The King of Fire's face immediately darkened as killing intent was released from his body. If this thing had been snatched from Li Zhongjiu's hands, the King of Fire wouldn't have cared. However, before the item could be handed over to Li Zhongjiu, it was snatched away. Chapter 855. However, the figure that had snatched away the desolate heaven essence did not seem to have any intention of stopping to answer. After the figure landed on the ground, it headed straight for the depths of the forest. This infuriated the King of Fire. Just now, when this guy rushed out, he had already seen clearly what it was. It was a red monkey. The King of Fire stretched out his hand and released an extremely terrifying energy. A fireball flew out from his hand, burning everything in its path. The monkey's back was instantly injured by the fireball, but at this moment, the red monkey used the desolate heaven essence in its hand to block its back. It managed to dissipate quite a bit of the force. However, at this moment, he couldn't run around unscrupulously, so he rolled on the ground and stopped. The King of Fire stretched out his hand once again, and a force condensed on the monkey and the desolate heaven essence. He wanted to grab both of them. The desolate heaven essence landed in his hands, but the red monkey was taken away by a figure midway. A person landed on the treetops. It blocked the King of Fire's powerful aura. To be able to do this so easily, it was obvious that the person's strength was not inferior to the King of Fire. Li Zhongjiu placed the hoe back on his waist. He held a pot of Azura Night Demon in his hand. This was a spirit medicine with an extremely murderous nature. In such a place, it was possible to find some strange herbs. Hence, Li Zhongjiu took them all. After putting away the herbs, he sized up the person who had come. The person who had come was wearing a mask. His hands were behind his back and his feet were 3 inches off the ground. His entire body seemed to be floating on the ground. The monkey just now seemed to be this guy's pet. At this moment, it also climbed onto the man's shoulder and said something to the masked man. It seemed to be telling him something. "How dare you touch my red-haired Yuan monkey? Leave your storage ring behind and scram." The masked man seemed to be very confident. Therefore, when he said this, it was completely a kind of, "I'll let you live this time. If there's a next time, I won't let you off so easily, so you have to be grateful." The Fire Wraith King sneered. "You want this king to scram? He King of Fire didn't speak any nonsense. Suddenly, as if his whole body was on fire, he instantly chased after the masked man. Boom! When the masked man saw that the King of Fire was charging towards him, he didn't dare to be careless. Instead, he took out a hand from behind his back and slammed it forward. A powerful wave of air surged towards the King of Fire, and all the flowers and trees within a radius of 100 feet seemed to have been sliced by a sharp blade. Shwa! Go! King of Fire stopped abruptly. Then, the flames on his body seemed to have grown legs of their own as they charged towards the masked man. Boom! As the flames leaped, the surrounding air seemed to have been burned clean. It was like an extremely violent flame beast descending from the sky. Seeing this, the masked man's face, which was hidden under the mask, changed drastically. He quickly took out both hands and slammed them forward. However, the flames were like a whirlwind that instantly wrapped around the masked man's body. The first thing that was burned clean was the sleeves of the robe where the two arms were. Damn it! The clothes on his arms were burned clean, making the man in front of him look like he was wearing a singlet. His appearance was very comical. "Where's my monkey?" As he looked, the monkey on his shoulder disappeared. Clearly, it was snatched away by the Fire Wraith King just now. The Fire Wraith King grabbed the red-haired monkey in his hand. The red-haired monkey in front of him seemed to be very unconvinced. It stretched out its tail and curled it around King of Fire's arm. At the same time, it opened its mouth and bit down on King of Fire's arm. Smack! The Fire Wraith King slapped the red-haired Yuan monkey on the spot, knocking out its teeth. The red-haired monkey looked aggrieved. "How dare you touch my monkey? Go to hell!" Gale slash! When the masked man saw that the Fire Wraith King was beating up the red-haired Yuan monkey, he was furious. At the same time, he unleashed his ultimate move. The terrifying wind blade was like a thunderbolt, and after the sound of the wind, there was actually a ferocious sound of thunder. Rumble! The Fire Wraith King threw the red-haired Yuan monkey in his hand without hesitation. The crimson-haired Yuan monkey was sucked into the wind blade. With a miserable shriek, it was instantly minced into a pile of flesh and blood. What? When the masked man saw that his red-haired monkey was killed by the woman in front of him, he couldn't accept it. You will pay for my monkey with your life." However, before the masked man made a move, he felt a heat under his feet, as if he had stepped into a terrifying pit of fire. When he looked at the surrounding environment, he was slightly shocked. "Domain. Do you think you're the only one with a domain?" Immediately, the masked man stretched out his hand and tried to summon his domain. However, he found that his power was completely suppressed by the power of the domain in front of him. What? The masked man was shocked. There was only one reason for this situation. The strength of the person in front of him was far above his own. "I'm a dignified third-grade origin emperor. Don't tell me that I'll be killed here today." Immediately, the masked man stomped his foot and tried to rush toward the end of the domain. However, things weren't as simple as he thought. A force easily trapped the masked man, and an endless power of fire instantly poured into the masked man's body. After that, the masked man no longer had any power to resist. He was directly burned to ashes by the flames. Li Zongjiu didn't enter the domain, but the King of Fire released the power of the domain for only a moment before he came out. Moreover, he came out alone. His intention was very obvious. That guy was at least a third-grade origin emperor. How could he be killed so quickly? Because Li Zongjiu's strength was ordinary, he wasn't targeted by the masked man at the beginning. In addition, Li Zongjiu didn't deliberately provoke the masked man, so the masked man's attention was directly on the King of Fire. The King of Fire held the desolate heaven essence in his hand and walked toward Li Zongjiu. "I'll return it to you." Li Zongjiu took the desolate heaven essence and couldn't help but admire her in his heart. This girl was really ruthless, but at the same time, she was also a person who paid attention to her promises. Well done. It was fine if the Fire Wraith King didn't make a move, but the moment he made a move, he killed a third-grade primitive emperor. If that was the case, it was likely that the surrounding people who wanted to attack the two of them would have already retreated. One had to know that Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu had been wandering around here for a long time. It was inevitable that they would be targeted. They came to the Black Ghost Mountain at this time. They were all here for the Ghost King's secret realm. At this moment, if he had the opportunity to encounter other people, he could kill them in advance. This would save him the trouble of encountering these people in the future. Moreover, if he killed them now, he would be able to obtain a lot of good things. Therefore, there were actually many enemies lying in wait around Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu. But after the King of Fire's actions, those people didn't dare to make a move. Some of them directly disappeared on the spot. Who would want to meet such a strong person? As night fell, Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu still hadn't found the entrance to the Ghost King's secret realm. However, as the bright moon hung in the sky, a chilling aura gradually rose over the entire mysterious Ghost Mountain. The cold aura that came from all directions extinguished the torches in front of Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu. Oh! A cold aura came from the west. The King of Fire, who was sleeping on the ground, opened his eyes at this moment. As if he was summoned, the King of Fire's eyes lit up. The secret realm has appeared. Chapter 856. The secret realm had appeared. A bright moon hung in the sky. When Li Zongjiu raised his head to look at the sky, he could clearly see several figures rushing forward from the moon. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the entire depths of the Black Ghost Mountain shook violently. The Black Ghost Mountain, which had been suppressed for so long, had finally become terrifying. Let's go! Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu moved as well. They were still dozens of miles away from where the cold air was released. They could sense that they were in a relatively remote area, but this was the time to test their strength. The King of Fire did not care too much about Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu was not strong enough, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble to find Li Zongjiu. He could have just found a random guy. Since he found Li Zongjiu, there must be a reason. In fact, Li Zongjiu's speed was not slower than the King of Fire. After using the hidden dragon art, Li Zongjiu's speed was even faster than the King of Fire's. In terms of the agility of his movement technique, it was also extremely exaggerated. His entire figure was so shocked that it was almost like an illusion. Boom! The two of them flew across the sea of trees at high speed. When they saw this scene, the people who had left also chased after them. They finally arrived at this place filled with cold air. The surrounding trees had already been frozen into ice sculptures. This was not caused by the cold air, but by the yin qi. In an extremely cold place, what appeared in front of them was a pool. At the bottom of the pool, there was a ray of light and a large amount of cold yin energy was flowing out from the bottom of the pool. It was as if someone had opened up a mysterious hole at the bottom of the pool. At this moment, there were many figures gathered around the pool. At a rough glance, there were at least 20 to 30 people. There were also some who were hiding in the dark and did not reveal themselves. There were always some who were cautious. When they encountered such a situation, they wanted to observe for a while. After all, it was necessary to be the first one to test the waters. Moreover, there were also some unknown risks involved in this. The Ghost King's secret realm. Legend had it that this was the place where the Ghost King of the primordial ghost cultivators had fallen. He had placed all the treasures he had collected in his life in this tomb. The tomb was also located in the Black Ghost Mountain. Unlike the other experts who had fallen, the Ghost King of Fire was different. Even after his death, the ancient Ghost King continued to cultivate and grow stronger. In this secret realm, the more people died, the more powerful the Ghost King became. Although everyone knew this, it was clear that the Ghost King was using these treasures to incite people to come and fight for them. In the end, they died in this secret realm. In this way, the Ghost King's power would grow stronger. Perhaps one day, it would be enough to resurrect itself. But even so, after knowing that the treasures in the Ghost King's secret realm were real, someone must have obtained some benefits from it. That was why there were so many evil cultivators approaching the Ghost King's secret realm. None of the people who came were proper masters of the Yuan dynasty. All of them had cultivated some extremely obscure elemental formulas. Therefore, they were so curious about the treasures in this Ghost King's secret realm. One must know that the treasures in this secret realm were very likely to help them rapidly improve their strength. The path of evil cultivators was already very difficult. If they wanted to continue, they could only take risks and find another way. So many evil cultivators. Li Zhongjiu could not help but feel a little excited. Speaking of evil cultivators, Li Zhongjiu was titled as Evil Lord in his previous life. From this, one could know that the methods and cultivation methods used by Li Zhongjiu were naturally extremely obscure. Therefore, when Li Zhongjiu encountered so many evil cultivators, it was as if he saw a group of his own shadows. In terms of evil cultivators, there were not many who could be compared to Li Zhongjiu. The entrance is here. Let's go. The King of Fire directly jumped. While the rest of the people were watching, the King of Fire did not care about their gazes and directly jumped into the pool. Li Zhongjiu looked at the King of Fire's impatient temper and helplessly shook his head. Immediately, he also jumped and followed behind the King of Fire. The two of them dived into the pool one after the other. Obviously, the King of Fire was very anxious and impatient. Otherwise, he would not be so direct. He did not even check if there was any danger around before jumping in. Don't let them take the lead. Let's go too. They actually made the first move. Let's go. Let's go too. After seeing someone take the lead, the people behind also became excited. One by one, they jumped down. Bang! Plop! When the number of people increased a little, they saw a few water arrows suddenly rushing out from the pool and directly rushing towards them. The people who rushed in behind could not dodge in time. Before it even started, people had already started to kill each other. Some people did not even plan to enter the Ghost King's secret realm. They just wanted to take advantage of the chaos outside and then sit back and collect a generous reward. There were also some who simply waited outside and waited for the people inside to get the treasures before coming out. Then, they would rob them halfway. This way there would be no risk. Of course, what would really happen would depend on the situation at the scene. It wasn't something that could be predicted with a simple guess. Li Zhongjiu and the King of Fire both swooped down in the direction of the light source. A layer of Yuan Qi defense was erected around him, forcing the cold water in the pool out of his body. The two of them landed on an underwater platform. The platform was surrounded by a light curtain. When the two of them passed through the light curtain, they discovered that the light curtain had blocked the water from entering the pool. Water barrier. Li Zhongjiu looked at the barrier and said, although this barrier wasn't too difficult and could be easily set up by a Supreme Being expert, the people lying in the Ghost King's secret realm were still able to set up this barrier even though they had been dead for an unknown amount of time. It should be a barrier that was just released recently. It seems that it was automatically activated when the time was up. Li Zhongjiu glanced at the ground under his feet. In front of them was a tall cave, and the light was only released by the water barrier behind them. In the cave, it was also very dark. They could not see clearly what was going on in front of them. However, the two of them could clearly see the situation in the pool behind them. There was also a man and a woman following closely behind them. However, after this man and woman appeared, they wanted to enter the pool, but they were directly eaten by a ferocious giant beast that suddenly emerged from the pool. Boom! A huge wave of water hit the barrier. The two figures that were about to jump in were directly swallowed into the stomach of the giant beast just now. Deep Frost Serpent Crocodile. Although the other party only appeared for a moment, Li Zhongjiu saw it clearly and could directly determine what kind of Yuan beast it was. This was an extremely dangerous Yuan beast. Even if it was the overlord of the Yuan beasts on land, If this guy was dragged into the water, it could be easily strangled. In the water, it was almost an invincible existence, without any natural enemies. Its attacks were swift and violent. With one bite, it could directly bite you into a pile of pieces. Later on, 2 people also failed and entered. Similarly, they had also seen the deep frost wyrm crocodile in front of them. Therefore, after landing, they had a lingering fear. However, when they saw Li Zhongjiu and the woman, they were obviously on guard. Let's go. The King of Fire and Li Zhongjiu did not take the 2 of them seriously. They were just Yuan monarchs. Primitive emperors were precious existences no matter where they were, and they were not found everywhere on the street. Even among those participating in the Ghost King mystic realm this time, the number of primitive emperors was extremely small. What Li Zhongjiu and the woman had to face was the threat in the mystic realm. Chapter 857. When Li Zhongjiu and the young lady entered the cave, the 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief. The 2 men who had just entered finally heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at each other. Although the 2 men looked very young, the aura on their bodies was incomparably oppressive. It made people not dare to approach them. It was really shocking to have such power. This place is too dangerous. Are we really going to continue? The young lady asked the young man beside her. The young man had a determined look on his face. There seemed to be a ball of black gas between his eyebrows. Yes, we have to go. Only the things in the Ghost King's secret realm can help us break through the restrictions. Only then can we break free from the shackles in our bodies. The young woman nodded her head in agreement. Let's go. Many heretical cultivators found it hard to stop once they started. Because once one walked down this path, it was almost impossible to turn back. It was not a matter of whether one wanted to or not, but because the consequences of this cultivation would always push one forward and constantly push one forward. The only outcome of stopping was death. Those who caught up also fell down one after another. However, many of them were immediately swallowed by the deep frost wyrm crocodile in the pool. The deep frost wyrm crocodile had been waiting here for a long time. Now, it finally had a chance to have a good meal. The deep frost wyrm crocodile alone had killed countless enemies. Li Zhongjiu and the King of Fire went deep into the cave. Li Zhongjiu's fingertips flickered with a trace of fire, illuminating the surroundings. After advancing for about 800 meters, they finally arrived in front of a huge underground palace. This is no longer the mysterious Ghost Mountain, Li Zhongjiu said in a low voice. This underground palace was located in a deep pit below. Li Zhongjiu could tell from his experience that this place was just a facade. This was just the building on the surface. The real interior of the palace continued to extend underground. The underground palace hidden beneath the earth. However, when they approached the palace, they saw thousands of stone sculptures in the open space in front of the palace. These stone sculptures were strange and varied. Demon creatures? Li Zhongjiu carefully observed for a while, and discovered that these stone sculptures were actually some demon race creatures. These Devil Clan creatures were not orthodox ancient Devil Clan, such as the ancient Devil Clan puppets in Li Zhongjiu's Blood Soul realm. These Devil Clan creatures had absorbed Devil Chi for many years and were willing to become the puppets of these Devil Clan, or were forced to become a part of the Devil Clan. That's why such a demonic creature called the Inferior Demon appeared. These things weren't here the last time I was here. King of Fire stopped in his tracks. Although the creatures in front of him were stone statues, King of Fire could clearly feel the terrifying life force contained within them. It was as if they would revive at any moment. If he wanted to get close to the Ghost King mystic realm, he would first have to pass through these inferior demons. So what if there is? Why waste time? Just kill them. Li Zhongjiu took out the desolate heaven essence and took the lead to charge forward. Indeed, when he approached, the inferior demon statues felt like they were about to fall off. Cracks began to appear on their surface. Kacha, Li Zhongjiu did not hesitate when he saw this and immediately smashed down with his staff. Pung! An inferior demon statue was shattered. Before this fellow's body could fully revive, it was smashed to pieces by Li Zongjiu. The Fire Wraith King also waved his palm. The domineering palm force directly shattered all the statues in front of him. Rumble! More than 100 inferior demon statues were destroyed, but these inferior demon statues would eventually revive. More than 1,000 inferior demon statues erupted at the same time. Gargoyles. They were also known as rock devils. Their bodies were made of stone, and their bodies were abnormally hard. As long as they had a single breath, they would never stop attacking. Furthermore, these rock devils did not feel anything, and only received the command to attack non-stop. Many rock devils rushed towards Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu. Their goal was to prevent outsiders from entering the city. However, these rock devils' combat power was about the same as the Yuan sect cultivator. They were completely unable to stop Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu's footstep. They easily broke through the rock devil's defensive circle. Boom! When Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu rushed out, there was already a mountain of stone behind them. At the same time, a terrifying flame appeared. No matter where they went, they would turn into roasted stone. Under the control of the Fire Wraith King, the rock devils retreated one after another. When the two of them arrived in front of the large hall and stepped on the stone, the rock devil army behind them suddenly stopped and returned to their original positions. This Ghost King's strength is not bad. Li Zongjiu had explored many places in his previous life, but he had never come into contact with the abilities of a ghost cultivator. However, when the King of Fire heard Li Zongjiu's evaluation, he felt that Li Zongjiu was praising this ancient Ghost King, such a mysterious expert. From your tone, it seems that this kind of power has only just entered your eyes. The Fire Wraith King glanced at Li Zongjiu in a provocative manner. It's alright. Not really, it's just a little special, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. However, at this moment, he glanced at the King of Fire. Li Zongjiu had a feeling that the Fire Wraith King had changed slightly after entering this place. As for where the change came from, Li Zongjiu couldn't tell for now. It was just that the form and style had changed. Just now, he even provoked Li Zongjiu. This was not an ordinary provocation, but a real provocation. This is the place. Unlock the restriction in front of this door and wait for me outside. If you continue to walk inside, you may die here, the King of Fire said. There were 2 handprints on the door. Obviously, someone had to place their hand on the door in order to open it. Could it be that you have some unspeakable secret in here? Li Zongjiu looked at the King of Fire in front of him and said. The King of Fire didn't say much and just put his hand on the door. Glancing at Li Zongjiu didn't say much and directly walked up and put his hand on the door. Both of their palms felt a wave of warm energy sweeping towards them. Then a kacha sound was heard. The door was easily opened. The King of Fire's eyes revealed a trace of surprise and excitement. He was also extremely happy. However, just as the King of Fire was about to enter, a roar came from behind him. He saw 4 figures, wrapped in the terrifying power of lightning, rushing over and tearing the surrounding rock devils into pieces. Haha, in front of us 4 siblings, no one can stop our footwork. The 4 people who rushed over were actually together. The 4 of them all had lightning elemental energy. It was unknown how such abnormal elemental energy was cultivated. How could they be so powerful? In short, the 4 of them seemed to be wrapped in wind and thunder as they rushed over and finally landed in front of Li Zongjiu and the King of Fire. You 2 trash, leave behind your storage rings and scram. The 4 of them were already old and looked to be in their 40s. The oldest one was close to 60 years old. Therefore, when they saw Li Zongjiu and the King of Fire, they waved their hands in disdain. Just now, it was the 2 of them who jumped into the pool first. They had never seen such stupid people. Usually, this kind of person would die the quickest. Trash? The King of Fire originally wanted to go in first, but the words of these people also piqued the King of Fire's interest. Li Zhongzhi looked at the 4 people in front of him. The strength of these 4 people could be considered to be very good. All of them were in the Origin Emperor realm. Similar to this kind of group, the elemental arts they cultivated were usually one. Once they were combined, their power would be even greater. However, it was useless no matter how strong their combined strength was. This was because they had angered the Fire Wraith King before them.